Good evening. We're ready to begin. This Planning Commission meeting is now called to order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. These proceedings are being video recorded as well as presented live on KCLV, Cable Channel 2, and are closed captioned for our hearing impaired viewers. Please note, customers of CenturyLink can view this program in high definition on channel 1002. Would everybody please stand for the pledge? I pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Chair Schlottman.
Present.
Vice Chair Cherry.
Present.
Commissioner Quinn.
Here.
Commissioner Creer.
Here.
Commissioner Toussaint.
Present.
Commissioner Roche. Commissioner DeSalvio.
Present.
Thank you.
I'll call your attention to the information printed in your agenda concerning our actions and then appeal and review process if appropriate. Please read this carefully, and if you have any questions, staff is available. Also, the second page of the agenda contains our rules of conduct. We appreciate you adhering to these rules so we could have a smooth meeting. And for anybody in the audience that needs a copy of the agenda or the rules of conduct, they're located on both sides of the microphone on the half wall. Number 4, public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters on the agenda for action. If you wish to be heard, come to the podium, give your name for the record. The amount of discussion as well as the amount of time any speaker is allowed may be limited. Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing and move on to item number 5. For possible action to approve the final minutes for the Planning Commission meeting of August 8th, 2017.
Through the chair, I have a motion to approve the final minutes for the Planning Commission meeting of September 12, 2017.
Oh, thank you. Motion's on the floor. Please cast your vote. And that motion carries. For possible action, any items for the Planning Commission staff and or the applicant wish to be stricken or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Are there any items? If I could get your name and address for the record, and we have 3 microphones, so sir, if you want to talk, please come forward. If you could turn on your mic, please. There you go.
There you go. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, good evening. Richard Gallegos, 6725 Southeastern here on item 66. We'd like to hold that for 30 days.
Okay, and this is your application?
Yes.
Item 66. Thank you. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. Rita Hernandez, 3121 Flower Garden Court, North Las Vegas, Nevada. I'm here for KME Architects, requesting abeyance for the Brooks single-family development. We request to move the date from October 10th to November 14th to allow us to go over more of the neighbors' concerns and get a better plan for you guys.
Do you know your item number?
The item numbers are General Plan Amendment GPA 71525, the rezoning ZON.
Is it items 28 through 33?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay, thank you. Any other items that the Planning Commission and the public would like to be held or stricken? Seeing none, I'm going to ask the Vice Chair, Cherry, for a motion.
Through the chair, on items number 28 through 33, this is to be held in abeyance in the 11/14 Planning Commission meeting. Item number 41, this is to be held to November 14th, 2017 Planning Commission meeting. Item number 42 until the December 12th, held in abeyance to the December 12th, 2017 Planning Commission meeting.
So you got to amend the motion.
All right, so the items that the last gentleman was speaking about is not 28 through 33, it's 52 through 55.
Thank you.
And before you make your motion, that was a public hearing item, and so anybody, if anybody would like to talk on 52 through 55, okay, so we do have someone at the back that would like to talk on 52 through 55, so,
Mr. Chair, you could ask them if they'd like to speak for or against the abeyance, and you could still hold it if in fact,
okay. Would you like to speak in regards to the abeyance?
Mr. Chairman, I just want to make sure it's not 28 through 33. You weren't trying to get me to be able to go home early tonight, right?
No, no, sir. Mr. Kemper, you're good.
All right, thank you.
Turn this thing on. Oh, it's on. Hi, Brent Bullock, 4995 Roberta. This is on the item 52 through 55 on the application for RCL on Roberta and Apricot. I am very much opposed to this development. It is recommended by staff for denial, but it's a landlocked piece of property, 2.5 acres, right in the middle of large half-acre, 1-acre lots, and you have to go through these half-acre, 1-acre lots where people have horses and very rural, right in the middle of
So
town.
let me ask you
Yes.
specifically, are you for or against?
Against. Very much opposed to it.
Against the project, but are you against holding it in abeyance so maybe they can work out their plan and
Well,
come up with a better plan?
we've done this 3 or 4 times. They've keep playing the abeyance game and the delaying it, and so I'm kind of irritated at that. They've had a couple of public meetings, and I think they've...
These are not abeyance items.
Well, they tried to get it zoned for something different than
Okay,
RCL.
maybe a previous request for a different item,
Correct.
but this is a new project, so.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll take that into consideration, I appreciate that,
Okay.
and we'll make a determination if we're going to hold an abeyance or not here in a moment.
Thank you very much.
I appreciate you coming down. Good evening. And sir, we have another microphone, if you can walk up here.
Justin Michaels, this is for items 60 through 63. We submitted a letter for abeyance last week, so I just wanted to make sure that items 60, 61, 62, and 63 are obeyed.
60 through 63 are all in abeyance. Thank you. Good evening, sir.
My name is Barry Katz. I live at 2510 Apricot Lane, and we're talking about item 52 through, was it 56, I believe. I represent the homeowners in the area, and we are against the proposed zoning change. We're all for the zoning the way it is. He can build 5 to 8 homes on the property. We have no problem with that. But we're against the 19 homes on that small piece of land. And also I don't know if the traffic study's been done, but the street is a very narrow street, and it was just resurfaced. It's not built for heavy traffic.
Okay, thank you, sir.
We turned in petitions. Do you have a count on the petitions against the proposal? When I checked the website, it didn't show it, so.
Yes, well, on items submitted after the agenda, 131 to 132. So somebody probably went door to door collecting signatures, so.
There was how many, sir?
131 to 132.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Okay, seeing no other comment, could I get a motion?
Through the chair, motion for item number 41 to be held in abeyance until the November 14th, 2017 Planning Commission. Item number 42 to be held in abeyance the December 12th, 2017 Planning Commission meeting. Items number 60 and 61 to be held in abeyance the November 14th, 2017 Planning Commission meeting. 62 and 63 to be held in abeyance the November 14th, 2017 Planning Commission meeting. Item number 66 to be held into the November 14th, 2017 Planning Commission meeting. Items number 52 through 55 to be held to the November 14th Planning Commission meeting, and item number 72 to cancel the previously submitted abeyance.
Thank you. There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote.
So just to clarify, 72 is not going to be held in abeyance. Is that, or?
Through the chair, correct, it's not being held in abeyance. Great, thank you.
Yes. Commissioner DeSalvio? No?
Sorry, Chairman, thought he had a question.
No problem. Please cast your vote. And that motion carries. So, moving on to one motion, one vote. The following items are items that may be considered in one motion, one vote. They are considered routine, non-public, and public hearing items. All public hearing, non-public hearing items will be opened at one time. Any person representing an application or a member of the public or a member of the Planning Commission not in agreement with the conditions and all standard conditions for the application recommended by staff should request to have that item removed from this part of the agenda. Starting with item number 7, abeyance SUP 71318, applicant Golden Market.
Chairman. Chairman, Christina Roush.
Yes, Commissioner Roush.
Thank you. I have a couple of items I'd like to pull from the one motion, one vote, please.
Okay. You want to, typically I'd read them in and then we'd pull those
Okay.
items, so.
That'd be fine, thank you.
Okay. So, item number 7, abeyance SUP 71318, applicant Golden Market, owner 2425 Arville LLC, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for proposed 3,126 square foot beer, wine, cooler, off-sale establishment use with a waiver to allow a 370-foot distance separation from a church house of worship where 400 feet is required at 2520 Arville Street, Ward 1, Tarkanian. Staff recommends approval. Item 8, TMP 71533, applicant owner RA Southeast Land Company LLC, for possible action on a request for a tentative map for a one-lot commercial subdivision on 7.80 acres at the southeast corner of Alta and Rampart Boulevard, Ward 2. Staff recommends approval. Number 9, GPA 71535, applicant Richmond American Homes of Nevada, Incorporated, owner VFR Southwest Desert Equities LLC, for possible action on a request for general plan amendment from R rural density residential to L low density residential on the north side of Centennial Parkway east of Hualapai Way, Ward 6, Fiore. Staff recommends approval. Item number 10, ZON 71536, for possible action on a request for rezoning from U undeveloped rural density residential general plan designation to R1 single family residential. Staff recommends approval. Number 11, waiver 71655, for possible action on a request for a waiver to allow a 0-foot perimeter landscape buffer along the north property line where 6 feet is required. Staff recommends approval. Item 12, VAR 71537, for possible action on a request for a variance to allow a connectivity ratio of 1.22 where 1.30 is required. Staff recommends approval. Item 13, VAC 71538, for possible action on a request for petition to vacate portions of Darlin Road and Conquistador Street in U.S. government patent easement. Staff recommends approval. Item number 14, TMP 71539, for possible action on a request for a tentative map for a 69-lot single-family residential subdivision. Staff recommends approval. Item 15, SCD 71492, applicant owner Hot Spur Resorts Nevada Ltd, for possible action on a request for a major deviation of the Summerlin development standards to allow a proposed animated freestanding sign where such is prohibited at 221 North Rampart Boulevard, Ward 2, Sirocco. Staff recommends approval. Number 16, VAR 71530, applicant owner, Doric Enterprises Incorporated, for possible action on a request for a variance to allow an existing 6-foot-tall chain-link fence along the front and perimeter property lines where a maximum height of 5 feet is allowed in the front setback area at the northeast corner of Monte Cristo Way and Craig Road. Ward 4, staff recommends approval. Item 17, SUP 71104, applicant Notoriety LLC, owner FAEC Holdings Warula LLC, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for proposed 54,750 square foot limited tavern limited establishment use at 450 Fremont Street, Suite 370, Ward 5, Barlow. Staff recommends approval. Item 18, SUP 71105, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 54,750 square foot nightclub use with waivers to allow a 1,220 square foot distance separation from a church and a 1,340 foot distance separation from a school where 1,500 feet is required. Ward 5, Barlow. Staff recommends approval. Item 19, SUP 71540, applicant Acres Medical LLC, owner 2320 Western LLC, for possible action on a request for a major amendment to an improved special use permit SUP 55187 for a proposed 13,884 square foot expansion to the originally approved 4,716 square foot marijuana dispensary with a waiver to allow signage which exceeds the 30-foot, 2-foot tall wall sign allowed at 2320 at Western Avenue, Ward 3, Coffin. Staff recommends approval. Item 20, SUP 71541, for possible action on a request for a major amendment to an approved special use permit SUP 55190 for a proposed 18,151 square foot expansion to the originally approved 449 square foot marijuana production facility with a waiver to allow signage which exceeds the 30 square foot, 2-foot tall wall sign allowed at 2320 Western Avenue. Staff recommends approval. Item 21, SUP 71542, applicant Acres Medical LLC, owner GDC Realty LLC, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 17,000 square foot marijuana cultivation facility use at 2310 Western Avenue, Ward 3. Staff recommends approval. Item 22, SUP 71235, applicant is OJX LLC, owner is Sahara 3D LLC, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for 4,945 square foot restaurant with alcohol use at 4760 West Sahara Avenue, Suites 13 through Suite 18, Ward 1, Tarkanian. Staff recommends approval. Item 23, SUP 71397, applicant Hampton Restaurant, owner Great Wash Park LLC, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 4,573 square foot restaurant with alcohol use, including 2,057 square feet of outdoor seating area with a waiver to allow a 141-foot distance separation from a city park where 400 feet is required at 440 South Rampart Boulevard, Suite 180, Ward 2, Sirocco. Staff recommends approval. Item 24, SUP 71442, applicant Universal Laundry, owner Adar B Enterprises LLC and Lincoln Center Properties LLC, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for an alternative parking standard to allow 129 parking spaces where 178 parking spaces are required for a proposed expansion of a cleaners commercial industrial use at 240, 250, and 260 Spectrum Boulevard, Ward 3, Coffin. Staff recommends approval. Item number 25, SUP 71503, applicant Flippin' Good Burgers and Shakes, owner Fremont LV Boulevard LLC, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 2,776 square foot tavern limited establishment use with 240 square feet of outdoor seating at 505 Fremont Street, Ward 3, Coffin. Staff recommends approval. Item 26, VAC 71475, applicant Pinnacle Homes, owner Burbank LLC, for possible action on a request for a petition to vacate City of Las Vegas public sewer easements on portions of APN 13805-801-065 and 066 at the southwest corner of Hickam Avenue and Durango Drive, Clark County, PRJ 71461. Staff recommends approval. And then 27, VAC 71567, applicant owner Rowland Homes of Nevada, LLC, for possible action on a request for a petition to vacate emergency vehicle easements at the southeast corner of Far Hills Avenue and Fox Hill Drive, Ward 2. Staff recommends approval. Is there anyone here wanting to speak on any of these one motion, one vote items? Please come forward. If anybody else wants to speak on these items, I would ask you to come forward at this time because we'll close the public hearing as soon as nobody's up here.
And Chairman, I do have a couple of items I want to pull.
Absolutely. Good evening.
Sorry, I had to step over everybody. Bridget Salvi at 7030 North Conquistador. Item number 11, which is a landscape perimeter buffer. I see this happening all the time where the landscape perimeter is getting scratched and taken away as it buffers next to the freeway, which would be the 215.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. Does she want this item pulled, or do you accept?
Would you like to have this item pulled so you can discuss
Yes.
that item? Okay,
Thank you.
Okay, seeing nobody else, I'm going to close the public hearing, and I'm going to ask Commissioner Roush to see, for her comments and see which ones she wants to have pulled.
Thank you, Chairman. At the risk of being very unpopular tonight, I'm going to make some very brief comments and say that, to me, a consent agenda and/or a one motion, one vote agenda should be an item that is routine. It should conform to Title 19 and any master plan, and it should be an allowable use, meaning that it should meet all requirements that are incumbent upon it. There are several items on the agenda tonight that I don't feel meet that standard, and so I'd like to have them pulled. Where I can be brief on those items, I will, and where I feel I need to elaborate, I will. So with that said, number 7, number 8, numbers 9 through 14, and number 15. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry, hold on. I wanted to pull item number 25. Oh, excuse me, I made a mistake. I made a mistake, I apologize.
No
I
problem.
didn't want to pull any.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no other comments,
Through the chair, if I may, I will have to be abstaining from items number 19, 20, 21. My family owns multiple marijuana establishments in town, so I will be abstaining from those.
okay, and before we get a motion, I'll be abstaining on item 25, as that's a restaurant that's owned by one of my clients, and I have ongoing business relationship with them. And in regards to the Acres Medical, items 19, 20, and 21, you know, I looked at this project a couple of years ago. I never did turn in a proposal. I never even did anything but look at the building. I have built other medical marijuana facilities in the city and the county and North Las Vegas, but my independence of judgment will not be affected by that, so I will be voting on those items. So I'm going to ask the Vice Chair for a motion.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
Lou DeSalvio.
Yes, Commissioner.
For clarification myself, I guess, then here, if 9 through 14, if it's one motion, one vote, and it's approved by the staff recommendation, then am I under the wrong impression that this doesn't meet the standards that are required?
Well, Commissioner DeSalvio, I'm about to ask the vice chair for a motion, and he's going to pull items 7, 8, 11, 19 through 14, and 15. So we'll hear those items here in a moment. Vice-
Through the chair, we'll have a motion on items number 7 through 12, item number 14 and 15 to be pulled, and approval on items number 13, 16 through 27, noting the abstentions by the chair on item number 25 and myself on items 19, 20, and 21. Through the chair, no, items numbers 7 through 12 are going to be pulled. Items number 14 and 15 will be pulled. Would you like me to restate the motion?
Yes, I just wanted clarification because items 7 through 12, but items 13 and 14 are also related to 9 through 12. So it would be 7 through 15.
If I'd like to restate the motion through the
Please
chair. Items number 7 through 15 will be pulled. Items number 16 through 27, make a motion for approval, noting the abstentions of myself on items number 19, 20, 21, and the chairs on item number 25.
Motion's on the floor. Please cast your vote. And that motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, items 16 through 21 and 23 to 27 are final action unless appealed within 10 days to the city clerk. And item number 22 will move forward to the November 15th, 2017 City Council meeting.
Thank you. Moving on to item 7, advance SUP 71318 is already read into the record. I'm going to go ahead and have request a staff report.
Mr. Chairman, the proposed beer, wine, cooler, off-sale establishment use will be located within an established commercial building which proposed to be converted to a convenience store. The proposed use is less intense than an existing use and can be conducted in a manner that is harmonious and compatible with the existing surrounding land uses. Staff therefore recommends approval.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. Laura Drea, 520 South 1st Street, here on behalf of Golden Market. There is a waiver from a religious institution, and remember that's measured property line to property line. So this business is actually about 330 feet south of Sahara, buffered by a McDonald's, and it is facing Arville, which is a minor collector street. It's measured property line to property line, so the closest place is our rear property line as the crow flies over the 100-foot right-of-way, which Valley Church conducts their sermons from the north side of Sahara. So we're missing 24 feet, but we're confident as a staff that the two uses won't interact at all. And I'll end my speech there.
Thank you. I'm sorry, did you have a question?
I was assuming Commissioner Rausch needed an explanation.
Before we go there, this is a public hearing, so anyone wanting to be heard, please come forward, state your name and address for the record. Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing and turn this over to Commissioner Rausch.
Thank you. These items are serious when we're giving licenses of privilege, and it's liquor-related, especially if there's children nearby. And although Clark High School is outside of the area, it is nearby, so I'm very sensitive to that. But really, more importantly, on the last meeting, it was held because of the daycare use that we felt might be going in, and I just wanted to ask the question if that had been resolved. So last meeting, I think that Commissioner Quinn made the comment that there was going to be a daycare going in at the church across the street, and I just want a clarification on that. That's it.
Commissioner Quinn, would you like to clarify?
Thank you.
Or would
Through you,
like
Mr. Chairman, there has been a clarification. There is no daycare within 1,000 feet of your proposed application. This is an application that's going to see my approval tonight, and with the direction of the director, it will also be final action. So with that, I am ready to make a motion for approval of SUP 71318. Thank you very much.
Motion's on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, that item is final action unless appealed to the city clerk within 10 days.
Thank you. Moving on to item number 8, TMP 71533, as previously read into the record. If we can get into staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, the map meets and complies with Title 19 and NRS 278 for the requirements for a tentative map. Therefore, staff recommends approval.
Thank you. Good evening, sir.
Mr. Chairman, members of the Planning Commission, good evening. My name is Frank Pankratz, 9103 Alta Drive, Las Vegas. Thank you for considering the tentative map application for the commercial subdivision on the 7.8 acres. I don't know if I'm on the overhead or not.
Let's see. You're on the overhead now.
Okay, thank you. On the 7.8 acres, vacant parcel located at the southeast corner of Alta and Rampart, on the south side of Alta, on the east side of Rampart. It is located just south, or north, sorry, of the Cheesecake Factory and a portion of the existing Boca Park Fashion Village parking structure. The the 7.8 acre parcel is a portion of the 23.4 acre parcel, the entire parcel that's shown on the overhead. A vacant property which the Planning Commission in July approved the development standards for the 23.4 entire parcel, as well as the SDR for the 15.6 acre parcel that contains 359 luxury apartment units. The property zoning and approved standards provides for a mixed-use development on this property. This tentative map is a precursor to SDRs that will be coming back in front of the Planning Commission with respective portions of this 7.8 acre parcel. The applicant has owned this vacant property for 7+ years, and we agree with the staff conditions and thank the staff from the various city departments for working through this with us and the consultants.
Thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone wanting to be heard, please come forward. Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing and turn this over to Commissioner Roush.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Pankratz, your patience with me, please, and I appreciate that.
Sure.
This item predates me on the commission, so I'm going to have just a couple of questions of you, if you don't mind.
Sure.
The apartment units to the north of this site, or I'm sorry, to the east of this site, north as I'm looking at it, that's been approved already. We're well aware of that, 359 units. My question to you is, do you have plans for the vacant parcel yet? And then I'm going to ask staff a question, and I'm going to have several more questions of the applicant so that you can research this. I'm curious if ADINA is required on this site for any reason. Mr. Pankratz, do you have any plans to build more than 300 resort units, like a motel or hotel, 500 apartment units, or anything that would cause 3,000 trips per day at the most on this site?
So I can properly answer?
Yeah.
Can I write that down again?
Well, those are the requirements of ADINA, so I just wanted to know if you have any plans for the site that would include any of those types of uses. So if you have a hotel resort that you might put on the site that would be more than 300 rooms, then that would require a DINA. And then also if there was more than 500 apartments that you were planning in any type of a mixed-use development on a site, it's an impact study. And so I'm asking, if that is required, and I'm asking staff to look into it. This is a site that's been around for a very long time. It used to be owned by 555. I know you know the history on it. It's been many iterations. At one point, it was going to be the Great Mall of America. Remember that? It was going to be in Las Vegas. And so I think it was originally zoned 1.2 million square feet. So I'm just trying to get a little bit of background and understand what your plans are for this if we're going to do this tentative map.
Before we begin, I think Mr. Lowenstein might have a comment.
Perfect.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the application before you is tenant map for a one-lot commercial subdivision. That in itself does not have the criteria that would trigger the DINA. The mod and the associated site development review, they have a certain amount of units that were kept in that mod, and from that, it's below the threshold for the DINA. The uses allowed by the planned development zoning district, I believe, are limited to the C1 uses. Correct me if I'm mistaken, because it's been a couple months since we've heard that. But those uses, when there's a subsequent site development review, that would then trigger if they hit any of those thresholds for this for the submittal of that document.
Thank you.
So at this time, do you have a plan for this site or do not?
We are processing and request the processing of this tentative map so that we are working with some potential users, and it would be unfair to them because we are in the middle of negotiations to disclose what those uses are. But as Mr. Lowenstein indicated, they would comply with the development standards that were previously approved by the Planning Commission here in July and the City Council in August.
Okay, so if you were to build something that would require an impact study, you would be willing to comply with that?
Absolutely.
Perfect. And then last question, there's some dedications that are assured through this tentative map process, I think a bus turnout and a 10-foot right-of-way. Are you willing to dedicate those today and have those recorded today?
Those are conditions of approval. We've worked with staff, and initially, because of the financing on the property, we've agreed that the dedication for the additional 10 feet on Rampart where it isn't already, that would be reflected on the tentative map by way of an easement, and it would be dedicated prior to construction. And the same thing applies with respect to the bus turnout and the bus stop easement that are required pursuant to the conditions of approval that the staff has made.
Thank you. And then just one housekeeping item, please, for staff or whoever wants to jump in tonight that's here tonight. Bus stops. What is the deal with bus stops? Because I see a lot of people sitting on the curb along Rampart. There are no current bus stops or bus shelters on either side, either in front of JW Marriott or in front of Angel Park Golf Course or in front of this site. And I'd love to be able to see how we correct that situation. I don't like it when I see moms with strollers with babies sitting on a curb as traffic's accelerating onto Summerlin Parkway right there, because there's a bus stop right there by Angel Park. This will be an issue in the future for this applicant as well, and being new, I want some direction on how we get that resolved.
I think maybe that might be a question for Lucian, and maybe a meeting between Commissioner Roush and someone at RTC might be of assistance, but I'll let you address that.
Sure, Mr. Chairman, would you like me to address it now or later?
If you have any comments on that now?
I think just generally, the RTC plans the routing for the bus turnouts, and when developments come in, we try to get dedications where they're planned out to be, so right turn pockets. We try to have them, the turn pockets, so they can be far away from the road. In situations where we cannot get a turn pocket, we look for a 10-foot easement, so it's set back a little. The benches are set back a little farther from the roadway. So those are
Planning
things
Commissioner, we have discussed with staff and agreed that on Alta, where the bus stop is required, that we do have an actual bus turnout there, so it is away from the travel lanes.
Excellent, and I appreciate that. And Lucian, if you wouldn't mind, I would like to set up a meeting with yourself and with RTC. There is no turnout in front of Angel Park, and that's city-owned property, and I feel very badly about that. I see people every day sitting there on the curb as traffic is accelerating onto Summerlin Parkway right there, and it's a very dangerous situation, so thank you for your consideration on that. I have no other comment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Lucian, one question for you, and an acceptable answer is, I don't know. Is there a typical distance from a intersection up until RTC typically wants to put a bus stop?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. We have standard locations where bus stops go. We typically like them downstream so that where there's a traffic signal, the bus can safely pull out. And a lot of times when they're in front of a traffic signal, it's hard for a bus to actually get out and back into the travel lane. So we like to have them far side from a signal, and it's roughly 130 feet from the intersection past the traffic signal. They can be closer. We can We can move them around, but there's a standard drawing for those locations.
Okay, thank you. If there's no other questions on it, we'll be looking for a motion. Commissioner Roush,
I'm good, thank you.
would you like to make a motion?
Oh, I'm sorry. I was speaking with counsel for a
No
second.
problem.
I apologize. I'd like to make a motion to approve TMP 71533 tentative map.
Thank you. Motion's on the approval. Motion for approval is on the floor. Please cast your vote. And that motion carries.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, that action is final unless appealed to the city clerks within 7 days.
Thank you. Moving on to items 9, GPA 71535, 10, ZON 71536, 11, waiver 71655, item 12, VAR 71537, item 13, VAC 71538, and finally, item relating to item 14, TMP 71539, as read into the record previously. May we get the staff report?
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is requesting a general plan amendment to Low and a rezoning to R1, along with a tentative map for a gated 69-lot single-family residential subdivision with an average lot size of 9,700 square feet on approximately 16 acres north of Centennial Parkway and east of Wallapai Way. As part of the request, excess right-of-way and government patent easements are to be vacated. Also, a waiver of Title 19.06040 is required to allow no perimeter landscape buffer along the north property line where a 6-foot buffer is required. A connectivity ratio for this development is 1.22, meaning that vehicular traffic movements are limited to locations within the proposed subdivision with no links to other external developments. Staff recommends approval of the requested variance to allow connectivity ratio of less than 1.3 as the development area is irregularly shaped and would not efficiently accommodate residential lots on a gridded street pattern. Staff recommends approval. Please note that there are additional letters of support and protests since publication.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner Stephanie Allen, 1980 Festival Plaza, here on behalf of the applicant, Richmond American Homes. I'll briefly just go through our application, and then if the commissioner has questions, I'm happy to answer them. First of all, we very much appreciate staff's recommendation of approval on this application. It's a nice project that'll be located just to the south of the Beltway. This is the 215, if I could actually use the overhead.
Okay.
There you go, thank you. It's just to the south of the 215, to the east of Wallapai, and north on Centennial Parkway. It's approximately 17 acres. The request is to change the general plan from rural to low and a zone change to R1, which is consistent with the development just to the south of it. You can see there's an R1 development here. It's an appropriate use just adjacent to the 215. We're proposing 69 homes, and the lot sizes are anywhere from 6,500 up to 14,000 square feet. So they're nice sized lots, all one-story homes. It's a gated community. We had a neighborhood meeting. The folks that came to that neighborhood meeting that were in the radius were all in support of the application. They had one question about the turn-in to the gate, and the traffic study will in fact address that. If it's required, we will certainly do that extra turn lane. The waiver request for the perimeter landscaping is just along the 215. There's a huge elevation difference there, probably 20 feet in elevation, and instead of putting trees there that no one will really see and really have a dead space back there that people would be utilizing for who knows what behind a block wall, they thought it would be a better space to be used in those lot sizes. So it's consistent with other developments up and down the 215. Really, there's not a lot that have tree perimeters on the 215, and I think that's probably why your staff is in support of that. We do have vacation applications. 2 of the right-of-ways are in the middle of the property, Darling and Conquistador, and then there's patent easements around the property. And then there's also a variance for connectivity. It's just a slight reduction, and the reason being is it's an unusual parcel with the 215 to the north and two BLM parcels on the west and the east. So we couldn't quite meet that connectivity, but we're very close. I think we're 1.22 where 1.3 is required. So with that said, I'm happy to answer any questions, and we would very much appreciate your approval tonight.
Thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone wanting to be heard, please come forward. Seeing none, no one, I'm going to close the public hearing and turn this over to Commissioner Roush.
Thank you, Chairman. My comment is more for the record than for this applicant. I met with the applicant's representative, Ms. Allen, and I feel very good about the project itself, and I'm glad that the neighborhood is in support of it. My concern has to do with schools. And I'm going to go on the record to say that I am very concerned when I see stats that are published from the school district, and I wish somebody was here from the school district tonight. I really, truly do, because we need to seek to understand how we find a way forward. This started happening back in the last building boom in 06, 07, right before the crash in 08. And it's build, 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 and we think about the schools later. My concern has to do with education in this valley. I am not satisfied with being at the bottom of the barrel in terms of our test scores and our kids' education. These schools are overcrowded, and as a planning body, it is our responsibility to not keep adding to the issue. So 69 lots today, however many more comes before this body again at the next meeting, the next meeting, and the next meeting. And the constituents ultimately are going to hold us responsible. Marshall Darnell Elementary School is currently at 120% capacity. The capacity is 686. The enrollment is currently 823. That's an elementary school. People who have the means take their kids and put them in private school. Most people don't have the means, and I think it's irresponsible of us as a governing body to continue to approve more and more and more housing. Centennial High School, capacity 2,561. Enrollment is 3,263. That's 127% over capacity. So although I think this is a very nice project, and I don't even have any trouble with the project, I am going to vote no tonight simply because I'm going to start voting no on all of these because I think it's got to start somewhere, and I think as a governing body, we have to take a stand that we are not going to tolerate overcrowding in our schools any longer. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner DeSavio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have to support this project due to the fact that it is harmonious and compatible with the existing community. I do feel what Commissioner Rouse had to say, but the schools are like that everywhere they're at, and hopefully this project will push them to build another school in the area. So with that, I'd like to make a motion to approve items 9 through 14.
Okay, can we get individual motions?
Okay, item 9, GPA 71535. Item 10, ZON 71536.
Commissioner DeSavio, let's vote on each one of them individually. So there's...
Since it's on one motion, one vote, I think they were already scheduled to be heard all at one time. So if you want to do that, Mr. Chairman, you can go ahead and do that.
Yes.
Oh, I think we have public hearing though. I'm sorry.
Okay, I open public hearing and close public hearing.
On what item?
On these items, yes.
As a group or just one?
As a group.
See, I missed that. Okay.
So, since it's on the one motion, one vote, and according to the city attorney, you can go ahead and read all of them into the record and make
That's
one
what I
motion,
thought.
one
Okay,
vote.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. Okay, I'll start back over. Item 9, GPA 71535. Item 10, ZON 71536. Item 11, WVR 71655. Item 12, VAR 71537. Item 13, VAC 71538. Item 14, TPM 71539. I would like to make a motion for approval, please.
Motion's on the floor for items 9 through 14. Please cast your vote. And that motion carries.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Mr. Chairman, those items will be moving forward to the November 15, 2017 City Council meeting.
Thank you. Moving on to item 15, SCD 71492, applicant owner, Hotspur Resorts Nevada LTD, as read into the record. Can we get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, staff recommends that the major deviation to allow animation on the sign be approved, as the sign is endorsed by the Summerlin Non-Residential Design Review Committee as appropriate in this location along Summerlin Parkway and does not negatively impact the surrounding properties. A condition of approval has been added requiring the sign to conform to Title 19 requirements regarding animated signs containing a changeable electronic message. Please note that there was an additional letter of protest since publication.
Thank you. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. Greg Borgel, 300 South 4th Street. With me is Michael Gaughan, who's General Manager of the Marriott Hotel, for which this sign would serve as an additional identification feature. We accept the conditions recommended by staff. Just for clarity, although it's described as animation, there's a condition of no video use, and the practical effect of this application is one thing and one thing only. It would permit the copy on the sign to change with a 6-second interval for each sign. In effect, it eliminates potential proliferation of signs because all of the activities of the hotel could be advertised sequentially on the one sign. The sign is legal as to size, legal as to location. It is oriented, the faces of the sign are east and west, so that there is, we think, no potential intrusion on the homes to the north of Summerlin Parkway. The limitations on brightness apply to this sign, whether it's animated or not, and the animation would be limited, as I just described, to the ability to advertise multiple things sequentially on the same sign. It would not be used as an intrusive video sign by action of the condition. And all the standards of brightness and so forth are being met. Just for reference, it is perhaps helpful to look at the scale of the sign as viewed from the residences across the golf course. If we can get to the overhead here, and actually we're not going to be showing you much, but I'm going to put it in perspective. This is from across the golf course. The sign in question is right there. That little white dot is what you would see from across the golf course. And even that sign, as I said, since it faces east and west, would not be intruding on the homes to the north because they're on the north side. They would only look at the pillar of the sign. They wouldn't see the copy. We would hope that you would follow the staff recommendation of approval.
Thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone wanting to be heard, please come forward, state your name and address for the record. Seeing none, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing. And, ma'am, did you want to speak? Okay. I'm going to close the public hearing, turn this over to Commissioner Roush. We'll start with Commissioner Roush.
Thank you, Chairman. I have a couple of letters of additional protest that came in right before the meeting. Two sets were copied. One was sent to the clerk that came in right as the meeting started, so we didn't have time to print it. So I'm going to hand this to staff. Chairman, in case anyone on the desk. Thank you for your presentation. I have met with this applicant as well and voiced some concerns that I've had. I wanted to wait until the open hearing today to hear his presentation, and I also want to make my comments known, and I want to share with the audience and for the record comments that some of the residents have called and voiced in their emails that have come to me over the past few days. The issue really has to do with the digital animation screen. It also has to do with a sign on Summerlin Parkway. Right now there's a small monument sign on Summerlin Parkway. Summerlin Parkway is not allowed to have any billboards. It's never had any signs in the past. I'm concerned about the dangerous precedent that it sets. I'm concerned about traffic and the distraction on that very dark parkway as people are approaching the sign. I think it's going to be flashing pretty bright, and that was brought to my attention. I also have a number of residents in the neighborhoods surrounding this property that have reached out to me. They are concerned based on the radial change of which way the sign might be oriented, as it might go into their bedroom windows, their backyards, their quiet enjoyment, especially during the dark hours of the day and night. Most of the protests and opposition letters have to do with devaluing the neighborhood and the fact that they think that they want to be able to enjoy the dark corridor. And the auto dimmers were brought to my attention that they're never observed or enforced. These are just some of the comments that were given to me. Howard Hughes Properties provided a letter stating that they had no opposition to that, and a lot of residents were infuriated by that. I guess it was the non-residential design review committee that made a decision. I want to reach out to Howard Hughes Corporation and find out why that is and why none of the residents' concerns were taken into effect. The one comment that I have for staff that I was a little concerned about is that putting this on the one motion, one vote agenda sends the message that there's nothing wrong with this application. And this application, by definition, is a major deviation. It is a sign that is prohibited, and I'm confused as to why it's even on the one motion, one vote agenda. Quite frankly, this is an item that's for discussion, and in fact, is an item that probably bears more consideration than just a one motion, one vote item. The justification that it's a casino use, in my view, is not appropriate. To say that it's applicable and appropriate because it's a casino and a casino needs it is not good enough justification. I know Mr. Gahn, he is a wonderful man in the community. He's done a lot of wonderful things. This has nothing to do with the applicant. The JW Marriott is a beautiful resort. I enjoy going to the spa there. I understand the business dynamics. I understand that all of the arguments that Mr. Borgel is probably about to make, which is that they have an undue hardship because they are in Summerlin, and under the Summerlin environs, they're not allowed to have the same type of sign as the Suncoast. But when that facility was built, and all of these residents in that area objected to a casino, the casino was put there with the understanding that they would have limited signage. This sign would replicate the sign that is on Rampart. A lot of people have heartburn about that. That sign on Rampart, is very visible, it's very large, and to put that on Summerlin Parkway would be an unprecedented move that I think would just inspire others to try to make that application as well. And I don't really want to see that happening in the future either. So for the quality of life issues and the fact that I don't think it's appropriate for folks to live with that kind of glow in their bedrooms, backyards, or living rooms for the rest of their lives, I'm going to ask the applicant if he would be willing to meet with some of the neighbors and see if there's a way to work this out.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, and that is the easiest question we've had all night. Of course, we'd be happy to meet with neighbors. This is a matter that has to go to the City Council in any event. Mr. Gahn feels that meeting with the neighbors can be appropriate and would do so. With regard to the remainder of the points, I think we need to emphasize that this sign is a legal sign at a legal location, a legal size, and the only issue before you is the question of so-called animation. And the animation is a way of preventing proliferation of signs that would otherwise advertise multiple things on the property. By having a 6-second display and then another special event advertised 6 seconds later, you are enabling the hotel to serve its needs with minimum intrusion. There is, as you can see from the photograph we put before you, no visual intrusion. There's no issue of brightness because whether this sign were animated or not, the brightness would be regulated by your code. In other words, it won't be any brighter because it changes every 6 seconds. And so we think that our case is very good. We were not aware of any of the objections that the Commissioner has brought forward in terms of neighbors that have contacted her. But of course, if she or her office could provide us with the identity and contact information, Mr. Gahn will be happy to meet with them between now and City Council. We still think that in light of the analysis of your staff and the facts presented here, that the sign should be approved here tonight. The neighbors have not contacted us, and so they aren't here tonight, apparently. So they aren't aware of the facts that we've brought out, that this sign that cannot flash, it cannot have videos, it is oriented away from the neighbors. It is smaller, in fact, than the sign much smaller than the sign that's on ramparts for the hotel, for which we've received no complaints. So we're happy to meet with the neighbors, but feel that your action tonight would be to follow the staff, and if we'll obtain the information from the commissioner as to who we should talk to between now and November 15th.
And just to make a correction on the record, this does not require, it doesn't necessarily have to go to city council, so automatically going to city council, it could be final action, or it could go to city council.
My agenda says it goes, but whatever the planning director says, I suppose.
Mr. Chairman, for clarification, the Summerlin Development Standards defer to the Title 19 prior to the adoption of Unified Development Code section of 1918.070, which is the variance section. The variants have the ability to be final action at Planning Commission.
Well, we'd still be happy to meet with the neighbors, and we'll take it from there.
Let me ask Mr. Lowenstein, and you might have just stated this, but this sign does meet all the development standards or does not? Because Commissioner Roush stated that it didn't meet all the regulations, and it sounds like Mr. Borgell is saying it does. So just wanted to see if you could clarify that for us.
Sure, Mr. Chairman. I believe the point of contention is just that the animated signs are not permitted within the Summerlin Development Standards, and are called out, and that's where the deviation is from, to allow an animated sign where that would not be permitted. As far as freestanding signs and other types of signs, it does allow for. Bear with me as I'm pulling up some of the information here.
And the animation is solely going from one slide to the next. There's not actually going to be moving video on this.
There's transition requirements for the sign.
They're called out in the agenda item. We've consented to them. The 6-second steady burn, 2-second gap, and another 6-second steady burn.
Right. The animated signs contain changeable message, consist of static images that have minimum durations, as Mr. Borgell has indicated, for 6 sections for each message. Transition times between the messages shall be no more than 2 seconds, with no motion or animation during the transition between messages, so no fly-ins, all of that kind of stuff. It also includes regulation on the brightness of the LED illumination, not exceeding 300 nits.
Okay.
Mr. Chair?
Yes. Commissioner Creer?
Thank you, through you. I've known Mr. Gahn for many years and known him to be a very solid operator of his businesses, and I don't have a problem with this. The Summerlin Design Review Committee voted for approval of this. If you look at Red Rock Station, there's animation signs along the 215 that way, and I don't see it being an issue. If there's an issue of brightness that happens, which I don't think there will be, you can always control the brightness, one, and then you can always have a one-year review to come back if there's a ton of issues to make adjustments to that. But I would assume that if the hotel is going to get a lot of phone calls saying how bright it is, that they'll turn it down. I don't think they'll have a problem with that. But I think it falls within the realm of the scope of the hotel and the casino, and I think it's very welcome.
Thank you. Yes, one of the comments I always make is just make sure that you understand what 300 nits really is, and you don't have to understand it. Just make sure your sign fabricators understand it, because a lot of times these LED signs get abused and they throw them up to 500-600 nits, and they could be blinding it at night, and you're going from a darker message to a really bright message. But so just make sure that you're conscious of that.
You want to speak to it? Yes. I'd like a quick comment, and then Mr. Gahn has a quick comment in that regard. We do understand what 300 nits is, and Mr. Gahn has deliberately gone to a sign purveyor who understands the need for the nits to be reduced at night. He could have gone to a different purveyor and still been within your code. And by the way, I've worked on signs throughout the community, and I wouldn't want to define it in electromagnetic terms, but we understand nits, and we're going to comply. And if Mr. Gahn can have just a word.
Okay.
Mike Gahn, 221 North Rampart. And I'm sorry, Greg filled that in, but we did have when we put this out to bid, we did have a company that bid us a lower price, but did not have that capability, and that's why we chose the company that we did, because that was important to us. And part of that is actually the design of the images that come on there, that they don't have a real white background or something like that that really lights up. And we design our own artwork, so we're able to control what's on there and take into consideration that image that comes up. So we obviously will, we're neighbors. We will take all that in consideration. We've thought about that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Roush, can we get a motion?
Well, I'm going to start by saying that I don't feel that it's my role or responsibility to provide the applicant with a list of who the residents are in the area. I think he knows who they are, and I think that it would be incumbent upon him to go ahead and have that meeting and reach out to those people if he wants to have this held in abeyance. But what I'm hearing him say is he wants a thumbs up, thumbs down, move forward, because he thinks he wants to take this to City Council. So that being the case, I'm going to make a motion for denial. I don't have a choice. I don't really like doing that, but the fact is I've had enough complaints and I've had enough concerns, and I've lived in this area 24 years, and I don't want to junk it up with a bunch of signs on Summerlin Parkway, and I don't want my neighbors complaining to me for the rest of their lives about the day glow colors that are happening in their living room or their bedroom and that they can't sleep at night. And in fact, many of these residences are only 700 feet from this sign. So even if Mr. Borgel feels that they're looking at a sideways blade, I happen to know that all you have to do is rotate that sign just to the slightest degree and you're in somebody's bedroom. There are many homes that are along the radius that were not given notification because they're outside of the notification area, because it's a little bit more than 1,000 feet, but I happen to know people that live near the Red Rock sign. I know people that live almost 2 miles away from the Red Rock sign, and their bedrooms are illuminated at night. I don't think it's appropriate this close at 700 feet. I don't think it's appropriate at 1 mile. So I'm going to make a motion for denial. And
before you make that motion, I think Commissioner Creer wanted to make one more
Oh,
comment.
I apologize. I thought you had called for a motion.
I did.
He did. Thank you, Commissioner Roush and Chair. I just want a point of clarification. If this vote, if we made a determination of this would be final action or not, does the commission have the ability to decide if it's final action or not? And if not, who makes that determination or not? Or has the determination been made that it is going to go to City Council one way or the other?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, final action is, the body has the ability to have something be final action. If the council requests a review of it, they will pull it forward. The planning department gives the council a layout of all the items and asks them if they're requesting review of the items. If they do not request a review of the item, then the item would be final action at Planning Commission.
Okay, so if it is approved tonight, it potentially could be final action unless someone on the council requests for it to come forward.
That's correct. If it's final action, then it would be that the council has not requested a review at this time, but any council person has the authority to pull it forward within 10 days of this motion.
Thank you, sir.
Commissioner Roush.
I make a motion to, excuse me, I make a motion to deny SCD 71492, major deviation, 21 8-foot sign, animated.
Thank you. A motion's on the floor for denial, and just reminding everybody, a yes vote would be for denial. That motion did not carry. Can we get a different motion?
Do we need a motion?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, through you, agenda item 15, SCD 71492, I move to go with staff's recommendation for approval.
Motion's on the floor for approval, subject to staff's conditions. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, this item is final action unless appealed to the city clerk within 10 days.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate the extra time you devoted to this, and we're still willing to meet with neighbors, as we said.
Moving on to item 28, abeyance GPA 69220, applicant Valley Bank of Nevada, owner Bank of North Las Vegas, for possible action on a request for a general plan amendment from DR, Desert Rural Density Residential, to R, Rural Density Residential, at the northeast corner of Charles Inn Avenue and Homestead Road, Ward 6. Staff recommends denial. Item 29, abeyance CON 69224, for possible action on a request for a rezone from RE Residential Estates RD Single Family Residential Restricted, Ward 6. Staff recommends denial. Item 30, WVR 71516, for possible action on a request for a waiver to allow no external street lights for proposed 20-lot residential subdivision, Ward 6. Staff recommends denial. 31, WVR 71517, for possible action on a request for a waiver to allow private streets to not be developed to public street standards behind a gate. Staff recommends denial. Item 32, VAR 71518, for possible action on a request for a variance to allow a 1.0 street connectivity ratio where 1.3 is required, no amenity zones, including sidewalks, amenity areas, off-site buffer strips, and on-site planting areas where such is required, and no curbs or gutters where such is required along Trails End Avenue, Homestead Road, and Moccasin Road, and to allow Trails End Avenue be at 37 feet in width where 47 feet is required. Staff recommends denial. And finally, item 33, TMP 71519, for possible action on a request for a tentative map for a 20-lot single-family residential subdivision, Ward 6. Staff recommends denial. Can we get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the applicant has proposed a general plan amendment and rezoning for a proposed 20-lot single-family residential subdivision with no sidewalk, landscape buffers, or streetlights. Once the general plan is amended and the sites are rezoned, a new tentative map could be requested for a higher density residential subdivision. These requests create an island of higher density residential amongst lower density residential development with no amenities such as sidewalk and landscaping for the residents. Therefore, staff is recommending denial of all requests. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Chris Kempfer. With me is Chip Maxfield. Also, we have the architect in the audience should you have any questions appropriate for his consideration. Well, we understand staff's recommendations of denial. We appreciate very much that some of the things that we're asking for are things that staff just simply can't accept. We do want you to know that the things that we're asking for are things that have been driven from our meetings with neighbors. Mr. Maxfield and I have met on no less than 4 different occasions with the neighbors. And I think it's important to point out that there's 2 different worlds almost out here. If you'll go to the overhead, if we could, please. What we have here is, this is our area right here. It's now owned by Valley Bank. This property here is part of the interlocal. We are not. We are allowed up to, half-acre lots. And if you look, when I say there's 2 different worlds, these homes in here, these lots in here, are 1 acre, 2 acres. There are a few half acres, but most of these are acre, acre and a half, 2 acre lots, and some even greater. Over here, on this side of this world, are lots that are half-acre lots. In the meetings that we had with the neighbors, and I don't want to characterize the majority, vast majority, whatever, but a good many of the neighbors with whom we met wanted it very clear that they wanted this project to be associated, because it's only half-acre lots, and it's funny we're saying only half-acre lots, it's still a decent-sized lot, but they want these homes pushed over and become part of this development and not part of theirs. So in order to do that, what we have done, and what we have here is a map that we've created, and this is Mr. Maxfield's writing over here. I actually have something that's printed out that I know I provided to staff and to Commissioner DeSalvino about the conditions that we agreed to. Now, here's, in our discussions with the neighbors, here are the things that were important to them. We wanted to have a maximum of 20 lots. Now, what's important about that is up here is a 300-foot easement with Nevada Energy. There are 20 lots, and if you took all of that 13 acres into consideration, there's 20 lots on 13 acres. That's an actual density here in this area of 1.7 units per acre. We're not allowed to count the easement that's there, but as a practical matter, you're looking at 20 lots on these 13. If the easement were not here, we could do 26 lots, half-acre lots, on that same 13. We're asking for 20. Now, why 20? Because some of the things that we're thinking about doing create significant costs, obviously, but also we want to create a community that is compatible mostly with the rural area in here. And what we asked is, we said, look, we could do 18 lots right now as a matter of right, but if we can get the 2 extra lots that we're talking about, here are some of the things that we're willing to do to keep this area rural and keep this away from this more rural neighborhood. Again, maximum 20 lots, 20,000 square foot gross minimum lots adjacent to Homestead and Trails End and the east property line of the property. So lots 1, 7, 8, and 14 through 20 are all minimum 20,000 square foot lots. Now that's a gross and doesn't take in this consideration the streets, but the neighbors know we're talking about a 20,000 square foot or more gross lot. There are 14,000 square foot gross minimum interior lots, which includes lots 2 through 6 and 9 through 13. So what we have done is, to get the 20 lots, we put the large lots on the outside, and on the interior, we have 14,000 square foot lot minimum. Now those 14,000, that's still a very large lot, but it's not the 20,000 square foot lots that you would normally see in an RE development. But still, large lots protected and shielded by the 20,000 square feet around them. Now, in addition to that, single-story homes adjacent to Homestead and to Trails End. What they didn't want to see was 2-story homes essentially overlooking the rural lifestyle that they have. They would like these homes to be behind the wall, single-story homes, so it didn't impact their particular, again, their particular lifestyle. An 8-foot-high decorative block screen fencing along Homestead and Trails End. So all the way along here is an 8-foot-high decorative block fence. Again, evidencing you belong over there, we belong over here. But there's something that that block wall represents as well. It's very important to these rural neighbors that they be able to get north of Moccasin. And to do that, they'll do that comfortably as long as there's a block wall there, as opposed to homes. If we were to do 18 units an acre, or 18 homes, they would exit out on Homestead and Trails End, which now creates conflict between the rural lifestyle and the horses that they would like to get up here and our particular development. Now, Homestead Road and Trails End to be built with rural standards. No sidewalk, no street lights, no curb and gutter on Homestead, and curb and gutter on Trails End if required by an approved drainage study. Pavement to be the minimum allowed width for both streets. Now, if you look at Trails End, you'll see that it ends here. This is a drainage channel, not a street. So Trails End really If you look, you'll see Trails End just really serves this property here. This parcel actually could be served by Trails End, but also has access on Homestead. Homestead Road, DG, gravel, chat, or approved bedding material to be placed on the east side of Homestead Road and the proposed block screen fencing. What we're talking about is they want something that the horses can easily use to get to the north. It's not the best that they ride on the street and asphalt, so we agreed to create that. Trails End Avenue roadway width to be reduced to 37 feet here. Again, we understand why staff cannot support these things. They just generally don't, and we respect that. But in this particular case, Trails End goes nowhere. It's dead ends here at this existing channel. The RE lots here are served and can be easily served by the 37-foot wide street, and this lot right here can be served also by Homestead as well. So we're not talking about a large number of properties that would be served by that road. But the importance of that is you're not creating this highway essentially in this rural area. It's a rural road here and a rural road here, and that's what the folks wanted. Interior house and street lighting to be low-level lighting. No city standard street lighting. Again, when you say no city standard street lighting, I understand when staff has to go, whoa, what do you mean no city standard street lighting? But again, those are the kinds of things that just don't work in a neighborhood that is as rural as this one. And they're saying it's important to us that lighting be kept down if possible. Construction traffic to access the project site from Durango and Moccasin only, so that we don't have trucks that are going down Homestead or Trails End. All construction traffic has to take Durango, go in here, and then enter the project there. Moccasin Road to be barricaded with Jersey rail or similar city-approved solid barricades immediately to the west side of the Moccasin entrance to the project. There presently is a barricade. What they're asking is that it be moved over here so that people use this, come in here, and there's no way to get into the project on Moccasin. Now, one of the things that we would agree that if Moccasin and when it's going to be developed, we would agree to put our fair share in now. And then at such time as Moccasin were to be built, you'd have that available to you. The tentative map to be filed and processed concurrently with the GPA and zone change. Why was that? Why has this been delayed for all of this time? So the tentative map could catch up with it. So that's why you're approving a tentative map now that says 20 lots on this entire piece, and the tentative map actually describes the lot numbers and the lot sizes. Now, staff is saying, well, somebody could come in and file a new tentative map or do something different. These are conditions of this zoning approval. And those conditions, someone would have to come in and ask to waive those conditions and say, we agreed previously to 20 lots, we want 25 lots, and they'd have to waive that condition, which I would assume, well, I'll be standing up with the neighbors saying you shouldn't grant something when we stood up here and said 20 lots, and that's all that should be there. And all of the above items to be conditions of approval of the zone change or the tentative map approvals as staff sees fit. So again, we understand the denial. That's what staff's job is, to look to see if something strictly meets their code. This does not. But the reality is, if it did meet the code, it would adversely affect these neighbors in this area. And so we would respectfully request approval of our application as filed. We do know there are some neighbors here to speak. There may be neighbors on both sides. We don't know. But we would respectfully request your approval, subject to all of the conditions that I have read into the record. Thank you.
Thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone wanting to be heard, please come forward. We have 3 microphones, and as soon as I don't see anybody at a microphone, I'm going to close the public hearing, so everybody please come forward.
Hi.
Good evening.
I'm Bonnie Schoening. I live at 8500 Rocky Avenue. I'm just at the north side of this project. I have a petition here of 32 signatures that are against the proposed zoning change. And the channel he's talking about is a flood control ditch between the place that he's talking about and the D.R. Horton place that's on the east side. We would like to keep our rural zoning. We want to keep our horses out there. I was supposed to also mention that the county has put a freeze on any zoning change out there, and the city was supposed to kind of co-inherit with that, and I would like that to be kept in record, that we would like to keep our zoning the way it is. We don't want the houses. I don't want to look at an 8-foot block wall from my backyard. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Hi, my name is Alan Kist. I live at 10620 Fourview Street. I am just to the west of this project. I would back onto where Mr. Maxfield's writing is. I can't believe I'm going to say that I would wish you approve this map. Mostly, I wish this would all stay acres. It's not zoned for acres, it's zoned for half acres. If they could be real half acres, that would be a wonderful thing. To me, the biggest thing to approve this thing is to make all the access through Malkinson Road and down Durango Road so that their traffic does not impact our rural area to the west. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Margaret Crane, 8645 Trails End Avenue. I don't want this project. However, their proposals are the lesser of all the evils we were presented with, and I would like it approved.
Thank you. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Chairman and Commissioner. My name is John Crane, 8645 Trails End. Is there any way to pull up the overhead?
Yes, we can go to the overhead. Just give us one moment. We're there.
I live right here. We have horses that we ride out here, and I would like to motion to approve this because the way they're going to develop this, traffic's going to come in off of Durango, come down Moccasin. It's going to keep all the traffic of those 20 homes, that each one of them is going to at least have 2 cars. So I'm not happy with the size, but I'd rather have their proposal than have another developer come in there and just take 18 lots instead of 20. So, I mean, the developers are working with the neighborhoods to make it work because we don't have any streetlights out there. We don't have any sidewalks. It's a rural area. I live on this 2.5 acres, like I said, and we have to have access to ride our horses out here. And if you let somebody else come in here and develop it, they're going to put in half-acre lots, and they're going to come in off a homestead, and we go take our horses down there without that 8-foot block wall. There's issues with horses and asphalt. They don't work well together. So I'm definitely for this. I mean, I know there's people that are opposed to it, but in the long run, for the people that live in this rural area, it's going to be to our benefit to keep it fenced in. So I'm definitely for it.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Seeing no one else, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing and turn this over to the Planning Commission for discussion and possible action, starting with Commissioner Del Savio.
Thank you very much. First of all, I'd like to start out by saying that I was involved with the meetings prior to even being considered a planning commissioner. I had no thoughts that that would even happen, but I could tell you that this did go back and forth about 4 times at the YMCA with Mr. Maxfield and Mr. Kempfer, and I pretty much showed up to, I think, 3 of the 4. The most important one was the ones that were the last one that, with the list of demands, because after the community understood that a developer has the right to develop their land, and it was pretty much going to happen some way or another, we made it an agreement that, well, the people that live in that area made an agreement that said, okay, well, if that's the case, then I would like these list of conditions in order for us to feel comfortable with allow us to have, like the gentleman stated, have his horses go up and down Homestead without any issues. So this went back and forth for some time, and like I said, at that point in time, I was just a concerned citizen of the community myself. And I think both parties did a tremendous job to take something from nothing and turn it into something. So with that said, I have never seen anybody get a hold of me in the last, I think we've been working at this for 4 to 5 months. I would have to say would be a fair guess from when I started getting involved with it to becoming a planning commissioner. And I've never received any opposition from anybody outside of that meeting, the last meeting that was taking place about 4 months ago. So with that said, I would like to entertain a motion to approve this with the conditions that were given to the Planning Commission and the ones that were read into the record by Mr. Kenfer.
Okay, but actually, let's not take a motion just yet, because I think other people might want to speak on this. Commissioner Roush?
Thank you, Chairman. I met with this applicant, and again, I have no problem per se with the actual development plan. My concern, again, has to do with the schools being overcrowded. I think we've got a situation where the schools are almost 20% overcrowded in the elementary and 17% in the high school. We've got to start figuring this out, and I'm going to continue to go on record until we figure out a solution with the school district or with the developers to figure out how we're going to pay for more schools. I don't even know how they sell lots at this point. I mean, if it were me and I was coming in to buy a home there, I would say, how are your schools? And they have to honestly sit there and say, your school that your kids are going to go to is 120% of capacity or 140% of capacity. It's crazy. So for that reason, I will not be able to support this tonight. Secondarily, the applicant is not the ultimate builder. It's a bank, and as such, this is purely speculative, so this is just going to be in front of us again. So I'll be voting no tonight, but I apologize.
Thank you. And I have a question for Mr. Kemper. You made some comment as I was discussing a couple items on this with the Director Lowenstein. So you made a comment stating that at some point in the future you would go ahead and pay for the improvements now that might occur on Moccasin in the future, or did I hear that incorrectly?
No, you heard that correctly. It's my understanding that if Moccasin, no one wants Moccasin or needs Moccasin to go through now. That doesn't mean that at some point in time Moccasin might not be required. And as you know, with every development, you're required to participate in the development of those streets that are adjacent to your property. And so I was just saying if that's a requirement that the city would have, we would honor that.
Okay.
Well, Chip has, all right.
Mr. Chairman, so just to clarify that a little bit, with what you had mentioned, what Mr. Kemper mentioned, the specifics that we had talked about in doing would be to design Moccasin as a full half-street, which is normal and typical, and not just improve it, but then pay into the city the cost of what that improvement is. So in the future, whenever the city decided in the years down the road that Moccasin was then needed, then you would have the funds from this development to go ahead and make that improvement. Everybody recognizes that at some point in time, Moccasin will most likely be built. But so it's at the very far north extreme end of the city of Las Vegas and the county that's developable. So it'll probably be some years before it's actually needed.
And can I get your name and address?
I'm sorry, Chip Maxfield, 5113 Palm View Drive, Las Vegas, Nevada.
Thank you. And a question for Public Works. So this is something that I've been talking to Public Works about for quite some time. If the developers aren't going to put in the street improvements or the street lights or the curb and gutter and sidewalks and everything else, just to make sure that developers aren't just trying to get away from it and use the neighborhoods as and the neighbors as an excuse to cut cost, why don't we charge the developers, a fee for all that? I know the underground street lights and or the underground conduit for the street lights are required to go in by the developer for future installation, and they either have to pay the city for the street lights or they have to go purchase the street lights and bring them to the city. And this is the first time I'm hearing of a developer coming and offering up to pay the city for improvements and not do the improvements right now. but I don't see it as any, in the backup and any of the conditions. So how would Public Works go about, taking money from a developer at this point for future development of Moccasin or any of the streets?
Sure, Mr. Chairman, we haven't, customarily done that in the past. We don't have a code that backs up that process besides the covenant running plan. But in this case, yes, Mr. Maxwell did have a meeting with our director, and that was talked about. We never finalized, I think, what that would be. Right now, there's actually a couple of design projects that are going to build some massive storm drain down on Moccasin. And so we had talked about two different things, because if improvements are in and we use, like drainage study monies to construct the improvements, we only replace what's there at the time. We can use, the drainage money to replace what's there at the time. And so there's kind of a catch-22. Do we have them build it now when it's just going to be torn up in the future? And so we hadn't really come to, a condition. So you don't see a condition there. We can, since this is going to go to council in either event, we can maybe have something ready for council at council if we continue discussions about a contribution for improvements on Moccasin.
Okay. What I would like to give you direction to discuss this with other members of Public Works on how we can charge developers for not putting in the improvements, and not just in these rural areas, even in downtown, because people try getting away from doing it. And it's one thing if it's a commercial development, and you're signing a covenant running with the land, because the commercial developer, he's going to end up having to put the improvements in at some point, or another commercial developer coming in will have to put them in. But signing a covenant running with the land where developers get by without putting in any improvements, and then 20 years, 30 years, we might need improvements on some of these projects. The covenant running with the land, we don't run back to the developers and say, hey, give us some money. We run straight to the homeowners and say, your HOA fees are going to increase by $150 a month to help pay for these. So if we get the money, then the city would have those funds in the future. They could use those funds for whatever they need it today, and then in the future use those funds for, putting in the improvements. So if you could talk to your staff and see if there's anything that we could do, and I know that's not going to happen overnight, but I would appreciate it. I've brought it up many a times and want to see if we can do something about that.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we'll be working on a code change for that.
Thank you. Yes.
Mr. Chairman, if I might, just quickly to address Commissioner Roush's concern about the schools. We did not contact the schools here, but I have contacted the schools on many occasions with many projects. And I do have to tell you that a lot of times the response we get is it's development that generates the money necessary for us to be able to build new schools. So it's kind of a difficult problem, that they find themselves in, because yes, is the school overcrowded? But what gets money to build schools is the development. And so as a consequence, if this were to just stay fallow, it doesn't help the school, but at least by building out this site, some funds will be going forward to the school district to hopefully build schools and expand on schools where they're needed. So,
thank you. If there's no further comments, I'll look for a motion.
Mr. Chairman?
Oh, but before we have a motion, could I ask the Director Lowenstein to clarify the conditions?
Sure, Mr. Chairman. One point of clarification, there will be no conditions on a general plan or a rezoning application. They will be on either the waivers, the variances, or the tentative map.
okay.
I have, I believe, what you have handed out as far as the conditions. It's been advertised as 20 lots, so any increase in the number of lots would have to come back to public hearing anyway. So I think that's kind of redundant, but we can still place that in there. A maximum of 20 lots. Next one that was read in was a 20,000 square feet gross minimum lot adjacent to Homestead Road, Trail End Avenue, and the eastern property line of the project, which lot size include the private streets for the purpose of determining lot size square footage, lot numbers 1, 7, 8, 14 through 20. Now, in regards to that, you have submitted materials to us from September 6th that don't jive with a lot going to the center of the street line on the tentative submittal, so between now and City Council, expect revised plans.
All right, I'm glad the architect is in the audience. He can, engineer, I'm sorry, so he can address that. Yes, sir.
The next point was 14,000 square foot gross minimum interior lots, which lot sizes include the private streets from purposes of determining lot size square footage, lots number 2 through 6 and 9 through 13. Single-story homes adjacent to Homestead Road and Trails End Avenue, that's lots 1 and 14 through 20.
Mr. Lowenstein, Mr. Chairman, if I could jump in this point.
Please do.
It's sort of related to the other condition and request of having a 37-foot street, because the lot square footage are directly tied to what is taken out of the street. I wanted the commission to reconsider the request for the 37-foot street, because what this does on Trails End is it does not provide for the future of a public sidewalk. And that's why we're recommending denial of the 37-foot wide Trails End street width, because even though the improvements are being deferred through the project, it doesn't allow for the future expansion ever. So if this is approved, we will never be able to get a fully standard public street, even 50 years or 100 years from now, because we'd have to purchase it if we wanted to from these future residents' backyards. And so it is related to the second request of the 20 square foot minimum lots. If there could be something where those lots are, just less than the 20,000 square feet, because they include the 5 foot for the Trails End future sidewalk. What is with the RD zoning and setbacks? I don't think it's not really a public works thing that we look at normally, but with the RD setbacks with an RE lot, I think you'll have the same visual effect from the street, even if you take the 5 feet away from the 20,000 gross square footage. So I just wanted the commission to consider that before making the motions, and if it is the desire of the commission to allow the 37-foot street, I'll need to modify one of the conditions in the variance. Variance, I think it's 71518.
Continue on, there is, after the single-story homes adjacent to Homestead Road and Trails End Avenue, that's being lots number 1 and 14 through 20, it would go into an 8-foot high decorative block screen fencing along Homestead Road and Trails End Avenue. The next one is Homestead Road and Trail End Avenue to be built with rural road standards, no sidewalk, no street lights, no curbs and gutters on Homestead Road, curbs and gutters on Trails End if required by approved drainage study, pavement to be the minimum width for both streets. I believe that's almost covered by the request that's being made and advertised. Homestead Road to be decomposed gravel, DG, gravel, chat, or approved bedding material to be placed on the east side of Homestead Road and the proposed block screen fencing. Lucian just addressed the Trails End Avenue roadway width to be reduced to 37-foot wide public streets. That would have to amend the variance application when we get to that particular item. And then interior house and street light levels to be low level, no city standard street light. Now, you're advertised only for exterior street lights, for the removal of those, not for the interior street lights. So, Lucian, do you have a suggestion on lighting levels for interior street light, other than LED fixtures with focused?
Honestly, through the chair, we don't have, if we were to recommend a standard for private street, we would use the public street standard, so we don't, besides the public lighting, we don't have another recommendation.
So as of right now, that's not advertised and was not part of the public notice, so that's something that you'd have a subsequent application that would have to roll to actually get that.
All right. It's not possible for us to just say as a condition there would be no streetlights on those interior streets, or no?
Well, right now, I believe you're advertised to have no exterior
Okay.
and doesn't reference anything to the interior not meeting public standard.
It actually, Mr. Lowenstein, under item 31, would it fit underneath that waiver 71517 to allow private streets to not be developed to public street standards behind a gate?
That would be inclusive of the street width, sidewalks, amenity zone, and that nature. All right, staff's indicating to me that they have included as part of 31 as part of the request. So then we can have as read before, that condition. I'll restate it. Interior house and street lights will be low-level lighting, no city standard street lighting. Construction traffic to access the project site from Durango and Moccasin only. Moccasin Road to be barricaded with Jersey rail or similar city-approved solid barricades immediately on the west side of the Moccasin entrance to the project.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, through you, we can modify condition 9 of the tentative map. Currently it says the proposed gated entry shall comply with standard drawing 2221. I can add a sentence to that says barricading of Moccasin shall meet the approval of the city traffic engineer to cover that.
All right.
Thank you.
Then it says tentative map to be filed and processed concurrent with the GPA and rezoning change that's happening right now. It's redundant, does not needed. And the next one was all above items conditioned with the tentative map, which one will be, or actually two on the amended variance, and the rest will be on the tentative map when the motion's made. And Lucian, can you clarify when the variance comes up, which conditions those are where? Thank you.
And the applicant agrees with all the conditions that were read so far?
Yes, we do. Did you have anything to say, Jeff, about NV Energy?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And regarding Trails End, where we have a request in for 37 feet, and we understand the public works side and everything that was said, what we've been trying to do is, with the Public Works Director, Mr. Bowers, and myself, and Mr. Kemper, meet with NV Energy. The issue from our side is we're between a rock and a hard spot, and we understand fully what the standard is for a public street in the narrowest that it can be. The reason this came about is we had committed to the neighbors for particular lot sizes, which is incredibly important to them, and we've pushed and pulled and tugged, and we've gone to NV Energy and asked them if we are able to...
Do you agree or not agree, and what do you agree with and what do you not agree with?
So what we agree with is a 37-foot wide street. What we prefer not to have is a 47-foot wide street, because then it reduces our lot square footages. So I was hoping that maybe we can get a condition that upon NV Energy saying yes or no, if we can utilize a portion of their easement, which is our client's private property, to expand the roadway for that additional 5 feet, then we would be willing and accept the 47-foot wide street. And if they say no, we would appreciate a 37-foot wide street for Trails End.
Okay, but I think that's what is already being requested on item number 32, unless Lucian,
Sure,
did the
Mr.
amended
Chairman.
condition take away the 37 feet?
So the condition in the variance item number 32, we actually made it so that we would have to have this discussion about the 47 versus the 37. When we get to that variance, if it's the commission's desire, I can possibly modify the conditions of the variance. I guess I'm looking more for direction from the commission to say, yes, we want the 37, or no, we don't want the 37. I can take into consideration what the applicant said about NV Energy and craft that in the condition, so we can, you know, possibly still get the 47 if NV Energy gives up another 5 feet in the NV Energy easement. But then that would leave us, if NV Energy says no, then we'd be stuck with the 37. And I know from the public works standpoint, we don't really want to be stuck with the 37.
Okay. So would you be fine with the amended condition that Lucian presented?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So I think the way I want to go ahead and handle this is to go ahead and start with items 28 and 29, then whenever we get to a particular item where we need to apply any of these amended conditions, we can ask Mr. Lowenstein and Public Works to help us out. So could we go ahead and start with a motion on 28?
Mr. Chairman, DeSalvio for the record, I would like to make a motion to approve item 28 with the conditions that were read by Mr. Lowenstein into the record, GPA 69220.
Okay, and there's no amended conditions on this GPA. Those will come on the later matters. So there's a motion on the floor to approve item 28. Please cast your vote. And that motion carries.
Motion to approve item 29, ZON 69224.
Thank you. Please cast your vote. The motion carries.
Item number 30, Mr. Chairman, WVR 71516. Motion to approve.
Motion on the floor for approval of item 30. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, motion to approve item 31, WVR 71517.
Motion's on the floor. Please cast your vote. And that motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, motion to approve item 32, VAR 71518.
And would you like to add the amended condition?
With the amended conditions.
And if we can get Public Works just to read that amended condition in?
Sure. It would be, if the site can be modified by adding 5 feet from the NV Energy easement, the right-of-way width of Trails End Avenue shall be a minimum of 47 feet centered on the center line. Otherwise, it shall be 37 feet centered on the center line.
Okay, and the applicant's fine with that?
Yes,
Okay.
we accept that.
All right. Motion's on the floor with the amended condition. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
And Mr. Chairman, last but not least, item number 33, TMP 71519. Motion to approve, please.
Okay. Mr. Lowenstein, if you could speed read through those.
Sure, there shall be a maximum of 20 lots, 20,000 square foot gross minimum lots adjacent to Homestead Road, Trails End Avenue, and the east property line of the property. East property line of the project, which lot sizes include private streets for the purpose of determining lot size, square footage, lots number 1, 7, 8, and 14 through 20, 14,000 square foot gross minimum interior lots, which lot sizes include the private streets for the purpose of determining lot size, square footage, lots numbers 2 through 6 and 9 through 13, single-story homes adjacent to Homestead and Trail End Avenue, lots number 1 and 14 through 20, an 8-foot decorative block screen fencing along Homestead Road and Trails End Avenue shall be provided. Homestead Road and Trail End Avenue to be built with rural road standards, no sidewalk, no street lights, no curb and gutter on Homestead Road, curb and gutter on Trails End Avenue as street avenue if required by the approved drainage study, pavement to be the minimum allowed width of both streets. Homestead Road, DG gravel chat or approved bedding materials to be placed on the east side of Homestead Road and the proposed block screen fencing. Interior house and street lighting to be low-level lighting, no city standard street lighting. Construction traffic to access the project site from Durango and Moccasin only. And Lucian, I'm not sure if you had comment on the Moccasin Road to be barricaded with Jersey rail or similar city-approved solid barricades immediately on the west side of Moccasin entrance to the project.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, through that was a modification of condition 9, which is just an additional sentence saying barricading of Moccasin shall meet the approval of the city traffic engineer.
Thank you. Do you all agree to all the modified conditions and added conditions?
Yes, yes, sir, we do. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
With that said, I'd like to make item 33, make a motion for approval on TMP 71519.
Thank you. Motion for approval, subject to staff's conditions and modified conditions as read into the record. And that motion carries.
Thank you very much, and good evening, everyone.
Director Lowenstein.
Mr. Chairman, those items will be moving forward to the November 15, 2017 City Council meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to item 34, Advanced GPA 69192, applicant owner Steve Dimulus, for possible action on a request for a general plan amendment from DR Desert Rural Density Residential to SC Service Commercial at 4801 Ricky Road, Ward 5, Barlow. Staff recommends denial. 35, Advance ZON 69193 for possible action on a request for rezoning from RE Residential Estates to C1 Limited Commercial, Ward 5, Barlow. Staff recommends denial. And finally, item 36, SDR 71490 for possible action on a request for a site development plan review for a proposed 6,032 square foot office building with a waiver to allow a 10-foot landscape buffer along the north property line where 15 feet is required. Ward 5, Barlow. Staff recommends approval. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, the subject site is located within the Rural Preservation Overlay and is surrounded by existing large lot single-family residences. The applicant has proposed to develop the site with an office shell building and has requested a waiver and exception from the minimum landscape requirements, which diminish the ability of the commercial building to be adequately buffered from the existing surrounding residential neighborhood. In addition, the proposed limited commercial district would allow uses such as banquet facilities and medical clinics, which are too intense for the surrounding residential area. Therefore, staff is recommending a denial of all requests. Please note additional letters of protest have been received since publication. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, sir.
Dennis Rusk, 522 East Twain, representing the applicant, and the applicant is here with me. This is Steve.
Steve Dimulus, 5574 West Alexander Road.
Thank you.
First of all, I would like to direct our attention to the site plan that I developed and the ordinance. I believe staff has erred on the setback, the landscaping on the north side. The Title 19 is very clear that when a principal structure is built at a less restrictive building setback, the setback is what shall prevail. The setback is 10 feet, and if you can see on the north side, there's a sidewalk right here. I worked very diligently, but I could never get an answer on whether the sidewalk is going to be in the right-of-way of Ricky or on Steve's property, where he would have to dedicate that 5 feet into the right-of-way. So taking that into consideration, I went 5 feet for the sidewalk, an additional 10 feet, which is 15 feet from the property line. So if the sidewalk is in the right-of-way, I'll have clearly 15 feet of landscaping. If it isn't, then I have 10 feet setback where this section of Title 19 would apply, that the setback will prevail over the landscaping requirement. That's number one. Number two, there was an issue I read in the report that said that we needed to provide enclosure around the dumpster. We have. It is there. The other issue that I have is the landscaping islands every 6 feet. Now, I've searched through the ordinance, and I cannot find that when you have parking that's adjacent to and butts up against a buffer landscaping area, that it also requires landscaping islands every 6 feet. It does on the interior, but not parking on the exterior of a lot. In 40 years, I've never seen a detail or description that requires both buffered landscaping and landscaping aisles for every 6 pieces. The intent of the ordinance is that shade trees are provided for the landscaping, and on the buffer we have trees 20 feet on center, which is roughly every 2, sometimes 3 spaces, which far exceeds the 6-space requirement. So I did not ask for a waiver for that because I don't believe that it's required. And I also know that staff normally is required to object to anything that would change the general plan amendment or anything that would require that kind of a change. But in this particular place, Decatur is a multi-lane with median major street. Across the street to the east is a huge multi-family unit developed in North Las Vegas. North Las Vegas is across the street. This is on the very edge of the rural preservation area for the Northwest. We met with those people on several occasions. I specifically went there with Councilman Barlow to work out the issues with the neighbors, and we believe that we have a concurrence that although it would be nice if somebody built a house here, in practical speaking, it'll never happen. No one's ever going to build a house on that corner on that busy street. So this is probably the very best use that we could come for the neighborhood to use this property rather than leaving it as a trash collector. If any questions, I'll be pleased to answer them.
Thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone wanting to be heard, please come forward. If I could ask you gentlemen to step back into the front row. Good evening.
Hi. Chairman Slotman, Commissioners. Lex Anderson, 3709 Waterhole Street. I'm the historian for NARA, the Northwest Area Residents Association. We've been in business for some 2 decades. You all know us. I'll be brief. For us, this is a no-brainer. Like what Dennis says, no one's ever going to build a house on that property. Things have changed a lot in the last 20 or 30 years. I'll be real short. From a Title 19 perspective, of course, Mr. Lowenstein, planning is correct on this, but C1 is really appropriate for us to take care of that piece of ground. We've had a lot of experience with C1 with the Gowan Rancho Business Park. Works out really well. We've dealt with that for like 20 years now. Steve has come a long way from his first proposal. We like it a lot. I've personally interviewed the immediate neighbors. They're all for it. That's not entirely true. Doug lives on the corner. He's going to be moving soon. He doesn't fancy the idea of construction be going on while he's got his house up for sale, but it is what it is. See, I just want to show you on the overhead. You got the overhead already. This is important for us. Right here. Okay, here's Steve's lot, right here on the corner of Ricky and Decatur. You got that, okay? Right here at the other end, on Donnie, there's 3 other lots. They're certainly going to go C1 sometime in the future, all right? If Steve builds what he says he's going to build, and we like it, a 1-story, benign, low-profile commercial business that'll set a precedent for the future for this corner down on Donnie and Decatur, and it'll happen sometime. Let's see. So we're really looking forward to him doing what he plans to do. We do not anticipate this being a bait and switch. We've got a neighborhood association meeting on the 24th. He's invited to come back again and talk to us. We'd like to see some of the bigger maps with more detail of the office and like that. So that's pretty much it. We're looking forward to it going to the city council, and we're looking forward to getting that piece of dirt taken care of. Right now, it's like a used car parking lot. It captures dust, captures everything you can imagine, and we're looking at this as progress for our neighborhood association. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Seeing no other people, please come forward. I'll give you a few minutes for a rebuttal. I don't think you really need a rebuttal to that, but
Yes, Chairman, I'd like to add, in addition to, I'm a resident of Nara.
name and address again?
Pardon me?
Your name and address?
Steve Demoulas, 5574 West Alexander Road, which is in Nara, the area, and I live about 5 blocks away from the property. So I'm a resident, of the area. So I'm not a, out-of-town kind of developer. I lived there for 8 years, and I'm going to be there for the rest of my life. That's what I'm planning to do.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go ahead and turn this over to the Planning Commission.
Could I ask one question, though?
Go ahead.
I don't thoroughly understand condition number 18. I'm in agreement with all the other conditions, but if I could have number 18 explained to me, I'm a little fuzzy on what it means.
We'll take a look at that, and we'll get back to you
Thank
in
you.
a few minutes once staff has a chance to pull that up. Commissioner Creer, would you like to start?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would have liked to have known a little bit more about the project, but I know that there's this area, since it is on Decatur, which is a pretty active street for the most part, even though it's in a rural area. And from what you plan to do, it doesn't seem like to be too obtrusive to the neighborhood. And if the neighbors seem to be in favor of it, then I'm in favor of it as well. Just so, will you enter and exit off of Decatur and not Rickey? Is that where your entrance, your egress and ingress?
Our primary entrance will be off of Decatur, but we have to have, for fire department circulation, that type of thing, we do have to have an entrance off of Rickey, as shown on our plan.
Is that valid? We have the fire department, or Lucian, I should ask.
The access issues are that you have to have access to all 3 sides or all 4 sides of the building. I'd have to review the actual site to see if the secondary access is actually required.
We don't always have that, so I'm wondering, how do we decide which does and which does not? Because we always, I wouldn't want access coming in off of the residential road on Rickey, which is more residential, than coming in off of Decatur.
I can appreciate that. The building will be fully sprinkled as well. It's up to the will of the Planning Commission.
So, Lucian, is there a way to verify that has to be a condition, that there has to be an entrance and a egress and ingress off of Rickey? Do you know?
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chairman, could you repeat the question again?
So my question is, if you look at the map of what they're doing, Rickey is a residential street for the most part, and I wouldn't want traffic coming in and out of Rickey Street versus, traffic being in and out of Decatur, which is more of a commercially zoned street. And the applicant is saying that he's required to put an entrance on Rickey Street.
Well,
and I wanted to know if that was valid.
Sure, Mr. Chairman, I can have fire can speak to the requirement for access. As far as from the Public Works access, we're not, it's not that we said you needed an access here. The site plan came in and reviewed it as submitted. One positive thing about the access at Rickey is it allows you to make left turns from Rickey onto Decatur. So today, because of the median island in Decatur, if you were to limit driveways to just Decatur, it would be right in, right out, and they would eventually, if they wanted to go northbound, they'd have to do a U-turn somewhere around Decatur. With the opening at Rickey, as say egress only, they can come out on Rickey and have a potential for a left turn northbound on Decatur. So I mean, we didn't again require the access there, but as submitted, it was shown when they submitted. that there.
Okay. I'd like to hear if any other of my fellow commissioners have any comments.
Through the chair, I understand the commissioner's concern about the entrance and exiting. Can it be conditioned that it's one way? Would that maybe help solve the problem, Commissioner?
Yeah, I'm not trying to make this more difficult. I know that you guys have spoken to the neighbors, and if no neighbors have made any concerns about it, I would have a concern about it if I was living on Rickey. But if...
Commissioner, may I add something?
I can't hear you.
May I add something, Commissioner?
What would you like to add?
The reason is the Decatur going south is about 45 miles an hour, and the Rickey is a way out so you can safely merge it to Decatur. So we use that as going through, through Decatur and then coming maybe out of Rickey, because the building is going to be set for medical and usually elderly, which need their time to exit. So we considered the flow of traffic and the type of clientele that, or patrons that we're going to facilitate there.
Thank you.
So it would be a way to get out safer, take your time, and merge into the main boulevard.
Okay. Any other comments from the...
Yes, I do. What's the intention? Medical office?
Yeah, medical offices and soft commercial insurances, chiropractic care, dental.
Mr. Lowenstein, do all those uses require the C1 zone? I just don't understand why we're going with C1 zoning when there's a less intense zoning that we might be able to put on this property and do what you, still do what you want to do. I mean, because you pretty much can throw a tire shop on there if we give you C1 zoning. So, not to put you on the spot, but
Mr. Chairman, for medical offices, general personal services, if it was an O designation, those would be permitted uses within that designation.
and I think that would be a lot more appropriate considering that it's surrounded by nothing but houses. So I couldn't support this as being C1 because you're asking for zoning that you don't even need.
No, we like that option, but I consider my neighbors and we discuss it through our meetings. And I'm not going to do anything that encroach my neighbors because I live there, as I mentioned. I am my neighbor. Everybody knows me, and I live 5 blocks away.
You're not, but you can sell this property tomorrow, or you could sell it in 10 years. For the next 100 years, it's going to be C1 zoning, and in 100 years, I'm not even going to be here.
Yeah.
So therefore, this could change to, you know, you could have a whole bunch of different uses that goes into this property, and I just think it's overzoned that particular parcel right there, so I just couldn't support it without it being, you know, office. But that's my opinion.
No, Mr. Chair, you are correct. You're 100% correct. I appreciate you bringing to my attention. And I do believe that we should make it appropriate zoning. Because you do. If you do get this C1 zoning, I mean, the value of the property is going to skyrocket. One, you could turn around and sell it and move to the Dominican. And so I'm not saying you will or you will not, but that is a bona fide option. And the chair is absolutely right. I think that the zoning is too intensive for this, and I was remiss, and I'm glad he brought it to the board's attention.
Commissioner, may I add, I'm a Clark County employee. I never dreamed of doing what you're saying.
Thank you.
You know, but I like to have all the options there. That's what I would try to do.
Sir, do me a favor?
Yeah.
I got you.
Okay.
Completely got you. I understand. But it's not a matter of you. Things could happen, and then this is zoned C1, and it's overzoned. So I concur with you. Would we be in a position would he have to resubmit with a different item, or could we make an amendment for?
I mean, there's two options here. The applicant can tell us no, we want you to vote on what's currently here, and someone can make a motion for approval or denial of the C1 zoning and the rezone and all their applications. Or option two, whoever the motion maker is, could ask the applicant if they would be okay with going with the less intense land use. But it's only if the applicant agrees to it.
Do you understand the options? Do you understand the options, sir?
I'm wondering what zoning that you then would approve.
We're saying that it would be for office. Is that what it is, Mr. Lowenstein? Is that the zoning that would be appropriate for their intent?
Depending on the uses and what they're saying their intent is, if it's medical office and general purpose service, you can accomplish that in the O designation. But let's be cognizant of their submitted site development review, which has standards to the C1 zoning district, which if you go to O, the site development review quite possibly is out of conformance with those development standards, and subsequent applications for this current configuration would be needed. Front setback would then increase to 25 feet, and therefore it looks like there would need a variance for that. So that I would keep that in mind if you're changing what the request is.
Would they have to refile another application to change it to O and then file with the different zonings? Would that be an additional cost to them, or is that just something they have to refile and we could obey it, get it situated, and then
through you, Mr. Chairman, the request to a lesser intensity can be handled through the motion.
Right.
The variances that may result from the change in development standards associated with the amended request, those items would have to be filed and catch up to these applications. So in one way or another, these items would have to be held.
Could we change it to O if they so designated, deny the building and the service commercial, but then they would have an opportunity to review it at City Council to get it in conformance with O?
You can have an amended request for the general plan and the rezoning and do a denial of the site development review. At that point, when you amend the request, it basically throws the site development review as not an applicable application. You probably would then just have to hold it, all the items, until the variance is caught up.
Mr. Lowenstein, what would this request a variance versus just a waiver?
The setback requirements are part of the code that would require a variance versus being part of a waiver of a site development review, which could be included in a site development review. But it would take more than the couple of moments I have up here to review the site for, against addition, a separate zoning district category.
Okay.
Could I please point out that any more intense use of a C1 would probably require either a conditional or a special use permit, and that would have to come back before this board. So I really think that the C1 is probably the most appropriate with this design.
Okay. I don't believe that to be the case.
Well, if you don't mind, if I could ask,
please,
someone from the planning staff, what's some of the particular uses that could go in here that wouldn't require a special use permit? And I mean, because we know if there's a special use permit, we're going to see it.
Mr. Chairman, if you like, so some different uses that can be permitted or are conditional in a C1 could include a auto parts accessory installation, could include an auto smog check, automobile repossession agency, a banquet facility, a building maintenance and service and sales location, a business school, a catering service, church house of worship, let's see, commercial recreation amusement indoor facility, a community residence, convalescent care, and convalescent care facility nursing home. Those are just a few that get me through the the Cs. Again, it's a relatively comprehensive list, but there are any number of uses that are permitted or conditional in a C1 that would not rise to a planning commission review.
So all of the uses that you just read into the record would be a conditional use permit, which the city approves without coming to planning commission.
Some of those uses, Mr. Chairman, are actually permitted that I just read. Others are conditional that are reviewed administratively, and if they meet conditions or approved administratively, again, do not require planning commission review.
Thank you.
Mr. Millis, let me ask you a question. Would you be willing to change this to go from RE to the O designation for office? Or are you, before we continue the conversation?
I would be concerned that it would force us to cut the building size down dramatically in order to meet the setback requirements in an O.
So was that a yes or is that a no?
Well, I don't know if it's practicable to build a building that's, 4,000, 4,500 square feet for the shiz because of the setback requirements, the additional setback requirements that are necessary in an O designation.
Would you like to hold this for 30 days then for you to review that and see if you want to come back in front of this board to see if
would you be amenable to a variance for the setbacks?
Well, I don't know. We would have to see the entire agenda item. I would have to understand what that means. That's why I'm saying before we go down this route, if you aren't even amicable to going to the O designation, then I don't want to have the board and staff go down a route of mapping out what those conditions might be. Or you can decide, I'm not trying to put you on the spot now either, if you would like to come back in 30 days and work with staff and see how that goes and see if it makes sense for you, or if you want to continue to come through with the C1 designation, that's your prerogative.
While we're waiting, Commissioner Roush.
Chairman, thank you. I appreciate that. I just had a couple of quick comments. I did have to go to the bathroom for a minute, so I didn't see anybody come down from the public comment. Were there any complaints tonight? This has been kicking around since April, and it's been on the agenda for a very long time, and I'd like to see it resolved tonight if possible. That said, to go from RE to C1 is a very big jump. You have something in your justification letter that's concerning to me, and I just want to go on the record to say that it is not the policy nor it is the duty of this board to financially enrich you one way or the other. The comment that you made has to do with the fact that you said that the best solution for this site, to divest this site, and best solution in keeping mind with the city is to zone it for C1. I don't think that that's something that we're here to contemplate today. We're trying to do what's in the best interest of the property. And furthermore, we're not here to try to help you do what's economically most viable for you. And like the chairman said, you could turn around and sell the property tomorrow. But with that said, I very much recognize the hardship that it creates on you to try to make a decision here on the spot to say, let's make this an O designation or a PO designation. I think that that's a hardship that's a bridge too far to make a decision on last minute. So I'm inclined to vote on this tonight. I'm inclined to vote yes for the C1 with the understanding that you'd be before us for a more intensive use. And that's primarily because I didn't see anybody object or come here in opposition. And this has been going on for a very long time, so I guess I have to surmise that the neighborhood's okay with it and would probably like to see something finally built here. And with my background in commercial real estate, I do know that you've got to have a building that's flexible enough to get a tenant. And if you start squashing things down, it may not make sense. But I just want to say that with that backdrop of it is not our job to find a way to economically enrich you here today. I hope you understand that.
Yes. Mr. Chair.
Yes.
If we approve or deny this, it's got to go to City Council anyways for approval. If you want to move this forward, we can take a vote on this. I can tell you that I'm going to go with staff's recommendation for denial based off of the C1 intensity of it. But you do have an opportunity to go to City Council, and they do make the final decision.
You know, we worked very diligently with the community and with Mr. Barlow, Councilman Barlow and everybody. So there's no pushback from anybody, so I don't understand this.
Okay. Well, then, why don't we,
I mean,
why don't we make a
we worked
motion?
with the community, we worked with everybody.
Okay.
With,
Great.
you know, all the entities, and that's why we had the 4 or 5 abeyances to work every detail out.
Great, thank you.
So I don't understand this.
Thank you. So we're going to make a motion. Agenda item 34, abeyance item GPA 69192. I'm going to go with staff's recommendation for denial.
Motion on the floor for denial. Reminding everybody a yes vote is for denial. That motion carries.
Thank you. Agenda item 35, abeyance item ZON 69193. I'm going to go with staff's recommendation for denial.
Motion is on the floor for denial. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
And agenda item 36, SDR 71490. I'm going to go with staff's recommendation for denial.
And Mr. Chairman, before the vote, I just want to explain for the applicant, the condition number 18 that he asked about. That is basically...
Can't hear you.
Oh, sorry. The applicant had asked a question about what condition 18 meant, and it actually goes back to what we talked about earlier this evening with the bus turnout. There's an existing bus stop there today, and so as developments come in, we require the easement that goes to the RTC. So before he gets his building permits, he'll need to prove to us that he's granted the 10-foot easement to the RTC, and in the future, the RTC can come in and put a bus shelter in there, because they'll have the right to do so.
Okay, thank you. And I apologize about that. I forgot to ask that question.
So agenda item 36, SDR 71490. I'm going to go with staff's recommendation for denial.
Motion's on the floor for denial. Please cast your vote. And that motion carries. Director Lowenstein.
Now, this goes on to the,
I'll get to that right now.
pardon?
I'll get to that right now. Mr. Chairman, these items will be moved forward to the City Council on November 15, 2017. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We've been going for about 2.5 hours, and usually after about 2 hours, we take a 10-minute recess. So we're going to take a 10-minute recess, and we'll be right back. All right, good evening. This Planning Commission agenda is called, Planning Commission hearing is called back to order. Moving on to item number 37. Abeyance ZON 70762, applicant Richmond American Homes, owner VFR Southwest Desert Equities, for possible action on a request for a rezone from RE Residence Estates to R1 Single Family Residential at the northeast corner of Dorrell Lane and Hualapai Way, Ward 6. Staff recommends denial. Item 38, abeyance waiver 70763 for possible action on a request for a waiver to allow a 208-foot and a 214-foot street offset where 220 feet is required. Ward 6, staff recommends denial. Item 39, abeyance VAC 70765 for possible action on a request for petition to vacate U.S. government patent easements. Staff recommends approval. And finally, relating to item 40, abeyance TMP 70766 for possible action on a request for a tentative map for an 18-lot single-family residential subdivision, Ward 6. Staff recommends denial. Could we have the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the site is located within accepted planning area B as designated by the interlocal agreement. During the term of this agreement, the areas identified as planning area B must remain residential and maintain a minimum buildable lot size of 10,000 square feet. According to the agreement, the city must not amend its land use plan, rezone such properties, or approve special or conditional use permits to allow industrial or commercial uses or residential lots with a buildable area of less than 10,000 square feet within the areas identified as planning area B. The proposed lot size range from 7,625 square feet to 9,572 square feet, which is in conflict with the requirements of the interlocal agreement. The requested rezoning conforms to the general plan for this area, and the vacation of patent easements is appropriate. However, no substantial evidence has been provided to warrant the requested intersection offset waivers, and staff cannot support a proposal that violates the interlocal agreement. Staff therefore recommends denial of the rezoning, the waiver, the tentative map, and approval of the vacation. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Stephanie Allen, 1980 Festival Plaza, here on behalf of the applicant, Richmond American Homes. And the seller of this property is Vista and David Saltman. They asked that we put their name on the record as well. So if I could direct your attention to the overhead, I'll show you where this property is located. I appreciate and understand staff's recommendation for denial because this property is within the interlocal agreement that was passed back in 2016. Before I get into that, I'd like to just kind of go over the general area and why we think, despite that this is an appropriate use on this site. This is about a 5-acre site. It's located north of the 215. This is the 215 and Hualapai. Dorrell is the street to the south, and Wittig is the street to the north. With 5 acres, you can see in color here, this is a county island that's immediately to the east of it. The property that's to the east, this yellow portion in Clark County, is master planned for up to 3.5 units to the acre, and then there's R&P behind it in this beige color. What we're asking for today is 3.5 units to the acre, so it's consistent with what the master plan is for the county to the east, and it's also consistent with exactly what is to the south of the property, which are 18 homes that were built out by D.R. Horton. We're proposing 18 homes as well. To the west, you'll see on this city map, this is the county zoning map. This is the city map. This is the master plan community of Providence. There's multifamily that's developed out to the west here, and there's commercial further to the north right here. And I understand the property owner just to the north of us is considering doing a commercial use as well. You'll see also there's R1 zoning, as I mentioned, immediately to the south, and then there's R1 zoning further to the north. So our request is for R1 zoning. There is no general plan amendment. It's master plan for rural, which is up to 3.5 to the acre. So we're asking for density that's within the master plan, but that again puts aside the interlocal. The interlocal agreement does state that this property, as well as a number of other properties in the area are required in Section B to have 10,000 square foot lots. But there is a caveat in there that if the county, the city, and the affected property owners agree otherwise, that you can deviate from that. And in your staff report, you'll see that the county commissioner for the area has submitted a letter that this property is probably appropriate for up to 18 units to the acre because it's on Wallapai and because it's adjacent to much more intense uses. There's also an email in your staff report from the former councilman for the area that said basically the same thing, that up to 18 units is appropriate on this piece of property. So we have had 2 neighborhood meetings with the neighbors because we understand it's important to discuss it with them. There are large lots immediately to the east, and we know we need to buffer those lots. So we have had 2 neighborhood meetings. Unfortunately, Richmond American Homes' hands have been tied to a pretty significant degree because the seller has told us to move forward with the plan that's before you today. This is the plan, and it's for 18 lots. There was not a lot of room to move on the density under the contract, so unfortunately we didn't have a lot of room to work with these neighbors, but we did agree to do all single-story homes, so that's something that we can tell you today. Richmond has agreed to do all single-story homes, so that should be a mitigation measure with these homes to the east. We've also heard as of just 2 nights ago or 24 hours ago that the neighbors would like a number of conditions that would require subsequent applications, such as no streetlights, some more rural standards with the off-sites, a number of other things, a possible vacation of WIDIG. Those are all things that Richmond American's happy to look into, and I can go through a list, but we were just presented with a list of stuff about 24 hours ago. We would like to commit to you today that we will look into those things between now and City Council, and to the extent that we can do some of those things and still comply with our contract with the seller, we certainly will do that, and we will work with the neighbors. I know there's a number of neighbors here. We've had 2 neighborhood meetings. We'll continue to have dialogue with them and see what we can do to come up with a plan that is satisfactory to them and as well as to you all and the City Council. So I'm sorry we're in a bit of a tough spot. We would like to move forward with this for purposes of tonight, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone wanting to be heard, please come forward. By a show of hands, how many people are here to speak on this item? Okay. I'm just going to ask that y'all line up at the microphone and try not repeating comments that were made by the previous person. Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening. My name is Mary Sanders. I live at 9945 Whittick Avenue. I live on the 3/4 acre lot directly east of the property on the north end, and I have lived there for 17 years. This proposal changes the quality of our life, mine and the neighbors' lives in that area, because we all live on large lots. We have large homes. The average home size is over 3,000 square feet in those areas. And we have a rural nature. And so this particular lot, we had hoped that it would be developed by a developer. However, 18 lots is unacceptable. It's way too many lots. Right now, I have 3 homes on my east lot side, and I have 1 home on my south end of my property. What they're proposing is 8 lots, 8 houses along my wall and my neighbor's wall to the south of me. 8 houses, and less than what the interlocal agreement had. And I want to make another statement that Commissioner Brown never talked to us about before he sent a letter. And Commissioner Ross, unlike what the attorney just said, was in support of residential, but he never talked about the number of lots on there. A year and a half ago, we came to this commission and to the City Council because also the property to the north, owned by the Becker Family Trust, basically was requested to be a commercial lot or commercial zone, changed to commercial zone. That was declined by the City Council, so you need to know that background as well. We also, because of some of the factors in this, they're talking about a higher elevation. So consequently, I go from a 5-foot wall to a 12-foot wall. That's a lot. I've always had a view of the mountains. I understand that homes will come in and some of that will be blocked, but 12 feet. So the elevation needs to be looked at as well. We offered in good faith to vacate the part on Wittig for the developer and the owner. The owner has and the condition was that there would be some consideration on the number of homes, down to like 12 or 13 homes on that lot. Last week, on Thursday, we were notified that they wanted to have a meeting with the neighbors on Monday night. And on Monday, yesterday evening, on Monday morning, we were informed that we could not talk about density, that the only thing they wanted to talk to us was about the other conditions. So we went in good faith and talked about the other conditions. And so with this, we just would like to see a denial of this and it to go back to the discussions with the neighborhood and the developer and with the owner to get it down to a more respectable number of homes to be built on this 5-acre parcel.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Amy Tigo, Amy Overworry. I live at 7025 North Eula Street, right beside her. And this proposal by Richmond American Homes, it's the density is a problem for me. I live on a 2-acre lot, and one of the reasons why we moved out there was because of the rural feel it has to it. It is just going to change our quality of life negatively, and I have a problem with the density. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Hi, good evening, Chairman. I am Bridget Salvi of 7030 North Conquistador Street. I have a short read-in entry by one of the residents who was not able to make it. Michelle and Trevor Deschamps, they live on Wittig. I believe she may have emailed this, but we are greatly opposed to the zoning request, ZON 70762 by Southwest Desert Equities and Richmond American Homes. Our neighborhood has been 2 units per acre for decades. An interlocal agreement was reached between the city and county that agreed that this parcel would be a buffer between the RNP, Rural Neighborhood Preservation, and any surrounding encroachment. This agreement stated that the zoning of this parcel would be set at no more than 3 units per acre. We now have a greedy landowner coming in asking to change these rules to make financial gain. His gain would do nothing but cause detrimental consequences for our neighborhood. More houses will bring more traffic, more light pollution, and change the rural integrity of this long-standing neighborhood. Furthermore, this landowner has not offered to work with any of the people in the neighborhood in any way. Please deny the applicant and the zoning change, as mentioned. That's on behalf of Michelle and Trevor. On behalf of myself, I have no problem with the vacation of the old government patent easements, which staff is recommending approval. I do have a problem with opening Wittig based on the tentative map as drawn. Wittig needs to be protected in a closed fashion. Solar was closed because of a development to the north to protect the RNP. Wittig needs to be protected even more because we've got houses that have the horses that use their access in and out with their horse trailers and horse activity, just walking right on Wittig. Beyond that, the density of the homes is far exceeding what it should be for this property. Although Mary and Amy and some of the others that aren't able to be here tonight are within that yellow shaded area that the representing attorney indicated as another buffer, that's already been developed at 2.5 and half-acre lots. So although it's been color shaded, it really is irrelevant because the density is much less. This needs to be, like Mary just said, and even Amy, somewhere between 12 and 13 lots and not 18. And we desire the property owner, VFR, to come to the table and not stonewall the neighborhood.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please vote for denial.
Good evening, ma'am.
Hi, I'm Rolanda Carter, 9620 Porcupine Hills Court. Basically, I am against the density that they have proposed for this project, and my house backs up against Wittig, so I'm also very opposed to having that street opened up.
Thank you. Good evening.
Okay, real quick, my name is Mark Simon, 9780 Wittig. I was up there basically before anybody else moved up there. That area out there was all desert. I have a horse ranch. I have a lot of horses. Used to have cows. Conquistadors, this street that's right on the side of me, that's a designated state-designated horse trail. And so that's that RMP, that area was all told to me that it was going to be a rural area. And now I'm watching the city just take pieces and pieces and pieces and put more houses there that they don't belong. I fought the commercial. Commercial is not good for that area. Wittig is also the last street. The rest of them are all open. Doral is open to the left, other than Solar, she's right. But Wittig is the last one on the other side. Elkhorn goes through, Severance goes through. There's plenty of east-west. They don't need to open Wittig. And of course, you can't walk horses and dogs and whatever around my neighborhood if you open Wittig up. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you. We'll go ahead and close the public hearing, turn this over to, well, I'll give Ms. Allen a couple of minutes for rebuttal if you need one.
Oops, Mr. Chairman. All I'd like to say is that we'll continue to work with the neighbors, and we appreciate them. They've come to meetings, and we'll continue to work on dialogue between now and City Council. There's been a lot of input, and it's valuable input, and we'll do what we can between now and City Council.
Okay, thank you. Turn this over to the Planning Commission, starting with Commissioner DeSavio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Okay, so again, on this project, this is I fell into this one too as well before being a planning commissioner, so I get to cut my teeth on this one. I've been to the homes of some of the individuals in the audience to sit down and definitely listen to their concerns and comments, and there's been a lot of back and forth that's transpired over the last, again, 4 or 5 months, maybe even longer, 6 months, that I've been involved directly with it. There was a list of conditions that came up. Should we all know that the developer, or excuse me, that the landowner has a right to develop their land. And we understand, well, we did in the room, we understood that, you know, there was going to be some give and take in order to get this land developed, but it wasn't extreme asks by any means, by elevations only conforming with what would be required for drainage from single-story homes to 8 lots against the east wall and 10 lots against the west wall to have less of an impact on Mrs. Sanders and those that live on the east side. But I was informed a little bit ago that after coming up with a new, basically 11th hour site plan last night to try to complement giving Wittig becoming a dead end and not using that to enter into the property, and using Dorel as an access and egress and maintaining the intersections in which they're happy with right now, but I also found out there's going to be a light put in there, but the intersection will maintain the way it is. If I'm out of school on that one, please correct me. But I was informed a few minutes ago that the owner of the property, and for the record, it's not Richmond American Homes that's looking for the density issue. They will build 5 houses if that's what they wanted. It's the owner, and his self-imposed contract hardship is not my problem. Okay, so with that said, and as aggravated as I am because of the months that's been going back and forth in the meetings, I'm going to make a motion for denial, and I'm going to ask that conditions be vetted, and to have that actually a new site plan brought forward, and those issues be worked out prior to City Council, because I think it's disingenuous to tell me 5 minutes ago that we didn't have a deal. So with that said, I would, if there's no other comments, I definitely would like to entertain a motion for denial.
Commissioner Roush, I send you your mic on.
Thank you, Chairman. Again, I'm going to go on record to say that I am sick and tired of us continuing to approve applications for subdivisions when we don't have school solutions. I'm going to ask that we have developers that meet with the school district, and if we need to help facilitate that as a city or as a planning body, I think we need to do so. I think it's abhorrent that we continue to just say yes, 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 and I'm not going to do it. Just tonight, we've already approved 69 lots for this developer, and I have nothing against this developer, but this is another, 17 students into Darnell Elementary School, which staff's report says is at 128.86% over capacity right now, 128 over capacity, 129 actually. That pushes it to beyond 131 just tonight. What happens next month? What happens the following month? If I lived in this neighborhood, I would be pretty upset. So I'm going to not be able to support this application. I'm sorry.
Thank you. Commissioner DeSalvio.
I just need to know if we're going to go into the motion, I would definitely like to put the conditions on the record of the ones I'd like to see if they can work out, should things move forward.
Would you like to make a suggestion, recommendation, or Mr. Lowenstein?
Through you, Mr. Chairman. Basically, through your motion, you can direct the applicant to work on the suggestions that you have on having those instilled into a revised plan by the time it hits City Council.
So, through the chair, with that said, I'd like to read into the record what I'd like to see if they can conform to.
Please do.
First, file a vacation application for Whitting Avenue, a maximum of 8 lots on the east side and 10 lots on the west side. All homes to be single-story. The elevation should be limited to no higher than what is required by a drainage study, and to maintain the same pre-existing travel lanes off of Dorel and Hualapai, and the entrance to be on Dorel for access and egress, and the interior to have sidewalks, curbs, gutters, and asphalt.
If I could just comment briefly before, I would just like to say that from Richmond American Homes standpoint, they're willing to look into absolutely all of those, and we will do that between now and City Council. So I don't want us to be the disingenuous ones. It wasn't meant to be disingenuous. Contractually, there's certain things they can't agree to, but between now and City Council, we're hoping that we can do that. So I appreciate those recommendations, and I hope we can come up with a plan that's better.
Thank you. Commissioner.
With that said, I'd like to make a motion for item 37 for denial on ZON 70762.
Motion on the floor for denial. Yes vote is for the denial. That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, item 38, motion for denial on WVR 70763.
Motion's on the floor. Please cast your vote. And that motion carries.
I do have a question for clarification on item 38. Are we able to approve the vacation? Excuse me, 39.
Yes.
Okay, so I would like to make a recommendation for approval on item 39 for VAC 70765.
Motion for approval. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
And Mr. Chairman, for item 40, a motion for denial for TMP 70766.
Motion for denial on the floor. Yes vote is for the denial. And that motion carries.
Thank you very much. We appreciate all the input from everyone.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, those items will be moving forward to City Council at the November 15th, 2017 City Council meeting.
Thank you. Moving on to item 43, GPA 71401, applicant owner Alverson J. Bruce Trust et al. For possible action on a request for a general plan amendment from O office to SC Service Commercial on the south side of Charleston Boulevard, approximately west of Tenaya Way, Ward 1, Tarkanian. Staff recommends denial. Excuse me. 44, ZON 71402, for possible action on a request for rezoning from PO, Professional Office, to C1, Limited Commercial, Ward 1, Tarkanian. Staff recommends denial. 45, VAR 71404, for possible action on a request for a variance to allow 11 parking spaces where 15 are required, and to allow all available parking on the exterior side of the security fence where such is not allowed, Ward 1. Staff recommends denial. 46 is VAR 71405, for possible action on a request for a variance to allow a 0-foot side yard setback where 10 feet is the minimum required. Staff recommends denial. Item 47, SUP 71403, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a mini storage use, Ward 1. Staff recommends denial. And finally, relating to item 48, SDR 71406, for possible action on a request for a site development plan review for a proposed 477-unit mini storage facility with a waiver to allow a 0-foot landscape buffer along a portion of the east property line where 8 feet is required. Staff recommends denial. Can we get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, this segment of Charleston is an area dominated by residential and low-intensity office uses and zoning. An amendment to a service commercial land use would allow for the introduction of higher intensity land uses and zoning districts that are inappropriate for this location, and would allow for potential removal of the current office buffer between residential uses and more intense commercial uses to the east. The applicant is proposing a 477-unit mini storage facility consisting of one 2-story building on the west side of the site and 2 1-story buildings along the east and south portions of the site. The proposed buildings conform to residential adjacency standards. The building along the east property line serves as a screen wall from the adjacent office development, and landscaping adequate for screening is provided on the south and west property lines adjacent to residential uses. The site is also deficient in parking. The site is not physically suitable for the size of the development proposed, as evidenced by the setback variance and the landscape waiver along the east side of the site. Staff therefore recommends denial of all items. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, Jennifer Lazovich, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive, here tonight representing Town Storage. On the overhead, please. Thank you. This upper exhibit shows the location of the site. As indicated by the staff report, it is located south of Charleston, just on the west side of Tenaya Way. You will notice how long and narrow it is. We have several applications before you tonight. It culminates in a request for a mini storage facility proposed by Town Storage. And by way of background, Town Storage has 16 facilities, a number of which are currently located in Utah, and several of which are either built here in southern Nevada and or on the books and approved and going to be built. So they certainly, when they evaluate sites to build a new mini storage in, they look at the demand, they look at the occupancy levels and anything that might be already built in the area, and then they find out that there's a need, and that's how they choose their site selection. They perform that same study here, and they definitely believe, in their humble opinion, that this is an appropriate and needed site for mini storage. The long narrowness of the site, of course, dictates the way that we lay the site out for purposes of design. We have one entrance point off of Charleston. It would be gated back here towards the pink area. And then the buildings in, or the lines, I should say, the colors in pink on this map reflect the buildings. So in the center of the site, where my pen is, would be the 2-story portion of it. And then on the east side, as well as on the south side, those would both be single-story buildings. Single-story buildings would be a maximum height of about 14 feet. And then, of course, the 2-story is a little bit taller than that. We have on the south and west, where there is existing residential, to the west of us is an existing RPD 14 development. And then south of us is actually across a drainage channel. There is a single-family home south of us. So we paid, when we asked for the no landscaping on the east side, we were careful to make sure that we did two things, which is meet or exceed landscaping on the south side and on the west side. In addition, as staff indicated, we meet the 3-to-1 setback from the residential, again, both from the south side, to make sure that the height of the two-story building is set back far enough away from the residential homes to not impact it from that. We are currently working on, although we do have the parking variance that is indicated in your staff report, we are working on a way between now and hopefully City Council to try to remove that. Again, we want to be sensitive to the landscape buffer that we are talking about. With the site being so long and narrow, we think we can get there, but just for purposes of your consideration tonight, we'd like you to consider keeping that parking variance in place while we keep working on the site and working with staff to see if we can meet code requirements and meet the parking requirements that we need to have. The final thing that I will say is that mini storage as a use is a very, very, very low intense use. We have always, again, in my humble opinion, for whatever it's worth, considered it to be an excellent buffer to residential properties because it has, as you can see by the number of required parking spaces, required is 15, okay? So it doesn't have a lot of high traffic just in terms of square footage. Then in practical reality, you really just don't have a lot of cars that come and go, okay? It's also not a 24-hour use. I can go through the hours if you'd like to, but we are not proposing to be open 24 hours. So therefore, you won't have cars coming in and out 24 hours a day. And in our experience with clients who have mini storage facilities, you tend to have people who bring in whatever stuff they want to store, and they may not come back for a while. So it's not a daily thing where they come in and out. They'll put their stuff in there and then come back on rare or limited occasions. So from that perspective, as this being the use that's tied to the general plan amendment and the zone change, we think it is a good buffer to the residential to the west and to the south, and we would ask for your consideration of the project as a whole. And I thank you, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone wanting to be heard, please come forward. Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing and turn this over to the Planning Commission for discussion and possible action, starting with Commissioner Roush.
I'm the go-to now.
Well, I seen your hand.
Well, I just want to say that I did meet with Ms. Lazovich on this item, so I want to disclose that. Secondly, I want to say that I'm actually in support of this. I think that there's very little that can be put on this site. I think that it's a fantastic use in light of the fact that it's been sitting vacant since God created it, and I'd really like to see something built there. And I think that the residential adjacency and setbacks are appropriate, and I think what you're doing with the parking is appropriate. So thank you, and I like the application.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Commissioner Quinn.
Thank you, Commissioner Roush, for those kind words regarding the project that's upcoming in Ward 1. You know, it's a pleasure to know that I have really great friends, Sandy and Mark Nassi, on Vegas Drive, right? I'm sorry, it's on Rancho, right, north of Vegas Drive on the west side of the street, that have owned Vegas mini storage for years over there. Rancho mini storage, excuse me. And every time I stop by to see her, you're exactly right. And on top of that, they do U-Haul out of there too. So let me just say this about it. There's never anybody there. There's no park, there's no people, they have limited parking as well. Their neighbors are apartments to the north. They have residential neighborhoods to the west, and on the other side of the south, I can't remember what's over there. But this is a great buffer in any neighborhood because, especially if it's a good operator, you know, you keep it clean, you keep it well landscaped, you have a gardener. So if there's not any further discussion, it's my pleasure to make a motion this evening for the approval of these items.
Commissioner Quinn, please do.
What?
Please do.
Oh, well, thank you so much. I'm thrilled here to make this motion for approval with the support of my fellow commissioners. GPA 71401, the general plan amendment, my motion this evening is for approval. Ms. Lazovich.
Motion's on the floor for approval. Please cast your vote.
You do not have one question.
And that motion carries.
Thank you. And moving on, Ms. Lazovich, to item number 44, ZON 71402, my motion this evening also is for approval on this item.
Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
And thank you. And moving on to item number 45, Ms. Lazovich, variance 7140, my motion also is for approval.
Please cast your vote.
Boy, we're whipping them out now, Jen.
That
Moving on.
motion carries. Item 46.
Moving on to item number variance 71405, my motion this evening is also for the approval. And again, I thank my commissioners for their support because I looked hard into this item.
Thank you. Please cast your vote.
Thank you.
That motion carries. Item 47.
Onward to item 47, SUP 7140. My motion, again, this evening is for approval. What?
Thank you. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
And sadly, last but not least, item number 48, SDR 71406. My motion is for approval this evening, and thank you.
Thank you. Motion's on the floor. Please cast your vote. And that motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, those items will be moving forward to the November 15, 2017 City Council meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Moving on to items 49 through 51. Starting with 49, GPA 71428, applicant owner, First Presbyterian Church, LV, NV, for possible action on a request for general plan amendment from O office to SC service commercial at the southwest corner of Martin Luther King Boulevard and Charleston Boulevard, Ward 1, Tarkanian. Staff recommends denial. Item number 50 is ZON 71429 for possible action on a request for rezoning from O office to C1 limited commercial. Staff recommends denial. And on item 51, SUP 71431 for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a 56-foot tall, 14-foot by 48-foot, 672 square foot off-premise sign use, Ward 1, Tarkanian. Staff recommends denial. Can we get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the subject site is within study area 1B of the Rancho Charleston Land Use Study and Strategic Plan and is currently designated as office to ensure that there was a consistent land use buffer between the commercial uses between the commercial uses north of Charleston Boulevard and the residential to the south. The proposed off-premise sign is located at a prominent downtown intersection that serves as a gateway between the Las Vegas Medical District and the downtown core that is not appropriate for the installation of a billboard sign. In addition, there is an existing residential neighborhood located to the south of the subject site, and the proposal to install an LED off-premise sign in close proximity to these low-density residential neighborhoods is neither harmonious nor compatible, and staff is recommending denial of all requests. Please note additional letters of protest have been received since publication. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. Laura Drea, 520 South 4th Street. With me here is Justin Michaels. Our site is shown in yellow, and it's a Presbyterian church and a school campus. Recently, the Martin Luther King frontage road has gone vertical 25 feet. This is directly adjacent to the east wall of our church. To the other side of the site is a 6-story building across the western property line, and to the south across Ellis Avenue, 3 houses remain, while others were raised through Project Neon. This site is part of the Medical District Master Facilities Plan that was adopted in 2015. At this time, we're asking for a GPA from office and a rezone to C1, commercial. We don't have a site development plan review at this time, as the condition of the acquisition allow the church to stay at this location until a new Presbyterian church site can be developed elsewhere with funds received from Mr. Michaels from the sale. At the neighborhood meeting, the main takeaway was listed as listed in the staff report is that currently through traffic is crossing through the existing church site and onto the Ellis Avenue residential road, and that must stop. We can accommodate that now and in future designs. The other concern was provisions that any future development do not intrude upon the remaining neighborhood. To that, we recognize that any new structures must be built to the residential adjacency codes as measured from these two residential property lines on Ellis Avenue. We'll also go through another site plan review in the future. Of course, at that time, we will be asked to that the design again prohibit cross-access to Ellis Avenue. Justin will carry on from here to talk about the remaining matters.
Justin Michaels, 820 Rancho Lane. As it relates to the off-premise sign, we've been contacted by neighbors today and yesterday, and we think it's only fair that we hold item number 51 because we've received feedback from some of the neighbors saying they're in opposition to it. Some of them want to see changes to the design of the board, understand it a whole lot better as to what the visibility would be. So in fairness to the neighbors, we just respectfully ask that that portion of the application be obeyed to November 14th. Chairman, if that's acceptable to you. Okay.
We will.
I know I'm jumping ahead a little bit, but just
take that into consideration.
Okay. And then, of course, as for items 49 and 50 related to the GPA and the rezoning, one of the parcels is already zoned C1 of the 5 parcels that we're acquiring from the church. That is this piece here. That will be the primary access drive going forward, since we are in agreement with the neighbors in closing off access on Ellis. There is a small drive onto the frontage road of MLK. So, but you know, there's a stoplight and it's only a right in, right out. So the primary access will be off this C1 zone parcel here, fronting on Charleston. The McDonald's next door, which is kind of the middle part of the U of the property, that's also zone C1. So we feel that having the parcel to the east and these rear parcels, since you already have C1 zoning and we're up against a freeway, you know, it's in line with what's already going on over there.
All right, thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone wanting to be heard, please come forward. We have 3 microphones, so as soon as I don't see people at microphones, I'll go ahead and call the public hearing closed. So.
Can I speak?
Yes, please do, sir.
Chairperson, members of the commission, I would like to introduce myself. I'm Stephen Grogan, 2121 Silver Avenue. I'm president of Scotch 80 Owners Association. We would ask that you actually deny all 3 items tonight. Let's go right into the fact that you should be aware that this is a speculative land use issue. That it's not only this property, but 4 other items were deferred until November 14th, and all of this hits 4 different blocks on the Charleston corridor as a speculation move to become C1. And you have to need a look at a comprehensive look at this, not just parcel by parcel. The other thing is that with the end of NDOT, with the university coming in, is that now Charleston right at I-15 is actually the entryway corridor to the medical district, and you have to give special consideration to that. The sign should not be delayed to November 14th. It should be defeated. It can be a 6-story sign, and it can suddenly become a little darling sign, because you heard in the Michael Gahn presentation, he had specific reasons of using the sign, what it's for. Here we have nothing at all, and we already have a little darling sign going into our backyards. We don't need another signage that really takes away from the medical district. And the other point is you had a lot of plans tonight that were specific to use. These people are asking for a change to commercial without any plans. And the neighborhood association is only asking that we need to see plans, what the developments is, what's C1 going to be. It can be anything, and that is scary to us. So we appreciate denial. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Estrella Matlich from 1626 Birch Street, and I read the staff report, which I thought was excellent and amazing, and I would like you guys to follow their recommendations, most of which was for denial. They quoted the 2020 Master Plan Objective 2.4, which is to ensure that the quality of existing residential neighborhoods is maintained and enhanced. the request before you do not do that. I'd also like to say that they misrepresented what happened at our meeting. They were stating that we had these sort of prime opposition points that had to do with traffic, and that's not accurate. At the end of the meeting, I actually summarized, and everyone agreed with the summary, and we were not talking about people going from Charleston into our neighborhood. There were other issues, so I don't appreciate them stating that when it wasn't accurate or factual.
Thank you. Good evening.
Hi, my name is Patricia Ames. I live at 1201 Shadow Lane, and we are adjacent to this entire block of requests. We live on over a 3/4 acre property in a historic old neighborhood, and I just feel like we're getting really encroached. This is going to be directly adjacent, and excuse me, there needs to be some kind of a buffer. I understand wanting to improve the area. The church was beautiful. It's going to be tragic to tear it down. But if we could get a little buffer, office sounds a little less, it's already office there. Some of these are RE that they're requesting C1. I feel like we need to slow it down a little, or we're going to turn into I don't know what. So, I mean, we're going to leave because it's not pleasant to live there anymore, and I don't think that's the goal of the city. I know that the hospital district, they want people living close by, and in order to live close by, you got to have houses there, and if there's no houses. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Hi, good evening. I'm Jessica Saylor. I live at 1208 Charmass Lane. I am about 50 yards from the Presbyterian Church, and they've been a wonderful neighbor of ours for many years. I would like to request that you vote in favor of denial for all three of these, and that's simply because of the fact that it's speculative. We are in favor of having some redevelopment done along in this corridor, obviously with Project Neon coming through and the whole redevelopment of the medical district. We just want to know what it is that's going to be developed and that it is cohesive with the beautiful neighborhood that we have just behind it. With regards to the billboard, absolutely not. My home, I'm 50 yards from there. My next door neighbor is my brother-in-law, and he said he would have a conniption fit and have to come down here and talk to y'all if that did come in. And again, the home that is on the other corner, I believe, is actually owned by one of the investors in this group, so it wouldn't be beyond me to think that they would then have the agreement of putting it in there. That's on the corner of Ellis and Charmast. So again, please vote for denial on all of your three of these. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Claudio Lotto. I live at 1201 Shadow Lane, so very close to the action here. In regards to the billboards, I'd like to emphasize that we already have a McDonald's billboard, we have a Wendy's billboard, and a new billboard, I believe, within such a short distance is not appropriate. At the same time, this is a very important intersection with I-15 north and south, and it would be a distraction to have a billboard. Please vote denial. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Rick Kaufman, 1209 JLR Circle, and I'm also just asking, please, to vote for denial on all three. I'm afraid what's going to happen now is Ellis, which has been a private residential street, if you're all familiar with the Scotch 80s area and adjacent, is going to become like a thoroughfare right now. And I've not had anybody tell me yet why the stoplight's already been put in at that corner of Martin Luther King and Ellis. I'm not sure what's happening there. I was under the impression that was going to be a fire break. I think they call that for the fire department only. So I don't know what's going to happen with that either. But please, we don't need anything else over there. It's a beautiful little neighborhood. There aren't many like this anymore in Las Vegas. And as my comrades back here, my neighbors have said, we're feeling the encroachment everywhere. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Sharon Segerbloom, 1242 Park Circle. This is literally going to ruin the neighborhood. Traditionally, along that corridor, on that side of the street, there have not been multi-story buildings. It was office. They traditionally have not made them multi-story, except the one from Martin Luther King to past Decatur. There are no larger than two-story buildings. So please, this is going to literally not encroach, it's just going to ruin the neighborhood or anything that's going on as far as the medical district. Having another fast food restaurant and a big sign is not any way to present the medical district, I don't believe.
Thank you. We'll go ahead and close the public hearing. Okay, I'm going to ask you and anyone else wanting to speak to come up to the microphones. We have 3 microphones.
Okay, sorry about that.
No problem.
I wasn't going to speak tonight, but I think that this is relevant. My name is Catherine Fox. I live at 1244 Park Circle in the Scotch 80s. As we see, there are now major plans for development on Charleston, but we've heard nothing about a traffic light in Charleston Street crossing study. Why not? Because they know the streets are already jam-packed, and during rush hour, it's now impossible practically to enter on Shadow Lane or Westwood. And none of these proposed zoning changes have offered a solution to fighting traffic and congestion. And whereas Public Works and planning staff, we need traffic solutions first before any not only high rises, but before any dirt gets turned. It took me literally 21 minutes to get from the corner of Charleston and Rancho, traveling west to Shadow Lane at 3:30 in the afternoon. And I don't have my pictures with me, but as I was sitting in traffic, I was just shooting, taking photographs. And I think it's really important, an impact study.
Thank you. Okay, now I'm going to close the public hearing and invite the applicant back up. And per rules of conduct, I'll give you a couple of minutes for any kind of rebuttal, and then we'll turn this over to the Planning Commission.
I have a couple pages of letters of petitions in support of the items that we have, so I can make that part of the public record. And then also, just as a reference, when you read the staff's report, they reference the Rancho Charleston plan. When we did our application and met with the city, we were given direction to follow the facilities plan that was approved in 2015. So that is the basis for our application. So, and I have a copy of that approval from the meeting in December 2015, along with the appropriate map to accompany that, if you want to make that part of the record as well.
Okay, thank you. All right, I'll turn this over to the Planning Commission, and we'll start with Commissioner Quinn.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I'm anxious to hear what my fellow commissioners have to say first. Thank you.
Commissioner Roush.
I just want to go on the record to say that I did meet with some of the residents on this item. We actually talked about all of the items that were on the agenda with this applicant. 2 of the others have been pulled. I want to say that this area is highly commercial in nature, and these are difficult situations to try to regulate or recommend on, because it's always going to be an emotionally charged issue. There are residential adjacency setback requirements that protect you in your neighborhood. That said, I do understand how you feel about being encroached upon over and over, and I do understand the precious nature of this neighborhood, the character of this neighborhood. I know that this applicant and his partner live nearby and live in the neighborhood or have lived in the neighborhood for many, many years. It's a tough situation. I'm not going to comment on the other 2 items that were pulled. I think they're very different in nature than this particular item. My feeling on this particular item is that it's Main and Main. You know, it's Charleston and I-15, and something's going to go there. And that's what I said to the residents that I met with. And so my recommendation is going to be that the residents continue to try to work with this applicant to try to make the best solution possible, to try to fight for the residential adjacency setbacks, and to try to come up with a compromise that will really work. Because this medical district is going to need commercial services, and those commercial services are going to go along Charleston regardless. I can't think of a better location for more intense uses than to be at the intersection of Charleston and I-15. However, I do want this applicant and others that may come before us to be extremely sensitive to the low-density nature of the neighborhood behind you, and the character of the neighborhood behind you should be preserved. So I hope you'll take that into consideration as we move forward with whatever might happen here right now, okay?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Toussaint.
Yes, I'd just like to echo what Commissioner Roush just said. Something is going to go here, and yes, the residents aren't going to like it. I grew up here. I love the Scotch 80s, but I think this is a good land use. Thank you.
Through the chair, kind of continuing the theme, I do feel the same way. I don't want to comment on the billboard today because I do feel a little differently about that, but I live a mile away from this location. I go by it every day. I feel like if there were certain conditions with access and what traffic goes to the south, how it's controlled so it doesn't impact the neighborhood to the south or mitigates that, I think that this could be a fit. I mean, I look at what I see with the development that happened on Rancho and Sahara on the northeast corner with the Chick-fil-A and the Panera Bread, and I think Pizza Rev, another tenant, and then neighbors that I talk to in the adjacent areas, and how actually excited they've been to have some new, fresh commercial come in with a new build. So I think with proper conditions put to this, again, that mitigates the impact to the neighbor next door, which is a wonderful neighborhood, and I have friends in that neighborhood as well. I think this is a project I could support. Thank you.
Thank you. It's one of my favorite neighborhoods in the city, and I do agree with what everybody said, so I won't repeat it. However, we can't really condition a GPA and a zone change, but what we can do is, because we're not going to build houses here, it could be an office building, medical office building, or something along those lines. And
Chairman, if I may, we are in full support of blocking all access onto Ellis. So only having access going out towards Charleston in support of what you're saying.
we will we'll have that on the record. Whenever you come back with a site development review, for us to look at a SDR in the future. And I think a big landscape buffer along the rear of this property is going to be required. Okay. And a lot of work with the neighbors to make sure that it's not going to interfere with them whatsoever. So even though we can't condition those things tonight, we're directly on Charleston. And I agree about the sign. I don't know how much light it's going to put off into the neighborhood. So, but I would prefer to not hold anything in advance. I'd rather see it move forward. But Commissioner Crew.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an issue with granting such a strong entitlement without knowing what you're doing. Just to give it to you, and then we heard earlier today about the different businesses or whatever could go into a C1 development. And once you're granted this, there is nothing that could stop you from just opening up a number of businesses or whatever that don't coincide with what the neighborhood is intended for. Although you would come back with a site development review, whatever that may be, the buffering, but you can decide you want to put anything there that falls within that C1 category.
Yes, sir.
And I have an issue with that. And it is Charleston and MOK. Let's just keep it what it is. It's a very commercial district. It's a very busy district. I ride it all the time. I'm happy with the flyover because now I can get from my home all the way over to Oki in a very quick manner instead of getting pigeonholed over there. But I think you need to come to this board with more of a definition of what you want to do. I'm just not in the habit of handing out entitlements like this without knowing what is going on. I think the neighbors deserve that as well. If I lived here and you were coming into my neighborhood and you're just going to say, just give me commercial development, I can tell you right now, my neighbors wouldn't go for it. They wouldn't want it. I wouldn't want it. I would want to know what you're doing. And I'm not against the development of this corner because it needs to be developed. Something's going to happen. And I think that, I think you owe it to this board, to the city council, and to the neighbors to have more of a definition of what you are looking to do so that they can make a determination and have input in it. So I can't support it the way it is because of that, but I do hope that something great comes there. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Quinn.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chairman. I too have met with the neighbors, well, mainly three of them. And as I told them and as I told you over the phone, Mr. Michaels, is that the south side of Charleston is a commercial corridor. And the unfortunate thing is that it does back into the loveliest neighborhood in our city. I do know that when I'm at 2001 Santa Monica Boulevard in Los Angeles in Santa Monica, and I come out of the parking lot of my son's orthopedic doctor and I make a right, I'm in a neighborhood of $10 million homes that back into the parking lot of a medical office building. I do know that on Wilshire Boulevard at the Shrine Hospital for Crippled Children, I come out of a corridor, and again, there are homes directly behind the hospital. This is the reality of a medical district. The long and short of this for me is personal. I'm only up here for a couple more years. I'm not running for the office of city council. But I have the most wonderful councilwoman in the city whose heartbeat and legacy relies on the development of this medical district that is complementing her and her hard work that I believe any developer that comes along the Charleston corridor should and will respect. With that being said, I am going to, this is so hard for me because I believe that almost it should be held for another neighborhood meeting. I don't feel tonight that my planning commissioners are preferring that avenue. I believe they want this to move forward this evening to city council. Therefore, I won't win a vote to hold it for the neighbors to meet with the councilwoman or any of that stuff, but what I can do is this. I can push this forward to city council with a motion this evening for the approval of the two items, not to be confused with the sign, which no one likes, and I told you that yesterday, and I told you that today. I don't lie to you.
I know.
Nor do I lie to the neighbors. There's only one place a multi-story building belongs between Rancho and the I-15, and that's it. That's the spot. As I sit here today, Mr. Michaels, and I want it on the record for any neighbor and for any other person that's in this audience with property, we are not going to encroach into neighborhoods any farther than the church goes. Not a block behind, not 2 houses behind a store, not on that Essex Street or whatever the name of it is. And I hate the rumors that fly around that you're buying houses and making them turn to crap so that you can buy the entire street. I find that hard to believe about you or your character. That's what you're doing. You've wasted your money because you will not see any of that stuff going in back there. With that being said, I'm ready to move forward. This evening, we will be holding item number 51 into abeyance, which is the sign. I don't see that sign making it past, I don't see the sign going. So instead of losing the vote for abeyance, I'm going to move it forward with a motion this evening for approval, hoping that in between now and then you do meet with these residents. And I don't really think you know what you're going to put in there because you can't get the bank loan until you get the approval. You got to go to city council. I understand all that. But, you do have to come back to this board, and you do have to get the permission of this board to build something in the C1 zoning. You can't just build whatever you want after this evening. So I do trust that it's going to be a good project and that there'll be some business on the bottom, but it's just time to move forward with this item this evening. So that's where I'm at.
Can we get a motion on item 49?
Yeah, and I'm sorry I talked so long, but it's very personal to me. Thank you.
Commissioner DeSalvio.
To the chair, so you stand here and you tell me you're asking for C1, but you really deep down inside have no idea what the heck you want to put there? I find that hard to believe.
No, we're working with the redevelopment agency of the city, and there's a whole bunch of different options on the table, truthfully, but those options aren't going to occur for some time because the church still has...
What's your main option? What's the main thing you want to see go there?
It could be anything from a blend of medical office and like a limited service hotel. There's a multitude of things that could occur over there that are all being encouraged to us by the city. And so those are all things that, while there are options on the table, obviously you have to plan for what could come forward. And that's why we're here before you asking for C1. I'm not saying we're going to do a limited service hotel by any stretch of the imagination, but that is a use that would fall under C1. Now, granted, we'd still have to come back before you and get a multitude of approvals, but you know, there's quite a few different opportunities out there, and as it's been expressed here by the board, that is the main for the medical district. So that's why we have to plan accordingly.
Thank you, Commissioner, for that question. With that being said, regarding item number 49, GPA 71428, my motion this evening will be for approval going on to City Council and to my councilwoman. Thank you.
Motion on the floor for approval. Please cast your vote. Motion was for approval of item 49. The motion carries.
Thank you. Moving on to item number 50, Zone 71429, the rezoning related to GPA 71428. My motion this evening will be for approval. Thank you.
Please cast your vote. Motion for approval. The motion carries.
Moving on to item number 51, the SUP 71431. My motion is to obey this item until Peter says we should hear it. I don't think a month is long enough, to be quite honest with you, but it's up to Mr. Michaels and these neighbors. I just, I hope it just kind of goes away, but that's none of my business. Whenever you want to re-see it is your business. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, a 30-day hold would get it to the November 14th Planning Commission meeting, but ultimately, if the commissioner wants it held in abeyance and the applicant is willing, 30 days, or if they're requesting
We can do
more.
30 days, and if we need to obey again as we get closer, we're more than happy to do that.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Kerr.
Thank you, sir. For the record, I just wanted to note that I will be abstaining on this item as I own a billboard company that manages billboards, and so I think this might be in conflict. I would hate to deny it and someone have an auspice thinking that we denied it for any other reason, so I'll be abstaining for it.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Commissioner Quinn, looking to see if you would like to have this held in abeyance or just
I'm sorry, Director
City
Lowenstein
Council.
was asking me a question regarding this item. What was the question?
Seeing if you're wanting to hold this in abeyance or push it to City Council and let them meet with the neighbors between now and City Council.
Wow,
Chairman?
the motion would be a denial, so...
Commissioner,
Chairman?
Can I ask that the item is obeyed so we can work with the neighbors?
I don't think you're going to have much luck, but you can try. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, sure, My motion would be to obey it, if that's all right.
Commissioner Roush.
Chairman, I'm sorry, just real quick, I wanted to ask the applicant, there was a lot of talking earlier when they were giving you what your options might be, and I thought I heard you say that you were okay with a 30-day abeyance. Do you want longer than that? Do you want a 60-day abeyance? Do you want it tabled for now?
November 14 is fine.
So
We're in
you would be
30
willing
days.
to accept that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
All right, well, I'm going to make a motion then to obey that sign, and then when it comes back, we can either approve it or deny it. So my motion will be to obey the sign number 43, I guess, is that it? I'm sorry, 51. God, we got ahead of ourselves. 51, SUP 71431. My motion will be to obey it till our next meeting. And I wish you a lot of luck on that.
Thank you.
And that motion carries. Noting the abstention of Cedric Creer.
Mr. Chairman, items 49 and 50 will move forward to City Council on November 15, 2017, and item 51 was held in abeyance to the November 14, 2017 Planning Commission meeting.
Thank you. Moving on to item 56. GPA 71555. Applicant owner Foster Day One LLC for possible action on a request for a general plan amendment from ML Medium Low Density Residential to SC Service Commercial at the northwest corner of Cheyenne Avenue and Dapple Gray Road, Ward 4, Anthony. Staff recommends approval. 57 ZON 71556. Public hearing, applicant owner Foster Day One LLC for possible action on a request for a rezone from U undeveloped ML medium low density residential general plan designation to C1 limited commercial at the northwest corner of Cheyenne Avenue and Dapple Gray Road, Ward 4. Anthony. Staff recommends approval. 58 SUP 71557 for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a mini storage facility use. Staff recommends approval. And 59 SDR 71559 for possible action on a request for a site development plan review for a proposed 3-story, 659-unit mini storage facility with a waiver to allow the building to not be oriented to the corner and street frontage where such is required. Staff recommends approval. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is requesting to construct a mini storage facility with accessory truck rental and recreational vehicle storage on an undeveloped lot. The parcel is located along a major thoroughfare near the intersection of two primary arterials and is adjacent to other developed parcels zoned C1. The site does not directly abut any lands planned for low-density residential uses, and impacts to nearby residential development would be minimal. Moreover, the range of uses allowed by the C1 zoning district would be compatible with the existing retail, tavern, office, and public facility uses on the adjacent parcels. Staff therefore recommends approval of the general plan amendment and rezoning requests. The proposed mini storage facility and ancillary uses are adequately screened from adjacent uses and can be operated as a low-intensity development. Its design and location indicate that the use can be conducted in a harmonious and compatible manner with the adjacent land uses. The development requires a waiver to allow the building to be placed on the interior of the property, which staff supports, as it allows for circulation around the entire property and is designed so that the parking area would be located away from Cheyenne Avenue. For these reasons, staff recommends approval of the special use permit and site development plan review requests. Note that there were additional approval and protest documents received after publication.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. Lucy Stewart, 1930 Village Center Circle. And I'm just, I guess, representing or talking about the GPA and the zone change, which staff has recommended for approval. We appreciate their recommendation and would accept it. So with that, I'm just going to turn over to discuss the site plan with the architects.
John Carroll, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive. As staff mentioned, we do have our building set back from the corner, which is required by zoning code. We did set it back so that you did have circulation the full way around the building and to allow the entrance off of Dapple Gray so you do not have traffic impact directly on Cheyenne. We did line it up with the existing driveway to the east for the office complex so that you would not have traffic jams on there. And as staff mentioned, this is a low use impact on here. At the north end, we do have no trees in there, which is allowed because of the drainage or sewage easement that runs through the north end, and that's something that staff has approved also.
Thank you.
Be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Okay. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone wanting to be heard, please come forward. Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing and turn this over to the Planning Commission, starting with Commissioner Toussaint.
Well, I did speak to the owner. I guess he's in Greece celebrating his 30th wedding anniversary, and he did send his apologies for not being here. I did drive by the property, and as we heard before, the storage units don't require a whole lot of traffic, and a lot of times people take stuff and put it in storage, they don't see it for 20 years. I did that. So I am highly in favor of this project, and I would like to make a motion to approve.
Thank you. Please do.
Should I do them all or just one at a time?
One at a time.
Okay. Item number 56, GPA 71555. Move for approval.
Motion is on the floor for approval of item 56. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Item 57, ZON 1556. Move to approve.
Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Item number 58, SUP 71557. Move for approval.
Please cast your vote.
And number 59.
1 second. That motion carries.
Okay. Number 59, SDR 71559. Move for approval.
Please cast your vote. And that motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Thank you guys for your support.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, those items will move forward to City Council on November 15, 2017.
Thank you. Moving on to items 64 and 65. 64 is VAR 71548, applicant owner Stockhouse LLC for possible action on a request for a variance to allow a lot size of 18,855 square feet where 20,000 square feet is required on Lot 3 of a proposed 4-lot single-family residential subdivision at the southeast corner of Whispering Sands Drive and Jones Boulevard, Ward 6, Fiore. Staff recommends approval. And on item 65, VAR 71549 for possible action on a request for a variance to allow a lot size of 18,854 square feet where 20,000 square feet is required on Lot 4 of a proposed 4-lot single-family residential subdivision, Ward 6. Staff recommends approval. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, evidence of a unique or extraordinary circumstance has been presented, and the applicant has incurred a hardship by the dedication of a portion of the western edge of the site for right-of-way, Jones Boulevard. In view of this hardship imposed by the loss of property due to the dedication of right-of-way, it is concluded that the applicant's hardship is not preferential in nature and is thereby within the realm of NRS Chapter 278 for granting of variances, and staff is recommending approval of both variance requests. Please note that there are additional letters of support and protest since publication.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. Terry Carter, representing the client, 1825 Avocado, Henderson, Nevada. We would hope that the commission would agree with staff and approve the variances on the two items.
Okay, thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone wanting to be heard, please come forward. Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing and turn this over to the Planning Commission for discussion and possible action. Commissioner DeSavio.
To us, and looking at everything and going over it, this is definitely fits the community. I don't think that they're asking for a lot, so I think it's harmonious and it does fit the community. So I would ask for, if no other commissioner has any suggestions, a motion to approve.
Okay, please go ahead and make a motion.
I'd like to make a motion to approve item 64, VAR 71548.
All right, motion's on the floor. Please cast your vote. And that motion carries.
And if I could, item 65, VAR 71549, a motion to approve.
Thank you. Motion for approval on item 65. Please cast your vote. And that motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, these items are final action unless appealed to the city clerk within 10 days.
All right, thank you. Item 67, VAR 71520, owner applicant Charleston Place LLC, for possible action on a request for a variance to allow 44 parking spaces where 60 spaces are required at 3300 and 3312 West Charleston Boulevard, Ward 1, Tarkanian. Staff recommends denial. Can we get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, no evidence of a unique or extraordinary circumstance has been presented in that the applicant has created a self-imposed hardship by proposing to add a land use which requires additional parking to the site. In view of the absence of any hardships imposed by the site's physical characteristics, it is concluded that the applicant's hardship is preferential in nature and is thereby outside the realm of NRS Chapter 278 for granting of variances. Please note that there are additional letters of support since publication.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. Kevin Reich, 1771 East Flamingo. Our variance we're requesting, you're probably familiar with it. It's the old AAA building that sits there now. It's been vacant. Our client purchased this property. He's trying to move in. So it's complicated. There's compound pharmacies, closed-door pharmacies that unfortunately the zoning code doesn't allow for the parking, how that would actually be. We only have about a little under 300 feet of the actual retail pharmacy along with the medical. That would take our variance down, if you know the practical side, would take it down to about 6 or 7 stalls. So with respect to planning and understanding the code is requiring for the higher intensity parking, that's kind of something that's just not the practical side. In addition to that, when AAA was here, the LDS church is next door. They've always had kind of a gentleman's agreement, parking back and forth in the back lot, something no one will ever sign anything for, but on Sundays they always have shared it. They've been a client of mine for a long time, and we've worked on both buildings before. So that's kind of our justification, which may not be terribly eloquent.
Thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone wanting to be heard, please come forward. Seeing none, I'm close the public hearing. Turn this over to the Planning Commission for discussion and possible action. Commissioner Quinn.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, sir. I'm very familiar with this old AAA building over here because I've been to it many, many times. What is your intention for what kind of tenant will be going into that building? Is that all right?
The tenant is actually the owner that's moving in. He's moving to get administrative offices. Right. He's putting in 2 medical facilities. And then there's 3 pharmacies in the smaller building. It's a compound, a closed door, and then the small retail pharmacy. Okay. And it'll be the same owner for the entire property.
Okay, thank you very much. I know that parking lot's old. Have you repaved it and restriped it? I didn't drive by it. It's all done?
Before our owner purchased it, AAA had it resealed, but we'll have to restripe some of this to pick up an accessible stall with the current standards.
Thank you. This parking, there's no way you can get any more. I mean, you have what you got, and there's nothing you can do to add more, regardless of tearing down one of these buildings that have been there for about ever. And I think with a couple small pharmacies that are pretty much directed towards certain clients with certain, I mean, they just don't take everybody. They don't take like a CVS. I get it. So I get it. So I'm fine with this application because I'm familiar with it. I'm also very familiar with sharing it with the church and the Saturday evening and the Sunday and the gate back there that Mr. Christensen put in many, many years ago. So I can't rain on that parade. Believe me, I think it's fine. So with that being said, I support the variance of 71520 following. I'm going to make the motion this evening for approval just because it's a circumstance. There's nothing you really can do about it at this point. So,
okay, thank you. There's a motion on the floor for approval. Please cast your vote. And that motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, that item will move forward to City Council on November 15, 2017.
Thank you. Item number 68, VAR 71532, owner applicant JAC Lendl, for possible action on a request for a variance to allow a 0-foot rear and side yard setback where 3 feet is required, a 2-foot separation from the principal dwelling where 6 feet is required, a height of 14 feet where 11 feet is allowed, and to allow the structure to be 1,080 square feet where 992 square feet is the maximum allowed for an existing accessory structure class 2 garage at 104 South Mollard Street, Ward 1. Staff recommends denial. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, no unique or extraordinary circumstances have been presented to warrant the need for the requested variances, as the subject structure is too large for the subject site, as evidenced by its inability to meet the minimum requirements for setback, height, and size allowed in the single-family residential zoning district. Staff is recommending denial of this project. Please note additional letters of protest have been received since publication. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Jack Lindell, 104 Mallard. I'm also 107 Mallard, directly across the street where I've lived for 9 years. First, I would like to say a little thing about codes and variances, because I'm a native. I've lived here all my life. I went to Red Rock Elementary School. I even 25 years ago was sitting up where you are on the county side of the street. I believe codes are to protect the neighborhood from people doing bad things. Variances are there for when we do good things, but the code doesn't cover it. So I'm hopefully going to justify why I'm doing something good. I had 4 neighbors that were here earlier that were in favor of the project and had to leave because of the late nature of the meeting. And I have handwritten from them the neighbor at 195 Upland, which is 4 houses away. Boy, it's hard to read the writing. 228 South Mallard and 300 South Mallard. The one neighbor wrote on the back of the agenda that he lives directly across the street from the building and has known me for several years, and says the house used to be in disrepair and poorly maintained as a rental property. Recently have seen a strong surge in property values, partly due to renovations like Mr. Lindell has accomplished, and I would like to thank him for that. This last few months have been an incredible transformation. This is now one of the nicest houses in the area. I see no detrimental impact in allowing these variances. I do, however, see many positives, from an improvement in aesthetics to a boost in property value. That's why I support the commission approving these variances. Mr. Lindell is a pivotal member of our community in Charleston Heights. Thank you, Victor Sylvan. I'll pass that forward. I also have 28 letters, if you can go to the overhead, that are in support of the application, and a total of 47 signatures between actual letters in support, cards that have not yet been turned in, a letter from the realtor that is selling my house about how I've improved property values, and a petition in favor. That would be in addition to the 4 that I just handed across. I would also note that I have spent $25,000 building this workshop, $25,000 doing repairs to the existing home, and I intend to spend another $25,000 in additional repairs and remodeling to the house. There was no landscaping, there was no anything there before. I also have a picture, on the picture I showed on the overhead, all of my house is the one in red. Everything in yellow, which is all the way around the house, that anybody that can see it, touch it, look at it from across the street, look at it from across the street from behind, are the ones that actually signed letters. And then the other yellow ones that are further down the street are the ones that either signed petitions or turned in applications. The picture I'm showing you now is the current picture of what it looks like, and a detail of what I designed to make the project look like it was all one house. As you can tell, you can't see the front door, which is behind the fireplace. And by having the door to the shop and the door to the front door directly across from each other, I designed a breezeway that went between so it looks like the front door going to one large home to mitigate anything about it being different. I had also met with staff in the planning department on Rancho at windows 7 and 8 on September 11th to address some concerns that Councilwoman Parkanian had about it looking like it was bigger and everything else than what it really is, and that by attaching a breezeway under code that we could eliminate 3 of the variances. The height variance, because 14 foot certainly allowed, 35 foot would be allowed if it's attached. The front has no variance for separation. It's only the rear where the eaves meet against the building because I have a very unusual pie-shaped lot. And the size being actually about 50 square feet bigger than half of the size of my house. The county records show the house is 1985 square feet. The actual measured square feet is 2,050, I believe it is, which is due from back in the day. Building applications were done on a piece of scratch paper pretty much, and then when they were actually built, what was built was slightly different from what the scratch paper showed, but that is the actual square footage of the house. An additional of what the doors look like. The actual variances that I'm asking for, number 1 is the height of the detached building, which if you find that it is attached would go away. The original house is only 11 foot tall, because it was built with the old cut and stack building principles where you have a center wall going down that holds the roof up, and there's no attic space or anything inside. Since no house has been built like that since about 1953, it's impossible to build anything like it today and get the roof that low. In addition, I'm disabled, although I look like I'm pretty good shape for my old age. I broke my back in 7 places and exploded every disc from my shoulder blades to my tailbone in a motorcycle accident years ago. So
I don't want to cut you off, but I would like to keep it on the subject with the land use matter.
And my point was is I do need a hoist inside the building to work on my cars. The size, which I pointed out, the actual house is 2042 square feet, not the 1985, so I'm really only asking for 59 square feet difference, which is less than 5% of the variance. The setback from the rear side, which is basically a 0 lot line, I have with me, I know you don't want to see all of them, but I'll show you just one. 23 houses on just 3 streets in the neighborhood that all have existing approved 0 setbacks. This house is one of the ones that's right across the street from it. It not only has a 0 setback on the left, but on the right side is a corner lot where 15 foot is required and has a 0 setback also. The legal hardship that I do have on the property, my lot, as you can see in the records you have before you, is a triangle where the front of the lot is, or excuse me, the right side of the lot is 68 feet longer on the right side than it is on the left side. The front of the lot is 26 feet wider than it is right behind the house. And the carport that existed on the property was at a 0 lot line on the left side when I bought the house, but it was ugly as sin along with the rest of the house, and I tore it down. The existing tough shed was a 0 setback on the back property line, which I also tore down. The setback from the main house is only at the rear corner, not at the front, so there's no visual detriment to the neighborhood or anything that is set. And I hopefully believe that since I haven't done anything negative, I've got every single neighbor in support, and 4 of them that even took off and came down to speak in favor of it, that I can ask for your approval.
Thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone wanting to be heard, please come forward. Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing, turn this over to the Plan Commission for discussion and possible action, starting with Commissioner Creer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question for you. So this structure is already built? You built it without permits?
Unfortunately, a little knowledge is dangerous, and 25 years ago, when I was a county planning commissioner, we didn't need a permit for a pre-engineered structure. So yes, I did a bad thing and built it without a permit.
And I'm sorry to interrupt you. I'm just trying to move this along. So you built this big structure in your home without any permits with it, and now how long has it been there?
Oh, it's only been there a couple of months.
Okay, and so
I just bought the home 4 months ago.
okay, and does anybody live in the home?
No, no one lives in the home. When I bought it, it was vacant. I am moving into the home.
You live across the street, correct?
I have my house for sale. I've lived in my house now for 9 years, and I am moving into the house. I'm halfway moved into it now.
Okay, so but no one lives in this home, and you built this big structure without any permits, and now you come to the Planning Commission wanting to basically ask for forgiveness.
Basically, forgiveness for my stupidity because, as I said, 25 years ago, when I was in the county,
I got you.
we didn't need a permit for that. I didn't know better.
Thank you.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chairman, if there's no other comments. Because you did speak with our councilwoman about this, and because you told me that it was her consensus that if your neighbors were all fine with it, she was fine with it, I'm going to be perfectly honest with you. I did not go look at it. I did not speak to your neighbors. And she took a much better look at this than that I have at all, because I was bombarded by other things this week. And until this evening, you never spoke with me, and I do wish you would have called me sooner. With that being said, I'm going to make the motion this evening, sir, to follow staff's recommendation for the denial, sending it to the city councilwoman, who in fact said that if you get the neighbor's support, then she will overlook how big it is or whatever you told me. So with that being said, my motion this evening will be to follow staff's recommendation for the denial of variance 71532. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. The yes vote is for denial. That motion carries.
Does this automatically go forward?
We're about to find out.
Mr. Chairman, this action is final unless appealed to the city clerk within 10 days. So you would have to appeal this item to the city clerk within the 10-day period, apply for the notification cost associated with that, and then it would move forward to the city council if you
Is
so
that going to
desire.
cost more money?
The re-notification fees for the application, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, we have gone for another 2 hours, and I know everybody wants to go home, but we're going to take a short recess, and we'll be right back.
I was going to indicate, on that last item, it said it may go on to city council. I mean, can it go on without requiring an additional cost?
The determination was for that to be final action if denied.
Okay. Oh, in addition, if that gentleman would leave all those documents he had with him and give it to the city clerk.
He already took off. He already left. Okay, thank you. We're going to take a short recess. Good evening. We're going to go ahead and start this planning commission hearing, and we're going to move to item 78 to go ahead and get a staff report, and so we can let one of our staff members go. 78, Advance TXT 66412, applicant owner, City of Las Vegas, for possible action on a request to remove and replace the downtown Centennial Plan with the interim downtown Las Vegas urban form standards and amend Las Vegas Municipal Code Title 19 as applicable, and to provide for other related matters. Staff recommends approval.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, thank you. Thank you for moving this up. I appreciate it. So we did a formal presentation on this item at the last Planning Commission meeting. I would just ask that that presentation be carried over in the record for this one. Based on the conversation that the commissioners had on that text amendment, we met. We did briefings with all members of the Planning Commission on this amendment, so hopefully we were able to address a number of the concerns. A couple of things I just want to make a part of the record tonight on this amendment. First off, as this amendment goes forward, we will be taking off what was becoming a misnomer. I think in the header it says something about form-based or urban form as a part of the description of the new chapter. We're taking that out. The text amendment that is before you tonight does not have anything to do with the form-based code. Whether we eventually adopt a form-based code to implement the downtown master plan or not, this amendment is necessary to address the fact that essentially, and if we can go to the overhead for a second and kind of drill down on the map area here, to address the fact that under the Centennial Plan, we had one geography. Under the Downtown Master Plan, we have a larger geography in the downtown that we're dealing with. And so this amendment really is to address that inconsistency that exists between the old Centennial Plan boundary and the new Master Plan boundary. Additionally, it's consolidating what was the old Centennial Plan into this new chapter that will be inserted into Title 19. Basically, because of the fact that the standards were redundant in the Centennial Plan amongst all the districts, the Centennial Plan is about 179 pages. We're going to consolidate that down into 55 pages that remains consistent with those standards, but is a much more consolidated version. A couple things I do want to make very clear that were questions that had come up last time. This amendment does not change how we treat any uses. So any use that's currently a conditional use or a special use permit will be treated exactly the same as it is now under this amendment. It does not change how we treat uses. And again, this is not a part of the form-based code at this time. Eventually, when the form-based code does come before you, it will have impact on what this amendment does, but at this time, this amendment is not actually related to the form-based code. And with that, I would take any questions that you might have that we didn't have an opportunity to cover either during the last presentation or during the briefings that we did since the last presentation.
This is a public hearing. If anybody has any questions, please come forward. Seeing none, I'll turn this over to the Planning Commission for discussion and possible action. I'll just say that I had the opportunity to go to Carson City last week and give a presentation with our planning department on the form-based code, and I was able to learn a lot more about the interim document, and so I feel comfortable with going ahead and approving this now. Vice Chair?
Through the chair, I stand with you. I also went to an additional briefing with the planning staff, and I voted yes for it in the last meeting and received more information to help back up my feeling of it. So if there's no more discussion, I'm prepared to make a motion on the item.
Commissioner Roush.
Oh, excuse me, Commissioner Roush.
Thank you, Chairman. Just a couple points of clarification and some background. When we were here last time, we voted 7-0 to hold this, and I appreciate that opportunity to learn more about it. Since then, I went to a 2-day seminar on the form-based code, and I understand it very clearly now, and I feel very good about it as a downtown application. It's also going to be applying in an expanded footprint, which I think we've covered very carefully in our prior hearing as well as tonight. I also want to make sure, though, that Commissioner Quinn understands that this will apply to the medical district, And I think that it's fine in general, but when I look at it, I think that it's important, especially in light of the comments that we had earlier from some of the residents, that it will affect the south side of Charleston. And it kind of comes in and out as a sawtooth, depending on the depths of those existing commercial. But my understanding is that they would be included in the form-based code and the interim document as well. And the reason I bring it up is that although in these 16 pages of text amendments that accompany the 53 pages of actual, use guidelines, and I would call this the artistic piece, and I would call this the technical piece, it does state that the building height, building setback, and lot coverage provisions of this chapter for both residential adjacency and setback are an exemption that is not going to be prohibited in the future, and that the City Council could impose those in the future, but that now with the new form-based code, those south of Charleston commercial applications will now fall into a form-based code, and they will be simply based on what the architectural looks like. The way this reads to me, and please correct me if I'm wrong, it says very clearly in item 2 and item 3, whether it's a commercial or whether it's a residential application, if it's in the overlay, then it says very clearly that anything in the overlay is exempted from the automatic application of the building height, building setback, and lot coverage provisions of this chapter, including the residential adjacency setback, provided, however, that this exemption does not prohibit the City Council from imposing a building height, setback, or lot coverage requirement in connection with the approval of site plan development. So I guess my comment would be that I think that that's a big burden for Ward 1, and that Commissioner Quinn and her councilwoman need to make sure that they're prepared that every time an application comes before them, that the form-based code isn't going to protect the residential adjacency, and they need to be prepared to impose that themselves each and every time. And that was the only comment that I wanted to make in regard to that piece. Secondly, I want to read into the record that you have confirmed to me that sexually oriented businesses and marijuana-related uses next to or adjacent to any other uses would still be required to get their necessary application, waiver, permit, et cetera, per ordinance. And is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, yes. So nothing changes. Whatever requirements currently exist on a marijuana establishment will continue to exist. Any limitations on the sexually oriented business continue to exist. Nothing in those rules change.
Okay.
Based on anything that's in this amendment.
Great, thank you. I had been asked for clarification on that, and I appreciate that answer. Thank you.
All right. Looking for a motion.
Through the chair, prepared to make a motion on item number 78, text number 66412, make a motion for approval.
Thank you. Motion's on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries, and thank you for the presentation, Mr. Summerfield.
Mr. Chairman, that item will be forwarded to City Council in ordinance form.
Thank you. Getting back to item number 69, SUP 71552, Dragon 7 Henderson Properties LLC, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a beer, wine, cooler, off-sale establishment use at the southwest corner of Washington Avenue and Martin Luther King Boulevard, Ward 5, Barlow. Staff recommends approval. And relating to item 70, SDR 71554, for possible action on a request for a site development plan review for a proposed 5,775 square foot retail development with a waiver to allow the building to not be oriented to the corner and street frontage where such is required at the southwest corner of Washington Avenue and Martin Luther King Boulevard, Ward 5, Barlow. Staff recommends approval. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, the subject site is located within the neighborhood revitalization area of the Las Vegas 2020 Master Plan, the Las Vegas redevelopment area, and the West Las Vegas Neighborhood Plan, which all share the common goal of reducing vacant and blighted land. The proposed development meets all special use permit requirements, residential adjacency setbacks, and is appropriate for a commercially zoned parcel at the intersection of a primary arterial and a major collector street. The proposed project will revitalize a long-standing vacant corner, and staff is recommending approval of all requests. Please note additional letters of protest have been received since publication. Thank you.
Thank you. And good evening. And before we get started, I just wanted to say it's getting kind of late tonight, so to kind of move things along a little bit, hoping that applicants can make their presentations in about 5 minutes. And then we're going to restrict public comment to 2 minutes per person, and then we'll give you time for a rebuttal too. I'm not sure how big your project is, and if I'm cutting you off a little bit too quick, then you let me know.
Mr. Chairman, Doug Rankin, 1055 Whitney Ranch Road, Henderson, Nevada. On behalf of the applicant, in light of the late hour, we concur with staff's recommendation for approval. I'm here to answer any questions if you had any. If you'd like a formal presentation, I can go through that. But the slides on itself, the property is zone C1. We meet all the standards. We do have one waiver for building orientation, which staff supports.
Thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone wanting to be heard, please come forward. Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing, turn this over to the Planning Commission, starting with Commissioner Creer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You want to rebuke that? No rebuttal?
Yes, I have none.
I'm just joking. I had a chance to meet that applicant, and this is an area that used to have a small little bank on it, Bank of America, and it is blighted. It is directly across the street from where I live. The neighborhood is directly across the street from where I live. And I do believe that this will add and take away from the blighted area. I do support it, and I think it'll be a good addition to our community. And we talked about maintaining it, keeping it clean. One of the things about it, which is important, is that it's going to have an enhanced beautification structure to it. It just won't be a 7-Eleven. It'll have the brick in front of it. It'll be very nice and very inviting, very warm, and also the restaurant next to it. So, looking forward to it. Thank you.
There's no other comments. Look forward to getting a motion.
Thank you. Agenda item 69, SUP 71552. I move for approval.
Thank you. Motion's on the floor for approval. Please cast your vote. And that motion carries.
Thank you for your time.
One more.
Oh.
You don't want to do the next one?
Item 70.
Please.
It's a related item.
Just wondering. Agenda item 70, SDR 71554. I move for approval.
Motion's on the floor. Please cast your vote. And thank you, sir, for keeping your presentation down to less than 5
You have a
minutes.
good evening.
Thank you. That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, those items are final action unless appealed to the city clerk within 10 days.
Thank you. Moving on to item 71, SUP 71375, applicant Frank Rapper, owner Flag Circle Properties LLC, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for an existing short-term residential rental use at 1509 Flag Circle, Ward 1, Tarkanian. Staff recommends approval. Can we get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is currently operating a short-term residential rental at the subject site with a business license issued on December 1st of 2016. In addition, the short-term residential rental use has operated without violation since that same date. The site meets the distance separation requirements and is being conducted in a manner that is harmonious with the existing surrounding residential neighborhood. Staff is recommending approval of this request. Please note additional letters of protest and support have been received since publication. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Gene Raper. This is my wife, Stephanie. We appreciate the opportunity to speak with you tonight about our property at 1509 Flag Circle. As was mentioned in the staff's report, this is an existing and has been operating for a little over a year and licensed short-term rental property. We have received all the proper and approval inspections from the fire chief and health and safety, so that we do have things such as smoke alarms, carbon monoxide detectors, child safety alarms on the doors that slide out back to the pool, and various other things that are required, and just frankly just make it safe to be in the home. Although my wife and I are very involved in the day-to-day operation of our short-term rental, We do employ a full-time state and city licensed property management company to help us with that, make sure that things are done in the proper fashion, not just for our guests, but to make sure that the neighbors are well respected and taken care of. We have paid on time and promptly incomplete our occupancy taxes, which is something that has been missing from a lot of these short-term rentals. We have paid them every month promptly and on time. I'll be submitting copies of those for the record so that you will have those. We have received no complaints, as staff had mentioned. As a matter of fact, not only have we not received complaints, if I could get my wife to read you just a couple of quick paragraphs on something here.
We had all the neighbors on our...
Your name and address?
Pardon?
Your name and address.
My name is Stephanie Raper, 1717 Tangiers Drive in Henderson.
Thank you.
All the neighbors on our street have signed a letter in support of us as an existing short-term rental. They are aware that we are a short-term rental. Their experience with our residents, as they state in their letter, has been good, quite good. The occupants have always been quite polite, quiet. The noise is kept to a minimum. And they are very comfortable that we are very interested in keeping this property in excellent condition, the street in excellent condition, and the residents are happy. They have our phone number. Know to call us 24/7 if they have any questions, any complaints, anything wrong with the property. They always know how to reach us.
Thank you.
We also have, if I can get the overhead real quickly, we also have posted on the front door 2 placards. One says, any concerns with this property, call Vegas Getaways, and has the phone number. That's there. It's a 24-hour phone number. It's posted on the front door of the property, and next to that has a maximum occupancy of 8 adults. It's a 4-bedroom unit, and that is the maximum that we're allowed to have there. As my wife mentioned, if I can, I'll give you a short picture of where this property is. This is the property in question here. Every house on this cul-de-sac and the one behind it has signed a letter of approval and in support of this. We'll be submitting that for the record as well. Okay? With that, we'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone wanting to be heard, please come forward. If I could ask you two to back up to the first row for a second, to the seats. Good evening.
Good evening, Chairperson and Commissioners. My name is Annette Fiala with the Vegas Vacation Rental Association, 208 East Levi Avenue. And I just wanted to say that Frank Raper is a member of our association, and he has been practicing what you call best practices as far as short-term rentals, and we support his application. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no one else, I'm going to close the public hearing and invite you back up. I don't think you need a rebuttal on that one, so I'm going to go ahead and turn this over to the Planning Commission, starting with Commissioner Quinn.
Thank you. Because it is a late hour, I'll be very brief. I would have liked to have spoken longer about your presentation that you gave to me and Commissioner Roush last week. In the over year and a half that we have been faced with short-term rentals, I've never received one of these in my life. And this came directly from you, Mr. and Mrs. Raper, and I appreciate it. This book is like a Bible. It's a staple of how every short-term rental should be ran. I did confirm with you, and I told you very bluntly that you're not defying any ordinance. There's not one within 660 feet of you. We would be having a different conversation, as I told you, honestly, if there was. When I asked you if you can be called at any time of the day by the neighbors, you whipped out your phone, you turned it on, and you could see the backyard, the pool, and the front yard cars, and I thought, well, my God, why isn't everybody doing it right? And that's what you're doing this evening, and I really appreciate the fact that I finally get how it is done right, and it was you that showed me. With that being said, this evening is nice for both of you, because I will be making a motion for the approval of SUP 71375 with a final action this evening coming from the councilwoman directly.
Before you make a motion, I just had a quick question for staff, because I noticed that this one was operating as a short-term rental, and I have to abstain on one later on in the agenda because I think they were operating as a short-term rental. And I mean, to my understanding, the other one was operating legally. And are there certain cases with the new ordinance where everybody, even if they had a short-term rental, they still have to come back to us now? And is that what we're seeing?
For the record, Mary McElhone, playing Deputy Director. Basically what happened is they had a conditional use verification permit and were also licensed, and that was all they needed until in June when the new ordinance passed. So with the passage of the new ordinance, they now have to come forward for the special use permit, and they've been operating without any issues since they
Perfect.
originally licensed.
And legally, yeah.
Thank you. I
So
just
bravo.
want a clarification on that. And with that, I'm going to
Thank you.
ask if you'd give us a
The motion is this evening for approval of SUP 71375, and thank you again for spending that time with me. It took me a long time to figure
Thank
this
you.
out.
Motion's on the floor. Please cast your vote.
May I keep this, Mr. Raper? May I keep this? Yes, you may. Thank you.
Has everybody voted?
I need those letters.
And that motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, that item is final action unless appealed to the city clerk within 10 days.
Thank you. Moving on to item 73, SGP 71424, applicant owner, the Valley Family Trust, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for sorry, 72. I thought that was held in abeyance, but they canceled their request to hold in abeyance. So I'm going to back up to 72.
Oh, okay.
SUP 71414, applicant owner Rachel A. Hopper, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed short-term residential use at 821 Marjay Court, Ward 5, Barlow. Staff recommends approval. Can we get a staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the proposed subject site is approximately 945 feet from the nearest short-term residential rental use, which exceeds the minimum distance separation requirement of 660 feet. Staff finds the proposed use can be conducted in a manner that is harmonious with the existing surrounding neighborhood and is recommending approval. Please note additional letters of protest have been received since publication. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. Mr. Chairman and the Planning Commission, my name is Rachel Hopper, and I'm the property owner for 821 Marjay Court and the applicant for the corresponding special use permit SUP-71414. I'm glad that the city and this Planning Commission recognizes that not every application is the same and that some property owners, myself included, are just as passionate about keeping party houses out of Vegas. My application was already recommended for approval by the staff, as you just heard, but I would still like to take a few minutes of your time to share further context on my application. I've heard a number of people mention that short-term rentals decrease property values because the rental property becomes littered with trash, run down, and overall it's just not well maintained. As you can see on page 1 of the handout that was passed out a little while ago after the break, with the before and after pictures I provided, my purchase of this home actually resulted in better upkeep and maintenance of the property. The home has been completely remodeled. I have a pool cleaner weekly and lawn service bi-weekly. The property is no longer the eyesore it was prior to me buying it. I think one of the biggest differences between myself and other applicants before you tonight is that this is not just an investment property for me. This is actually my home. I actually live here. This actual picture, this is my bedroom. I point this out because I truly care about what happens to this property and my personal items within it. I'm applying for an SUP because the company I work for is actually located in the Bay Area, and so I travel a lot. I'm able to work remotely for the majority of the time, but also there's like certain seasons of the year where I do travel heavily to the Bay Area and then back here as well. My mom also lives in the area. My fiance lives in the Valley as well, and so one of the things that I wanted to make clear to you guys tonight is that if I happen to be traveling and not in the area, that I have other contingency plans and people who are available 24/7 to look over the property, go and visit guests if there's any issues or anything like that. As I mentioned earlier, I'm determined to ensure that my home and my personal belongings inside of it stay protected. I've come up with a strategy to ensure that no parties are ever held here, and I only rent to families or small groups. This strategy starts from the beginning with the screening of potential guests. As you may or may not be aware, the listing sites allow hosts to set strict security settings, so that's something that I've done. Page 3 actually has a screenshot of my booking settings. It's not listed right now, just to be very clear about that, but it would require all guests to have a valid government registered ID with Airbnb, and they must have positive reviews to even book my property. In addition to that, I will not be booking or allowing local residents to book because I feel like that if anybody was going to throw a party, it would probably be somebody who lived in the area and knew people. Common sense there, but I think a lot of people still rent to locals. Aside from that, the next thing that I would do is make sure that there's clear communication with potential guests. So here's a list of what my house rules would be. So very clearly stated that this is not a party house. It also mentions a number of technology devices that I have to really make sure that the guests know that, hey, I'm not just saying this is not a party house, I'm gonna make sure it's not a party house. And we'll talk about that a little bit later. In addition to just having this listed that all guests must agree to before even being allowed to book, I'm also going to get on the phone with them. I'm not just gonna allow anybody to book. I'm not gonna allow the instant booking sitting. I'm going to get on the phone. I'm going to talk with these people. Again, this is my home. I need to make sure that no parties are thrown. In addition to that, I want to make sure that they're aware that, hey, there are certain city ordinances that you have to abide by. No cars can be on the street. There had the maximum number of occupancy. And again, just make sure what they're using it for. Here's the technology that I mentioned. So here's one thing. I think Commissioner Quinn, you mentioned this in the other presentation that just went before me, that they actually had views of their property. Same thing for me. I actually have a floodlight cam so that I'm able to see the front door, the adjacent street, the driveway, just to make sure nobody is parking on the street, to make sure there's no large number of cars or anything like that. I can check on it 24/7. The second device I had that I haven't heard anybody say here tonight or previously is called NoiseAware. So this device actually monitors the decibels and duration of noise on the property. One of the biggest things is, you know, I care about my neighbors. I like them, they like me, and I want to make sure that that continues to happen. And so what I've done is I have this device. It's inside the living room, and it's also outside in the backyard. So anytime it gets above 60, it alerts me with a text message, and I can either send somebody over there, go over there myself, call the guest and figure out what's going on, and ask them to keep it down. The last piece of technology that I have is called Party Squasher. So this one's pretty cool. It actually measures the number of technology devices or phones that are on the property. So you can set the area, the radius that it measures, and it'll alert me. So I set this to the maximum number of occupancies that I'm allowed to have, and then they would alert me if it goes above that. Again, 24/7. So, for full transparency, how do I know this will work? Because it has.
You have about 20 seconds left.
20 seconds, okay. In conclusion, I just want to say I definitely, again, this is my home, plan to only rent it out to families. I know there's a lot of families who can't visit Vegas because they have little kids if they have to stay on the Strip. So I want to be able to provide to those families. One of my friends, for instance, can't visit because she has a child with autism and can't handle loud sounds, noises, or anything like that. So she actually asked if she could stay with me when she comes and visits. So that's it.
Okay, thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone wanting to be heard, please come forward. Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing, turn this over to the Planning Commission. And I got to say, the Party Squasher is pretty cool and innovative idea.
It does measure, the only thing it does measure is it measures computers as well. So you do have to take that into account that some people may have laptops, but it's pretty cool.
All right. Commissioner Kerr.
Thank you. I have a question for you. So you say that you rent it out when you stay at when you work.
Yes.
Right.
Not all the time, though. Not all the time. But it's my intention to do so, which is why I want to come before you guys to make sure that I'm following the law, which is getting...
Let me finish my question.
Yes, sir, sorry.
Thank you. So you say that you rent it when you go to work sometimes, but then you pass by, in your document, you pass by and do a little drive-by. So are you staying there or are you not staying there?
Yeah. So in that document, what it says is I will either rent it out when I'm in the Bay Area, or sometimes I stay with my mom here. She's disabled, and she lives in North Centennial, and sometimes she has really difficult, she's got a townhome and has difficulty going up and down stairs, dizziness and all of that, so I like to be with her sometimes. So if I am local, then, and I'm at her, staying at her house, I will drive by the property. If I'm not, if I am in the Bay Area, I will make sure that somebody else drives by the property.
So it's safe to say that you really aren't there the majority of the time? I mean, you're really renting this out the majority of the time?
For full transparency, I anticipate about 6 months out of the year, if you accumulated it, that I will be renting it out. The other 6 months, I do intend to be on the property, living there, staying there.
And you said you haven't had any problems, so you haven't had anybody call you, no one's called you with problems 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, or the neighbors or anything?
No neighbors have had any complaints, no, sir. No, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
I think we're ready for a motion.
I'm not a fan of short-term rentals, but it seems like you've covered your bases, and we're going to give it a shot. So it's item 72, SUP 71414. I move for approval.
Motion's on the floor. Please cast your vote. And that motion carries.
Thank you. Thank you so
Mr.
much.
Chairman, that item will move forward to the City Council on November 15th, 2017.
Thank you. Item 73, SUP 71424, applicant owner, the Valley Family Trust, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed short-term residential rental use at 150 North Las Vegas Boulevard, Unit 2105, Ward 3, Coffin. Staff recommends approval. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is proposing to operate a short-term residential rental use within the residential component of a mixed-use development located at 150 North Las Vegas Boulevard. Staff finds the proposed use can be conducted in a manner that is harmonious with the existing surrounding commercial and residential uses, and is recommending approval. Please note additional letters of protest and support have been received since publication. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Stephanie Valle, trustee of the Valle Family Trust. I live at 3111 Bel Air Drive, Suite 3C, Las Vegas, 89109. My husband and I are owners of 150
Yes.
Could you ask her to pull that mic a little closer?
Yes, could you pull that microphone a little
I'm
closer?
sorry, I'm afraid I didn't want to yell.
No problem.
Okay.
Thank you.
My husband and I are owners of 150 North Las Vegas Boulevard, Suite 2105, 89101. We are law-abiding citizens, Nevada property owners by two, and we are requesting the commercial short-term rental special use permit approval for our property. We would like to add a few things to the record. We applied and submitted this application shortly after the ordinance was updated in June of 2017. Our property meets the land use criteria, as it will be non-owner occupied. It has no more than 3 bedrooms. It is at least 660 feet from any other short-term rental, and is in a location that allows short-term rentals. I have a letter here for you all from the HOA that states this, so I would like to give that to you. This information as well was disclosed in the purchase, when we were purchasing the property, that HOA did permit short-term rentals. Our property is located downtown within steps of the Fremont Street Experience, which is specifically why we purchased it, to enjoy the experience, environment, and history, and all of the local offerings. We are invested in our property and community in many ways. We are active HOA members. We are active participants in our local community by patronizing the local businesses and inviting visiting family and friends to do the same when in town. My husband is employed within the Las Vegas community. My daughter is a freshman at UNLV, and my son will be an incoming freshman at UNLV in 2018. We are financially invested in our property as well. These are the reasons that we strive to maintain the integrity of our suite, our property, the building, and the neighborhood. We believe we fulfill all of the requirements for the short-term rental and ask for approval. Please and thank you.
Thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone wanting to be heard? We have several people. Come on down. I'm going to ask the applicant to sit in the front row, and we have 3 microphones, so feel free to line up, and we'll start with you, ma'am. Good evening.
Hi. Nancy Seamers, 150 Las Vegas Boulevard North, Unit 1903. At the time staff recommended approval for short-term residential rental use, there was no reason for concern. But on October 1st, after the shooting at the Harvest 91 Country Music Festival had occurred, I became concerned. As you know, the Ogden has been on the news because the shooter had stayed there on a short-term basis. Now, I feel unsafe walking down the hallway of our condominium building. Short-term occupants are not known to me. They are not adequately screened by a third-party company like Airbnb. Access is to all floors, not just one unit on one floor. In this way, it's different than a single-family home where a short-term renter would have access and proximity to only one residence. This is a safety issue. As a resident, I want to continue to feel comfortable and safe in my home and not have any doubt about that unknown person I may meet in an interior, deserted hallway. Please deny this permit. I am frightened to have short-term rentals in the same building where I live. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. Larry Hawkes, 150 North Las Vegas Boulevard, Unit 1101. And I concur with the statements that she stated. Also, I'd like to rebuttal on the statement made prior about the HOA allowing short-term. They sent out a memo where they said they had not committed to short-term or long-term. It was kind of an open type policy. So it doesn't actually say short-term. It says rentals, yes, but short-term, I believe, is not included in that. If I may, I had submitted a letter in regards to this, and I'd like to just kind of take a few items out quickly and then end with a comment of some of the potential problems that have been created. There has been some short-term rentals occurring without permits. And some of the problems that I have encountered in my floor is dirty waste in the elevators, in the trash chutes. They don't clean up after themselves. They have a wear and tear coming in and out of the elevators and down the hallways. You got to realize that this is a hallway and there's like 21 units per floor. Lastly, this proposal adversely affects all owners because rentals will be using community paid services. These are being rented out. We're paying for the water, the sewer, garbage, natural gas, and it seems like that's kind of an unfair situation to allow this to happen. The Ogden should remain a residential building dedicated to improving and supporting the downtown area and not serve as a part-time hotel or money-making scheme. There's a lot of hotels, new ones that are coming in downtown, and the casinos provide housing and lodging. I will end with my opinion. The Ogden provides high risk to safety and security to the downtown, Fremont Street, and Civic Center area because it has 21 stories of open balconies. To the south is facing Fremont with all the activities and events that take place and the Civic Center. To the north, it has the freeway and the event centers for Life is Beautiful and some other events that take place.
And that buzzer beeping.
Okay, I will conclude in the interest of repetitive application, resolution, and petition of the Ogden Building at 150 North being advertised and sold as luxury high-rise residential condos, not be allowed to rent units for less than 30 days. 60 days a year, I don't mind, but I feel that we're going to be opening Pandora's box. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, my name is Sherry Liker. I also live in the building at 150 North Las Vegas Boulevard. I have no problem with her having an approval for this. When I moved into the building, I was told the same exact thing, that the building does allow short-term rentals, and I was in the process of starting to do an application for it myself, for income for my property, and I also will live in the property. So I have no problem. I say she should be approved. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Chairman.
Good evening.
My name is Daniel Myers. I live in Unit 1010, and I do have a problem with this because the owners that are trying to do Airbnb don't actually stay here. They're trying to rent it out to make a profit. There's no security checks being done by these people. And the thing about it is the HOA that approved this was because we don't have enough people that live in the residence to vote yet. So they voted on this Airbnb, which is, doesn't work out for us because the main thing is the shooter actually scouted out also for Life is Beautiful. So.
My name is Brenda Myers, and I live at 150 Las Vegas Boulevard, Unit 1010. It's my husband. With the whole downtown project, we decided to sell our home in Summerlin and move downtown and be part of a homeowners community. You know, other people, we live in the building. This is our home. And now that the building is allowing short-term rentals, less than 30 days, it is depreciating our home. It's churning into a hotel. There's plenty of hotels on Fremont Street for people to stay. The Ogden is being sold now as home ownership only. You cannot rent, like if there were rentals in the building, any leases that are coming to an end, they are being forced to move out for owners to purchase. So I think it is wrong for people to be purchasing condos to make a profit when most of us have purchased because it's our home and we live there. And with the shooting recently that just happened, we don't even have the security. We have, one person at the front lobby and, one person who may walk the parking deck, but all of us are now subject to this exposure of anyone just staying for a night or two and ruining our life.
It's a lot different from, the short-term lease when you're staying at a home or something like this. The condo's a lot different.
We invested our life savings into this home, which wasn't inexpensive. It's our home, and like the gentleman before, the short-term leases, I hate to say that, but they're party people. They come in, they leave their garbage, they leave their beer cans, they're flicking their cigarettes off the balconies, and it's not right.
Thank you. I'd like to go over by about 20 seconds.
Thank you very much for your
tonight.
consideration. Thank you.
All right. Good evening.
Hi, good evening. My name's Isaac Piccone. I live at 150 Las Vegas Boulevard, Unit 1107. I would ask just for a little bit of latitude. I have a few extra points, and I've been waiting here 5 hours along with everybody else. So this is really important to me, as well as the other Ogden owners. This shooting last week changed a lot of things for a lot of people. I never expected to have anything in my home country remind me of being in Iraq. And when I went to the hospital that evening, that's exactly what it reminded me of. It was even more unsettling to come home the next day and realize that this cowardly shooter attempted to stay in a building.
Yes. We really need to stick with the land use issues. We really need to stick with the land use issues.
Yes.
And I'm there. So
Okay.
it was unsettling to know that he stayed in our building or attempted to stay in our building. The issue of short-term rentals brings up several issues. Security, obviously, number one. These people are being given key fobs, which give them access to every single floor, every single common area. They're being given garage door openers, which give access to all of our vehicles. If they're not given a garage door opener because the owner of the property is parking their car there, then these guests are taking up our limited guest spaces so that owners who live there are not able to have guests come. And the safety of our building, as well as the surrounding community, decreases because we're having new strangers each and every weekend coming there. The pride of ownership, everyone's touched on. The amount of HOA fees that are going to go out to increased, spills on our brand new carpet, broken glass in the elevator. These are all things that are coming out of everyone's pocket. And to clarify a point, the CC&Rs for our building were created 10 years ago, and they have no language about short-term rentals. So to say that they're approved, that's incorrect. One of the special things about our building is the ability to get financing for special financing, VA, Fannie Mae, all of these things. It's one of the selling points of the Ogden. When it starts being used as a hotel, these governmental backing agencies will no longer approve it. Also, the short-term rentals that are taking place are not in compliance with city code right now, which also makes our building ineligible for government-backed.
Sir, I'm going to have to ask you to wrap it up soon because you've already gone over by a minute.
So with the city knowing that, I would ask that you guys disapprove this. Our security is not set up for it. The liability for the HOA and for the community is very high. I think that the people that have invested in downtown would hope that you guys would support our investment in creating a community downtown.
Thank you.
So
I appreciate
please
it.
disapprove this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Good evening, Paul Murad, 353 East Bonneville, 1101. I'm a broker and been a broker with an office here in downtown since 2005. I've represented clients who bought at Ogden, have clients that are interested in buying in Ogden. During the selling process, it's stated several times by the sales staff that short-term rentals are welcomed and okayed in that building. The comment from the gentleman about CC&Rs 10 years ago, there was no Airbnb 10 years ago, just like there was no Uber and Lyft in some of the regulations for transportation 10 years ago or even 7 years ago. It's a new economy, it's a sharing economy, it's a different way of life, and we need to keep mindful of that. So as far as the HOA was very welcoming in the selling process, and it was something that was stated a number of times, so I want to make sure that there's no misconception about that. As a real estate broker and property manager with license in both of those areas, I know for a fact that both with clients I represent or the properties I represent or other properties that I've dealt with, that a lot of the long-term tenants don't go through the extensive background check. It's just a quick process. Some of the properties that are vacant, agents and property owners are happy to take tenants. And as long as they've got the money for the security deposit and ready to pay the rent, they just take them. And so there's no difference in the background checking. Some companies do a more thorough job than others. With a lot of the short-term rental sites, I know I've used them myself. I had to verify my ID. I had to verify my, just my email address. I've had to be, I had reviews written about me, et cetera. So it's just neighbors looking out for neighbors, because you've got, when you have a short-term renter and he's coming and there's been 5 or 10 or 15 or 20 reviews of them being a good visitor in other places, that's a lot more information than someone applying blind and just saying, I've got the money for security deposit, I've got money for the rent. So there is a lot of verification of the people that are coming through that way. The garage door fobs, I've personally known friends who are meeting me downtown because I live downtown, and they park in your garage because it's an open garage and anybody can drive through into Ogden and park in the guest parking spaces. So there's no extra harm of people having fobs to access that. And as far as financing available for that building, the reason that the financing is available is because so many more units were sold, and the units were sold to a number of people who were buying it in order to keep that as an investment for themselves in the future when they want to move there, and meanwhile being able to rent it out. So with all that said, I hope that we're not being like the taxi industry that's trying to stop Uber and Lyft in Nevada a couple of years ago, and we'll let the economy in progress take its place.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, Councilman and Commissioners. Thank you very much for seeing me. My name is Joseph Modig, AJ Modig. I have a couple vacation rentals, all of them which are legal, and I really only came down mostly to speak to some of the things that were said about the Ogden. In particular, one thing that kept coming up is that the wear and tear on a building is going to be excessive because these people are coming from out of town. I've had over 450 people stay in my places, and I can say, as a property manager licensed, as a broker licensed, that the people who stay in vacation rentals typically, probably 99% of the time, are much cleaner and more considerate of the property than any other tenants that I've ever rented to. There's a lot more I could go into, but I think most of it's already been said. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing and ask the applicant to come back up, and if you'd like to have 2 minutes to address any of the questions as a rebuttal, I'll give it to you.
The tragedy on Sunday, October 1st, was unforgettable and unforgivable. It could have happened anywhere, and as a matter of fact, it did. It happened on the Las Vegas Strip in a premier property, the Mandalay Bay. We all have to learn now to adjust and do our best to prevent the future tragedies across all properties, high-rises, hotels, office, apartment buildings, and the like, not by limiting commerce, rather by strengthening our defenses. As owners, we will contribute to maintaining the security of the building for owners, renters, and guests alike as much as we possibly can by working in layers. Our layers of security looks like this. Layer 1 is electronic screening. The platform that we would use screens for valid government-issued identification. We would screen the reviews of these customers that would come in and want to book as guests. We would engage in secure messaging, asking probing questions and having conversations with these potential guests. We would visit social media sites by searching by the location, the name of our potential guests. Our layer 2 would be the building layer. Granted, there are limited resources, but we would work with the building staff for guest check-in and guest check-out by providing the building with authorized lists of those guests that are coming in. The property does have a 24-hour security staff, video surveillance, and secured elevator access. Layer 3, guests would be greeted upon check-in and check-out. We would hire a host who lives on the property, so we would have our eyes and ears on the property as well. And that host would be available 24/7 to the building and to the guest and to us. As owners, we frequent the property quite often to use the amenities. We pass through. It's got a great walk out to Fremont Street. Lastly, I'd like to ask a question. Since there's a 660-foot separation between short-term rentals, and we are requesting that, I'm assuming there's no other short-term rental within that 660 feet separation. Therefore, 1 would be approved. If 1 is approved, then only 1 would be allowed in the building. Am I understanding this correct?
That is correct, and we are out of time.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
I am asking for your approval
Okay.
for our permit.
Turn this over to the Planning Commission for discussion and possible action, starting with Commissioner Roush.
Thank you, Chairman, and I would like to echo the applicant's sentiments. I think we all feel horrible about what happened last week. There's not much that we want to continue to say. Staff and council has advised me that we need to really rule based on land use at this point. I know that there's a lot of fear out there. I know there's a lot of folks that are really upset about what happened. I myself am very worried and concerned, but I don't want this to turn into a situation where people live in fear or people are using it as a reason to not conduct business on an ordinary basis. A couple of points. The letter that you provided from the Ogden, signed by Mr. Tippins and Mr. Sorensen, I know them. I want to state for the record, contrary to what one gentleman mentioned, it says the governing documents for the Ogden Unit Owners Association do not prohibit short-term rentals such as Airbnb or VRBO. It's very specific. I was here when the building was built. I remember the marketing for this building. They were sold as investment opportunities for rental when you weren't using it yourself. They were marketed to people in Los Angeles and all across the country. So the CC&Rs contemplated such use, and I do remember that very specifically. Secondly, even though I know everyone is very upset about a sniper potentially moving into the property, I really don't want to hear that comment used again, because the reality is that anybody can rent a unit month to month in any of these complexes, and you're back to the same discussion again. So this is really truly a land use board, and this is a land use issue. You're right, one approval in that location means no more for 660 feet. That's a pretty wide swath through downtown. So this is a property management issue, and it's incumbent upon the applicant to screen and monitor her occupants. And if you as residents feel that she hasn't done the proper job of that, then you need to report that to our short-term rental hotline and to your HOA. So if there are other people in the building that are operating illegally, you need to do the same thing. This shouldn't be a party building. There would only be one person who would have the rights to have a short-term rental in the building, and if we approve this applicant today, it would be her. There would be no others, and if they are, they're operating illegally and they should be reported as such. It is up to this industry to self-police and report, and we've talked to other applicants about doing that, because that's the only way that we're going to have a good and honest industry where people can coexist. We don't want to see short-term rentals up and down any residential street, just like we don't want to see units in a condo complex like this having run of the house. So for all those reasons and more, and because any complaints can be remedied by reporting violators to the unit owner, the city hotline, and to the HOA, I'm going to say that I think that in this instance, that as long as this applicant is going to follow some of the guidelines we've heard tonight in terms of screening people and in terms of monitoring her unit and taking steps where necessary, then I think that as long as she's responsible, I would be in favor of this.
Commissioner or Vice Chair Cherry.
Through the chair, I just voted for approval on the last two short-term rentals, so I can see where they fit, and each one kind of has its different twist. And I see this letter, and it says the HOA doesn't prohibit it, but it doesn't say it accepts it. And I'm really shocked that it doesn't have in the docs that there's a minimum lease term for a high-rise condo building. It is quite shocking to me. I remember when they were sold, we sold them downtown as well, and there were a lot of investors that came in. Ours had the one I live in has a 6-month minimum. And as I look at it, and I live in a high-rise, and we've had to run out a lot of short-term rentals because they've come in and they've torn up the building. And it's not so much what they do in their unit. That's never bothered me, but it is more wear and tear on the hallways. It is more issues with the trash chutes. It is more issues with the elevators. It is the little quirks when they go up to the common areas that they bring glass to that common area and it breaks and they didn't know they couldn't have glass. That stuff happens all the time. We're constantly meeting out as a board at our high-rise to make sure that our owners know that this isn't something that we want in our building. It's a 6-month lease, and granted it doesn't have that at the Ogden, but I guess the fundamental difference for me in this is that this isn't a multifamily building as opposed to a single-family structure, and how it directly affects others quickly. I have a problem with that. We've had in our building, and we've had to self-police it, and it's worked. And when there's times early on, before Airbnb was really kicking off, the other one was it VRBO, and we had a lot of them coming through, and every time we had, and they were nice people, met a lot of them, that there was something that they just didn't know about the building. They parked in an owner's stall, that owner gets home, then we have to tow the car. They go up to the pool deck and they have guests over. They didn't know the limit of the guests, or they didn't know the time frame of something. It was one thing after another. And so it's something with the multifamily that I just can't support. And I am quite shocked that the Ogden doesn't have regulation. And I will say, I personally think that you could lease this out for a 6-month minimum, and it seems like in our buildings downtown, down the street, they're doing very well. So with that, however it goes, I'm sorry, I just can't support the application tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. And just a couple of comments. One of the things that's gone back and forth in my head, and I want to correct a statement that I made a minute ago. I stated that nobody else could have a short-term rental in that building because it'd have to be 660 feet away. They could come and ask for a short-term rental with a waiver of the distance separation. So that could happen to every room in that in the Ogden. I use short-term rentals when I go out in town. However, one of the things that I've noticed every time I go on these websites is it doesn't give you the exact address a lot of times. It gives you the general vicinity where it's located. And, I built the urban lofts on Maryland Parkway in Carson, also building the urban lofts on Fremont between Bruce and Eastern. And it's hard to pinpoint, when I had to call code enforcement on a couple of people that were renting them out as Airbnb, not Airbnb, sorry, as short-term rentals that were renting houses from me, because we state that there's a minimum of a 6-month rental on any of the homes. And so during the recession in the market, we kept 11 of these houses and lofts, and people were going around and they were taking pictures, and I had to go and look at the pictures and tell code enforcement whose house it actually was. And fortunately, since I built all their houses, I knew whose it was. The thing that's concerning and I don't know how to get around is if you just say, we approve this, and then a short-term rental is available at the Ogden, and then 20 people go on to one of these sites and then post their unit. We're not going to know if it's their unit or your unit or whose unit it is. We're just going to know it's within the Ogden, and I don't know how to regulate that. And we could see 15, 20 of these rooms moving to a short-term rental illegally. So it's just a little bit difficult. I'd like to hear from other commissioners. Commissioner Creer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You live in town?
Yes, sir.
Yes, speaking to the mic for me.
Yes.
And so you said that you hired someone who lives in the building to be your property manager? That person?
There is a host who lives in the building, yes.
And he works for you?
He would, yes.
And so if something were to happen, then they call this person and that person responds?
Well, yes, and we would as well, because we're the owners. We would be co-hosting, if you will, together. But yes, we're the owners, so ultimately we are responsible. But yes, there is a direct contact for the customer, for the building, to call the host who lives on the property or call us, absolutely.
Yeah. I have to concur with my fellow commissioners regards to the multifamily unit. It's pretty close to home. You purchase a home within a high-rise with the intention of working with your neighbors, and you have, I think there's a good issue of these key fobs that you might have, and people have them, and they're all over the place, and you have access to things that you're going to be in for a couple of days. That's not what people sign up for. And I like the fact that Commissioner Cherry says that, his building, they have a 6 months minimum, which I think makes sense. Especially during the recession, people are renting out. They're buying condos and they're renting them out, but they're renting them out for long term. And then people have more of a vested interest in a long-term venture than a short-term venture. And so I find it hard to support this, considering those facts. You're right on top of people when you're in these condos, and I wouldn't want someone next to me who is going to be there for a couple of days hooping and hollering. Even if they aren't hooping and hollering, you just don't have that safety net like you think. At least in your home, you can go next door. If you stay inside, you potentially might not come in contact with them. But you're walking up and down a hallway with them. You're going to the gym. They're there. I wouldn't like it, and so I'm not going to be able to support it.
Commissioner DeSavio.
I've learned over my short stint, this short-term rental stuff is pretty tricky, and it's truly, in my mind, it is definitely a case-by-case basis. And where the rub is for me on this one versus what I heard in the last few testimonies for the other ones that were approved, is that, if I'm reading this right, there's at least 18 units per floor, would be about fair to say? And, just taking the average of, 2 to 3 people living in each unit, that affects 54 people per floor. And the difference for me is, if you have it at a house, you might aggravate a neighbor here or there, but this has the potential to aggravate a lot of people. Not to mention what was stated earlier by Vice Chair, the upkeep and the maintenance, that the liability is thrown back on the rest of the residents to have to fit that bill. It's hard for me to support it, and you have the pro being the 660, but then again, then you have the chairman says that somebody can come before us and ask for a waiver. So I just don't think that this fits in that building, and I hate to say that to you, but I just can't support it just because of the fact that I think it impacts too many lives on one floor. It's just, if you want to stay in a tower, go stay in a casino hotel. I just don't get it, so I can't support it. I'm sorry.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, well, I can support it this evening because I spoke with Stephanie on the phone today, for the record, and we had a nice talk. I will say that it appalls me to think that we're not going to approve an item as a land use board because of fear. That's certainly not why we're here, because if that's why we're here, we would never go into a casino again because it was a high-rise. I would never go to a concert again, which I frequent every month as a treat to myself. So unfortunately, that argument, it makes me sick, and it doesn't work for me at all. The second thing I have to say is we don't know if this is going to work under a licensed individual because we've yet to have one. You were the first. Therefore, as I told you today, I probably won't win the vote for you tonight, but I will tell you this. If I did, and I was going to make the motion with the approval, it would be under a 6-month review to prove that it's not going to be the experience that other people have had that live in high rises. I live in a neighborhood where, I got to tell you this, I don't want them next door to me either, but I had to understand that within 660 feet there should be one. There shouldn't be 10, and there shouldn't be any. And the other thing, with no disrespect to anybody, a variance is in place at 660 feet, not so people can come in and go under that with waivers. There is no waiver, in my opinion, and I've told that to the association. I've told that to people that I respect, like Mr. and Mrs. Raper, but you're the first out of the chute, and I think we owe you the respect and the confidence that you could operate this properly. That's how I feel about it. I wish I lived in a high-rise. I don't. I wish I didn't live in a neighborhood with a party house behind me, but I do. And the fact is, to say not in my neighborhood, not in my building, says to me, well, not on my street or in my ward, so therefore don't approve things that I don't like. And it's not life. Life is to give you a chance to prove that you can do it or to prove us that you can't. And obviously, I don't think you're going to get that chance tonight, and it's a shame. It's my hope you take it to city council and that you do better up there. But I am supporting you tonight because, like I said, not in my house, not in my neighborhood. Sorry, I don't want to, you know, that's just life. You know, you got to give somebody a chance, and I would like to have given you that chance. So I will help you with the approval tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry.
Well, it looks like we're ready for a motion.
Happy to make the motion, Commissioner Quinn. Item number 73, SUP 71424, make a motion for denial.
Motion's on the floor. Please cast your vote. A yes vote would be for denial. Okay, it appears that motion carries. Mr. Lowenstein?
Sorry, Mr. Chairman. That item will be going forward to City Council on November 15th, 2017.
And moving on to item 74, I'm going to abstain on this item as I have recently constructed a bar within the past year for this individual and have known him for a number of years. So at this point, I'm going to be abstaining.
Through the chair, I also will be abstaining. Mr. Cornthwaite is a longtime friend and a great operator of downtown, but I will have to be abstaining from this vote because of those reasons.
And so I'll turn it over to you,
Thank you,
Commissioner
sir.
Quinn.
Item number 74, SUP 71493, a special use permit. Applicant owner, Mr. Michael T. Cornthwaite, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for an existing short-term residential rental use at 706 Bonita Avenue, R1 Zone Ward 3 Coffin. Staff this evening is recommending approval, and a staff report, please.
Commissioner, the applicant's been operating a 4-bedroom short-term residential rental at this site since November 2016, but the use does not meet the current conditional requirements, thus requiring a special use permit. The site conforms to R1 lot standards and distance separation requirements from other short-term rental uses, and the business has been operating without neighborhood complaints. The use can be conducted in a manner that is harmonious and compatible with adjacent land uses, and therefore staff recommends approval. Note that there were additional protests received after publication.
Thank you, sir. Good evening. Name and address, please, for the record this evening.
Good evening, Commissioners. Michael Cornthwaite. My address is 2171 Edgewood and 706 Bonita Avenue in Las Vegas. Tonight I'm here seeking approval for a special use permit for an existing short-term rental. I'm not asking for a waiver or a variance of any kind. I submitted my application for a business license last year and fulfilled all of the requirements and started operating in the beginning of 2017. This year, we've hosted 43 groups from all over the world, and we have a perfect 5-star rating in every category on Airbnb. I've never had a single complaint from any of the neighbors, and we have a strict no party, no event policy. In this house, which I personally lived in for 10 of the last 15 years, the appearance and the maintenance of the property is impeccable, and I'm a long-term resident and business owner in the downtown Las Vegas area. I'm no stranger to doing business or handling compliance within the city, and I'm here to answer any questions or concerns.
Thank you very much. Is anybody here to speak for or against this project? If so, come forward now, and if not, we will close the public hearing. Seeing no one, will close the public hearing, and I will open this up to the... Oh, I'm sorry. Excuse me, sweetheart. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Chanel Mazza, 1301 South 6th Street, Las Vegas, 89104, and I am for this special use permit.
You're for it.
Thank
Thanks
you.
for coming down and staying with us. Thanks very much. If that's it, we'll close the public hearing, and we'll open it up to our planning commissioners this evening, starting with Commissioner DeSavio. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't know if there's something we got to look at here, because the gentleman stated that he's done 43 groups, 5-star rating, been in business since 2016, 0 complaints, but then when you are forced to put the SUP up, it looks like it puts the gentleman that had a perfectly 5-star business at a tremendous disadvantage, because I don't think that helps in any way, shape, or form for anybody that wishes to do something. I think it sets them up for failure by actually having to post this SUP billboard in front. Is that what you had to do? You had to post a big billboard in front of your house that like informed everybody of a perfectly good business, that now everybody, all I see is cards with opposition with arrows pointed and not in my neighborhood, not this. But prior to that, nobody had a problem with it.
Not in my building.
So I don't know if there's something that we could, I understand why the SUP was created. There was a bad apple, and it's ruining it for the rest of the bunch. And I understand that the 660 was something to try to chase that same person out, and it's making people, from what I've learned over the last few days, and please correct me if I'm wrong, counsel, it's going to make people try to fly under the radar, and I think it's a disadvantage for the city to earn some type of money in applications or whatever the case may be. But this 660 and this SUP requirement, posting a board up on against a gentleman that had a perfectly good business, I think something needs to be fixed. I just really think that
that requirement's part of this open meeting law. It's required as part of the notice requirement to the public. Otherwise, the public wouldn't have any other way of getting notification that a particular event.
And I get it, but again, it puts this gentleman at a disadvantage that's been compliant, 5-star rating. I mean, like I said earlier, to me, it truly is a case-by-case basis. You can't paint everybody with the same broad brush. And here's a gentleman that, you know, I don't hear any reports from Metro or anything that, you know, he's not been in compliance, knows violations, anything from code enforcement. I see nothing in this whole application. But the minute he puts that SUP up, it's like all of a sudden everybody can't stand him and don't want him. And I think if you are, like the chairwoman said, give people a shot and the ability to do this, I think we got to figure out some type of way to not put them on Front Street like that. That's all I have.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Donna Toussaint?
Well, so far, you've had a perfect record. You've had no problem in this area. I know the street. I grew up in Las Vegas. And you'll have my support on this tonight. I think that you're doing everything the right way. Excuse me, I'm losing my voice. And we need to appreciate and help people that are doing it the proper way. So you will have my support tonight.
I have a question.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Creer, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is this, if it was within the 660 feet, it would be stated on our backup materials?
Would be right.
Mr. Lowenstein? It would be, so this is not then?
Would be here.
Yeah, just want to make sure that.
For you, Madam Chair, yes. If there was another short-term rental within the 660-foot distance separation, it would have been noticed with a waiver as part of the request to establish this one, as well as it would be in your backup materials on the special map that is provided, as well as the staff report.
Thank you very much. If there's no more comments, I believe I'm ready for a motion. Commissioner Creer, are you prepared to make that motion? Okay, thank you. How about you, Commissioner Roush? You look prepared to make that motion.
If you want.
Well, someone has to do it. Go with it.
Go ahead.
Madam Chair, I would like to make the motion for approval for item 74, SUP 71493.
Thank you.
Thanks
Yes
for your
vote
time.
is for
Appreciate
the
it.
approval. And let's see here. Thank you. That motion passes, showing the abstention of Mr. Cherry and
Thank you.
Chairman Slotman, and good luck to you, sir. Thank you.
Madam Chairman, that item will be moving forward to the City Council on November 15, 2017.
Okay, moving on to item 75, SUP 71497, applicant owner Pamela A. Marr for possible action on a request for special use permit for proposed short-term residential use at 718 Lacey Lane, Ward 1, Tarkanian. Staff recommends approval. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, the proposed short-term rental would contain 4 bedrooms, requiring a special use permit. The site conforms to RE lot standards and distance separation requirements from other short-term rental uses, and the dwelling will be owner-occupied. As the use can be conducted in a manner that is harmonious with the existing surrounding land uses, staff recommends approval. Note that additional approval and protest documents were received after publication.
Thank you. Good evening.
Hi, I'm Pam Marr, and I live at 718 Lacey Lane, Las Vegas, Nevada. And I'm asking for the ability to do a short-term rental. And I just wanted to show you a picture of my big sign. So if you could put that up, it's kind of cool looking. So anyway, that alerted my neighbors, and we had a lot of neighborhood discussion about what I was doing and why I was doing it, and was it going to change the texture of the neighborhood. And so I live in this house, and you know, my kids were in the house, and my husband passed away, not in the house, but he, you know, was my husband, and he passed away in Vietnam. And so I'm just asking for this, but I don't plan on having it be very high use because, you know, I live there, so I just have 1 bedroom, and it has a little bathroom on it. So I have, like, was hoping to rent to maybe a single person or a couple that was visiting Las Vegas, maybe someone with a baby but no children, no pets, and maybe use it 1 time a month. But so that's what I'm asking, and that's all I've got, unless you have any questions.
Thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone wanting to be heard, please come forward.
My name's David Bond, 814 Kenny Way. Pam is a neighbor of ours. She's been in our community for a long time. She's a good neighbor. Before I say any comments, I have a couple of questions that I'd like to have confirmed. I tried to send an email to someone to get a clarification. SUP, this STR SUP process, does it follow the property or does it follow the owner? In other words, if the owner is approved today, they sell the property.
It runs with the land.
So it follows the property.
Yes.
Wow. That's a very scary thing that I think when Lois and all of us were working on this, I don't know that that got put out the way it should have gotten put out. That concerns me. And I'm sorry, Pam, but with that information, I have to pull back my support on that. Because that's just, I think everyone sees right away, that makes a whole different profit thing. My problem with the STRs, then I'm going to go straight to my comments. My problem with STRs, they are a business. And this is something that I want to share with you as commissioners. People will say, well, your long-term rentals are a business too. But I think if you go to the business licensing department and you ask them, you know, what is a litmus test for what is a business in a house? Because we have homes that have home businesses. The litmus test is that your neighbor shouldn't be able to tell that you're running a business out of your home. With people coming and going on the weekends, I'm not saying all hours of the night, but definitely not with a set pattern. You have a long-term renter next to you, and I have a renter next to me, long-term. They come and go
Mr.
at the
Chair?
same times every day.
Yes. I think we need to
hours.
focus on this particular application and not just short-term rentals in general.
Okay, but I want to share that with my time that's loud up here. My point is, a short-term rental, you're going to be able to tell it's a business because people are coming and going all hours of the night. So it is a business, and businesses don't belong in a residential neighborhood.
Thank you.
And I'm sorry, Pam, I've got to pull my, I can't support that.
Thank you. If anybody else wants to talk, we have a few mics open, and so.
I'm Jay Hall. I live at 829 Lacey Lane. Been there 48 years. And it's short-term rental, just like he is saying, that's a business. You know, that's a residential area. We got kids there, horses, we got everything everybody else has been talking about. You know, so I hope you disapprove that.
Thank you. Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening. My name is Annette Fiala, Vegas Vacation Rental Association. I want to just show our support for this application, that I actually believe she probably should have put an ad in the newspaper for a roommate, because she's only looking to rent out one room, and it was a less invasive process. But I don't think she probably understood exactly what she needed to do. She just heard, I want to rent it out, and she went through the SUP process. But we support her application for approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Hi, I'm Janie Brown, 3308 Palomino Lane. I live right across the street, and I do not support this. I was raised in the neighborhood, and I love it the way I was raised in, and I do not approve of short-term rentals in our neighborhood.
Thank you.
My name is Teresa Hooper, 825 Lacey Lane, and this month I will have lived there 44 years. I know I don't look old enough, but I'd like you to see our neighborhood in pictures. This is basically what our neighborhood looks like, and it's looked like this real close to since 1973, other than lots have filled up and trees are getting bigger. You can see we have no sidewalks. We look like we had horses until a few years ago. I don't see how land use, short-term rentals fit into this property. Now, I also know that our properties, all of our, this is basically Lacey Lane, Kenny Way, and Campbell, Charleston here and Alta here. This is half-acre estates, no, basically no sidewalks, just like you see here. Most everyone, an awful lot of people have casitas. Most all of the houses have 4 or 5 bigger bedrooms. So what you're going to do, if you allow short-term rentals, 6 feet, whatever it is, it's going to get changed, because 15 of these properties have now been sold to out-of-town companies and corporations. They are waiting for you guys to say, okay, let's open it up to short-term rentals. Now, you say, well, you can't do 660 feet. The next guy's going to come in and say, well, I need a variance. And guess what? You're not going to be here. We're not going to be there. Somebody's going to do it. This neighborhood will be Motel 6. It will literally open up the door. Now, I know you don't have to do this in every neighborhood, because right down the street is the medical district. You don't do short-term rentals there. Do you do short-term rentals in Rancho Circle? I mean, we literally are a neighborhood that you have to search for. We are bordered by the Water District, Springs Preserve, and big houses on either side.
I'm going to have to ask you to wrap it up, because we're out of time.
So if you do this, if you open up this door, so here's what I'd like you to do. I would like you to give us a little more time and go in front of the council or whoever, so that we can talk to the rest of the neighbors, because I think most of us didn't know this was going on.
Thank you. Good evening.
Dr. Eli Rubin, 700 Campbell Drive. If you want to rent a bedroom, I'm all the way. Getting short-term, even short-term rental while she lives there. But if it's going to be like a short-term regular that can go to when she sell it, I'm totally against it. Thank you so much.
Sir, would you mind spelling your name for me?
Eli, E-L-I, last name is Rubin, R-U-B-I-N.
Thank you.
Andy.
All right, I'm going to close the public hearing. If you need 2 minutes for rebuttal, I'll give you 2 minutes.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank all my neighbors for coming out and sitting for 5 hours. They're really committed, and actually I agree with all those comments, and so that was one of the reasons that I wanted to do a short-term rental, so I could have a very low impact on the neighborhood. And so thank you, neighbors, for voicing your opinion.
All right, thank you. I'll go ahead and start by just clarifying this is a SUP, not a SDR, and so it's a special use permit. And but regardless if it's a special use permit or SDR or any other entitlements, they always run with the land. And so but the business license actually runs with the actual operator, so I just wanted to make that clarification on the record. And we'll start with Commissioner Crew.
Thank you. I just want to notate that on the backup material, Ms. Mayor, you work for INCHI?
Yeah, I just retired from the state. Yeah,
So
I
you
work
work
at
for INCHI?
the College of Southern Nevada.
Okay. I just want to go on the record that I'm currently on the Board of Regents.
Yes, I
For the-
know that.
Huh?
I know that. I send you the On Orbit magazine every month. You're a tough person to track down. I've had to do a few address changes on you.
Don't tell anybody, all right? Well, I am on the Board of Regents, and I don't feel though I have any conflict whatsoever, but I just wanted to go on the record to state that I am on the Board of Regents for the Nevada System of Higher Education. Thanks.
Mr. Chairman, question, if I could.
Yes, please.
For the applicant. Have you rented out, have you ever rented out that room prior to realizing that you had the ability to apply and try to do it legitimately? I mean,
I've never rented it out, but I've had friends stay with me. I mean, just my friends, and they always said, "Oh, Pam, there's this thing called Airbnb, and you really should do this because you have this great room with its own bathroom." And I didn't really think about it much until, you know, the ordinance went into effect, and then I thought about it, and I thought I'm going to try and go for it. So.
and as a follow-up, has any of your neighbors noticed any out-of-the-ordinary stuff because you had friends staying there, like, hey, question you of why people are coming and going? I'm curious.
Well, I have my neighbor right next to me to the south. She notices, and we actually, she's a single woman too, like myself, so we kind of look out for each other. But you know, she kind of notices cars, and I usually tell her who it is. So,
but no
she does notice, but she doesn't complain about it. She just kind of wants to know what's going on.
Okay, it just brings me to my point, again, the SUP sign, everybody opposes, but here she had people staying at her house, and it didn't seem to be a problem then, but now it seems to be a problem because of the signage, so, I mean.
Commissioner Quinn.
Thank you very much for coming down this evening, and to the neighbors coming down. I will be supporting this item this evening, number 75, SUP 71497, following all staff recommendations for approval. I would like to put a one-year administrative review on your property, or let's go 6 months, a 6-month administrative review on the property. That way, if there's complaints, there's problems, you know, we can revoke the special use permit. I don't foresee that coming, but it could happen. So I wish you the best, and thanks for coming down this evening.
Thank you. Motion's on the floor. Please cast your vote.
If I can clarify on the condition, it was a 6-month administrative review? In light of that, it should read a 6-month administrative required review shall be conducted from the date of issuance of business license?
Yes.
All right. That one carries.
Mr. Chairman, that item is final action unless appealed to the city clerk within 10 days.
All right. Thank you. Moving on to item 76, SUP 71498, applicant owner Florida Mark LLC for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed short-term residential rental use at 2000 Fontana Avenue, Ward 5, Barlow. Staff recommends approval. Staff report.
Good evening, Chairman. Good evening, Commissioner. My name is Rami Benaroya.
Excuse me.
1 second, sir. Staff report.
Mr. Chairman, the proposed short-term rental would not be owner-occupied, thus requiring a special use permit. The site conforms to R1 lot standards and distance separation requirements from other short-term rental uses, as the use can be conducted in a manner that is harmonious with the existing surrounding land uses. Staff recommends approval. Note that additional protests were received after publication.
Thank you. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Chairman. My name is Rami Benaroya. I live at 67 Honors Course, Las Vegas,
Can
Nevada.
you spell your last name for us?
B like boy, E like Edward, N like Nancy, dash A-R-O-Y-A.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'm here for a special use permit for 2000 Fontana Avenue. We're in the process to apply for the license, and the new ordinance came in. So we purchased already the property and we got it ready to go, and we had to apply for the special use permit. Actually, under my management company, we own 6 properties that has special use, not the special use permit, but we do have the short-term rental license, which all of them are in good condition, always paying the room tax on time, never had any problem, never had any complaint. I have here the book, if you want to put what I have here, the picture of the house, and you can see the sign that we had to put outside. That right now we didn't have any problem with the neighbors. I spoke to all the neighbors. We had few opposed objectives against our home, which 2 are located 3 blocks from our home, and 3 that are not even in the area. I could not even find them in the map. The house is pretty much nice, clean, and we're going to follow, of course, all the city requirements, which is the smoke detectors, noise alarm, going outside for the pool, noise detectors, cameras, pretty much everything that's being covered here tonight. If you have any questions, let me know, please. Thank you.
Thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone wanting to be heard, please come forward. If I can ask the applicant to sit in the front row, and why everybody else is coming up here. 3 microphones, so come take a spot.
My name is Kimberly Knudsen. I live at 2004 Fontana Avenue. I'm directly right next door to here. They've been renting for a while. They don't have noise detectors because it's pretty noisy. There's a lot of parties. I got pictures of just this last weekend. There's about 6 or 8 motorcycles that they kept in the garage, 2 vehicles. All those people were staying in there. Most of the bikes had 2 people on a bike. So, there's a lot of people. During the Life is Beautiful concert, they had people staying there that were teasing our dogs. Our dogs are like all nervous now and agitated. They threw chicken bones over our fence. It's been a hassle. I've been looking how to figure out, I didn't know where to go to complain, to talk to anybody. I called the previous owner because that was the last number I had for anybody. He said he sold it. When this sign showed up in the yard, that's where I was able to find out and start doing something about it. But they've never talked to us. They just do this. They rent to anybody and everybody, and it's just crazy. It's not fair to me to have to deal with them all the time. It's not fair to our dogs. It's not fair to any of us. This is my daughter. She gets woke up all the time because her bedroom borders their property right there. She has to get up and go to work. Makes it really difficult when you're getting woken up at 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. Sorry. But it makes it really difficult, when they're coming and going all the hours of the night and day.
Thank you.
Okay, my name is Teresa Wojnarowski, and I live on Fontana 2021, and I lived there over 30 years, and it's a very quiet neighborhood. We never had the problems, and right now those bikes start running around, cars. I didn't know what was happening until last week I saw the sign, and I didn't get any notification, so I had no idea there was something happening. So I read that sign, I talked to the councilman, and then I said I'm going to come to that meeting. I was really upset about this, that something like this is coming to our neighborhood, and I hope you disapprove that. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Sharon Chun at 2012 Fontana Avenue. This has been a really educational meeting. I want you to know I've vacillated back and forth all night to make up my mind, but I initially was opposed to this because of safety issues, parking problems. We're on a quiet cul-de-sac street. I'm also concerned about allowing one rental property in the area like this short-term rental, that will induce others to come in the area. I'm worried about other business license coming in. If we have not been contacted by the owner, I've never been contacted at all as far as a plan. If the plan had been presented to us like the applicant in number 72, I may be totally for this. But then I learned again tonight that it follows the property and not the owner, so there's no guarantee that the new owner would continue with planned monitoring to ensure that our neighborhood remains safe. One additional thing, we have come together. I've been, like I said, a resident there 26. We've come together in our neighborhood. We have volunteer neighborhood watch drivers that drive around. We contribute to them, their gasoline and things like that. This is one additional thing they're going to have to watch, and who's going to pay for that extra monitoring and et cetera. I ask for you to deny this.
Thank you. Good evening.
My name's Linda Muscat. I live at 2024 Fontana. And I just agree with everybody. I don't want that in the neighborhood. Some of us live alone. We don't want strangers wandering in and out all hours of the night. And it's been noisier.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to close the public hearing and ask the applicant to come back up. If you need 2 minutes for a rebuttal, I can give you up to 2 minutes. 2, not 10.
First of all, we until to this stage, we never rented the house for short-term rental. We had it for personal use for our family when they came to town. So definitely we didn't follow yet what we need to follow because we don't have the license for that yet to even pass the license, as we call it. So no, you cannot find us in any application. You can look around. We are not there. We didn't rent it to anybody yet because we don't have the license. The only one that uses it is family member. So anything that they're saying about bikers, I don't know who they are and what they're talking about. Apologize. Not our house, I'm sorry.
I can't have any comments from the audience at this point. Sorry. Anything else?
That's it, thank you.
Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing, public hearing's already closed. I'm going to ask Commissioner Creer.
Thank you, Chair, through you. So, this is why I don't like short-term rentals. You've got neighbors here that are here at 12:30 in the morning. You know how bad things have to be for neighbors to sit here and show up at 12:30 in the morning, to sit here for hours, to complain about your home. It's got to be pretty bad. And so you come here, and then you still don't seem to take any ownership of the issues that are happening at your house, whether they are short-term rentals, whether they are family, whether they whomever. They are disproportionately affecting your neighbors, and you seem to not have any empathy whatsoever about trying to repair that relationship or to allow these, what can I do to try to make it better? You come up and you instantly say that that's not happening. Hold on. And I personally take offense to it on behalf of your neighbors, right? There doesn't seem to be, you haven't talked about any, some other people have come up before us and they say, look, if something goes wrong, this number's posted, this is what's going on, this comes out, your neighbor's right next to you, they didn't know how to get in touch with anybody for the issues that are happening. This young lady says she's sleeping and she wakes up because of the noise, there's chicken bones thrown over the yard. I'd be irate. I'd call Metro every 4 minutes. But it just, and you seem to have 6 of these, 6 other homes around the city. There has been a accusation presented that this home is already listed on Airbnb. I'm going to ask you to come up for a second, and I just want to make sure that we get on the record. if it is listed or if it's not listed?
2000 Fontana Avenue, it's listed on Airbnb with reviews from guests that have stayed there.
Okay.
From prior owner, probably.
Ma'am,
not
I
from
need,
us.
ma'am, I need your name and address for the record.
Maria Schwinoff, 2004 Fontana Avenue.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. It's your house.
Can I respond back?
Answer that question. Is that not your house?
That's our house.
Okay.
That's not our listing.
It's not your
We just
listing?
purchased the house a couple months ago, so that's not our listing. And as I said, we have 6 homes. If we're going to get the license, you're going to have the sign with the phone number, like any house that I have, with the license permitted outside as any house that I have. You're going to have everything that follow the rules, because I do follow the rules.
So you're saying that this house was before, how long have you owned it, you said?
2.5 months.
So you've owned it for 2.5 months, and prior to that, it was a short-term
Apparently.
rental that was not licensed.
Correct? Yeah.
Can't have
Okay.
talking from
Yeah,
the
you can't
audience.
talk back and forth, but thank you. Look, it doesn't sound like things are in order with this house that you have. And it doesn't sound like you have any empathy towards your neighbors to try to make it work. And like I said, this is the reason why I'm not a fan of short-term rentals. I think there's zero enforcement. You've got people who are not happy, living in their house that they were happy in. A nice cul-de-sac. I live in a cul-de-sac, and I wouldn't want it. I cannot support it, and I'm not sure what's going to happen to City Council, but I can't support it based off of what I've seen today. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we get a motion?
Well, if there's no other discussion, at 12:30, for agenda item 76, SUP 71498, I recommend denial. I make a motion for denial. Thank you.
Here's a motion for denial. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, this item will go on to City Council on November 15th, 2017.
And I urge the neighbors to show up at that City Council meeting to express your concerns as well.
Thank you. Moving on to item 77, SCR 71507, applicant Cameron, and I'm not going to even try to pronounce your last name, even though I know you and your father pretty well. Owner, ProView Series 32 LLC, for possible action on a request for a site development plan review for proposed facade improvements and 8,275 square foot addition to an existing 5,800 square foot commercial building with a 4,500 square foot outdoor patio area on the northeast corner of Imperial Avenue and Main Street, Ward 3, Coffin. Staff recommends denial. Can we get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the proposed building addition and elevation changes are compatible with the adjacent land uses. However, the site provides no parking spaces where 81 parking spaces would normally be required outside of the downtown Centennial Plan area. Since this development would significantly impact the available on-street parking in the immediate area, staff recommends denial of the proposed development. Note that additional approval and protest documents were received after publication.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. So the project that we have right now currently...
Name and address for the record.
Adam Fulerbach, 3722 Las Vegas Boulevard South, Unit 1604. The project we currently have is a mechanic shop. The lot in the back is a square lot that currently houses homeless people and gets graffiti. Our plan is to build it out, secure the lot, and basically give it some use. At this point, it has no purpose. It sits in the back in the alley. Our plan is to proceed with trying to get some type of tenant that fits with the rest of Maine, such as a restaurant, brewery, something along those lines. In terms of the parking need, at this point, I think most of us know when you go out, you don't really take, especially with the use that we're trying to do and trying to bring down a brewery to Maine in the Arts District, when you go out to drink, you really don't take your car with you. The more I go out with my friends, I see that cars are really not that necessary. And really what we're pushing for downtown is transportation, being able to walk from your apartment And I understand people coming from different parts of town, but there's really us not being able to use that lot, it would still not be able to be used as parking to begin with. So at this point, it's us trying to improve a property and try to give some use to it rather than leave it and continue to have homeless people and graffiti accumulate.
Thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone wanting to be heard, please come forward. Seeing none. Oh.
Hi there, Paul Murad, 353 East Bonneville, 1101. I have a listing right next door to this property, and we're leasing it to similar type uses as well. And this property, if it's going to go forward as requested, is going to be improved dramatically and improve the entire area. Will have a major positive impact on the building that I represent. There's an amazing problem with the homeless people that are camping and living in the alleys or cutting out in the holes in the fence and trying to get in there, actually creating encampments there. And just I showed Adam when I ran into him outside, I showed him a picture of the homeless I just had to ask to leave the area, who was taking his pants down and was trying to use the area as a bathroom. So please approve this. This will dramatically improve this property and will improve this block and will improve that entire neighborhood. And as was properly said, people are going to be going out to eat and drink. They should not be driving whatsoever. Please keep in mind, this is 2017. It's the age of Uber, of Airbnb, of Lyft, and parking is not what it used to be, or driving is not what it used to be. So this will be very good for the neighborhood and for properties around it. So please ask for your approval, gentlemen and ladies.
Thank you. Seeing nobody else, I'll close the public hearing, and I'm going to turn this over to the Planning Commission for discussion and possible action. I'll start and just say that I know that ever since I first met Cameron, I think, who is your father, he's done excellent work, and he's always put a lot of money into all the building facades, and we even went by another property that y'all have not too far from there, right next to Vesta Coffee, and somebody made the comment that he must have found a free truckload full of pavers because instead of just putting down asphalt, put 3/4 of an acre of pavers down. And so anyways, you do great work, and I appreciate it. And
thank you.
I think with Main and Commerce going one way, there'll be more street parking, but I also, when I go out on the weekends, or if I'm going out at all, I usually take an Uber myself, so I don't think this is going to have a negative effect on the neighborhood. Vice Chair?
Through the chair, I'd just like to disclose I'm financially involved in a project down the street. I don't feel it'll affect my judgment in any way. I will be voting on this item. I also will be supporting the project. With everything we do downtown, we have to be sensitive to parking, even though there might not be requirements in certain areas, but not just with customers, that people actually working there. I know with the tenants we have to come up with plans with the tenants of how their employees kind of get in and out and not eat up spaces directly in front of their business, so people can actually come and serve this business. And I know you've done that with your tenants in other areas and done a good job of it, so I will be supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Roush?
The hour is late, so I'm going to be extremely brief. Adam, I know you well. In full disclosure, I own properties at 1325 South Casino Center at Imperial, 1 block from this property. And I have a financial interest in 201 East Utah, a block and a half away, which are within the notification area, but I do not believe this will affect my properties to any greater or lesser effect than any other property in the notification area. Therefore, I will be voting on item number 77. That said, I do want to ask staff a question. I am baffled and just want, please, clarification on the parking comment, on staff's comment for denial, because I thought that in the Centennial Zone, and then as we move forward to the form-based code, that parking is not an issue in this area or anywhere downtown. So I just wanted to get your thoughts on it and try to understand a little bit better especially in this area. And then I have some follow-up comments after what you have to say, but I do want to hear what staff has to say.
Through the chairman, the Centennial Plan does not require the automatic application of the parking requirements, but Planning Commission or City Council can impose any kind of parking requirement that they wish to impose on a site that is appropriate for the site. So if a certain development requires or seems to require a certain number of parking spaces, that can be required through the application.
So are you asking, so you're asking for that number of parking spaces in order for this to be approved? Is that what you're saying?
Mr. Lowenstein.
We're saying that the intensity of this development would seem to require some parking as opposed to no parking.
Mr. Lowenstein, do you have a comment?
Just to piggyback on what Mr. Swanton is saying, that there
I'm
is,
having trouble hearing you. I'm sorry, Mr. Lowenstein.
just to piggyback on what Mr. Swanton is saying, there's no automatic application of the parking requirement, therefore it wouldn't require to get a variance for it. But it doesn't mean that parking is completely nullified in looking at any of the proposed uses before. So in this intensity of the proposed use, it generates somewhere upward of 80-something parking spaces would be required for it, and they're providing 0. As such, you would look at the off-site parking facility to see if that could support 80 parking spaces around there. There's on-street parking. We've heard previously in certain areas that there's issues with parking to begin with. There's two sides to that argument. There's make a pedestrian-friendly environment, don't have the parking, therefore it forces that pedestrian environment. And then there's also some of the reality that people are still driving in to visit some of these places. There still needs parking. So in light of this, staff is taking the approach that there is 0 parking being provided. There's no other justification other than use this on-street parking at this point. And that staff feels that that is too intense and therefore is recommended not.
So as we move forward into the form-based code, what will the new parking requirements be in this area?
That's a good question. When we go forward with the form base for each vision and goal for each area, and depending on which transect and the form that's going to be there, it may also include upcoming parking facilities that the city will be constructing in the downtown area. So there's a number of different things going on with that could counterbalance this. Because different areas like the casino core, if you have no parking and you're on the pedestrian mall, there are the public parking facilities and parking garages in the immediate area that's easily explainable why you wouldn't warrant the parking at that site. This doesn't have that immediate solution.
Understood, and I appreciate your indulgence, and thank you for clarifying that, because I know there's not anybody left in the audience barely, but I wanted to know for my own information. I'm sure Adam wants to understand. I think Paul wants to understand. We just want to understand, you know, how these consistencies or inconsistencies are applied with each of these applications. That said, I want to make a statement, and then I'd like to make a motion if everyone's ready.
Oh, no,
But-
I'd like to make a
Oh,
comment.
you have some
May I just
comments?
make a quick
Okay.
comment? Thanks.
My statement is this. The homeless problem in this area is horrendous. I had to just tear a building down at 201 Utah because it was a homeless hotel. In fact, they burned it down before I could tear it down because they were smoking crack pipes or whatever they do there. My vision for this area, and the reason I bought property in this area, is because I see it evolving into something beautiful in the future. I think Mr. Foulad feels the same way, and there's a handful of other owners that are the tip of the spear or the pioneers in the area that are really bearing the brunt of what's going on. There is a ton of street parking. I know this firsthand, and there's no one parking there because they're terrified. The more we can do to improve this neighborhood, the better it gets, the better our city gets. And so I just want to go on record to say that I'm impressed and very pleased that you want to do something in this neighborhood this far south, and I support you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner
Quinn,
DelSavio
I'm
had
so
his
sorry.
mic on
Go ahead,
first.
sir. Go ahead, Lou.
Commissioner Quinn.
I just had a quick question to you, please, Chairman. So a disabled person in a vehicle parks where?
A disabled person.
A car,
on the
a person
street.
comes over in a wheelchair, he's in a van, where does that person park?
I mean, to answer that question, even if we didn't build it, there's still, the parking I think the problem is we're trying to build in the back, so even if they did park in the back, they would have to go all the way around the entire
That's
property.
really, well, you will not see my support, because my son would prefer going in a door like everybody else.
No, but that's
Thank you
what
very much. Thank
Thank you. Commissioner DeSavio.
I got where are your employees? It's 19,000, almost a little over 19,000 square feet, right? So, I mean, it's a pretty good-sized building. I'm sure it'll house a few employees. Where would the employees even park?
There is, Casino Center as a whole has a ton of parking right now. Where we currently are, there's really nothing going, as Commissioner Rausch said, there's really nothing going on. It's, most of those properties, you either have troubled tenants that are burning down buildings or homeless. To answer the question, I didn't mean to disrespect you in any way, Commissioner Quinn. There is no entrance in the back. That's the problem. The parking that the staff is recommending would be in the farthest location, so the only way you'd be able to get there is by going through a dirt lot, all the way through the back alley, all the way around the property.
I'm not going to argue with you. I wish you well on your project. I would never support it, because any person should be able to get in the same way anybody else does. They should be able to park where everybody else does, and it should be an equal playing field. That's what a disabled person deserves.
Adam. Commissioner? Okay. Be looking for a vote, and also hoping that you won't ever come and ask us to put a RPPA in front of this building. So try keeping,
That will not happen.
find a place on site.
Yeah,
Thank you. Can I get a motion?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion for approval of item number 77, SDR 71507, to approve.
Motion's on the floor for approval. Kate, please cast your vote. And that motion carries.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, that item will move forward to City Council on November 15, 2017.
Thank you. Moving on to Director's Business. 79, TXT 71598, applicant owner, City of Las Vegas, for possible action on a request to amend Las Vegas Municipal Code 19.12.010 to allow the tattoo parlor body piercing studio use in the C1 zoning district with the approval of a special use permit and to provide for other related matters. Staff recommends approval. Can we get a staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the amendment will accomplish the following. It will add S under the C1 zoning district in the land use table in Title 19.12.10 to allow the tattoo parlor body piercing studio use with the approval of a special use permit. Staff recommends approval.
Thank you. This was a public hearing. Anyone wanting to be heard, please come forward. Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing. I think this is appropriate that that this use is allowed in C1. Vice Chair Cherry?
I agree with the chair through the chair. If there's no discussion, I'm prepared to make a motion.
Please do.
Text Amendment 71598, I'll make a following staff's recommendation for approval.
Please cast your vote. And that motion carries. Mr. Lowenstein?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This item will move forward to City Council in ordinance form.
Thank you.
Through the chair, if I may, item number 80, I will have to abstain from that. My family's involved in the marijuana cultivation business.
Okay, perfect, thank you. Item number 80, TXT 71636, applicant owner, City of Las Vegas, for possible action on a request to amend Las Vegas Municipal Code, Title 19.12, relating to the marijuana cultivation facility, marijuana dispensary, and marijuana production facility uses, and to provide for other related matters. Staff recommends approval. I will state that I've built medical marijuana dispensaries, labs, and also cultivation facilities and production facilities in Clark County, the city, and North Las Vegas, and this will not have an effect on my independence of judgment. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, this amendment will accomplish the following. It will delete the on-site signage restrictions that limit marijuana uses. And number 2, on-site signage would be subject to the standard zoning requirements of Title 19 and any applicable special area master plan. The staff recommends approval.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. Anybody wanting to be heard, please come forward. Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing, turn this over to the Planning Commission for discussion and possible action. Seeing none, I am going to ask for a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve item 81, or excuse me, item, is it 80? Yeah, item 80, TXT 71636.
Motion's on the floor for approval. Please cast your vote. Thank you, and that motion carries, noting the abstention of Vice Chair Cherry.
Mr. Chairman, that item will move forward to City Council in ordinance form.
Thank you. Item 81, TXT 71668, applicant owner, City of Las Vegas, for possible action on a request to amend Las Vegas Municipal Code Title 19.18.020 and Las Vegas Municipal Code Title 6.50.020 relating to the definition of a convenience store and to provide for other related matters. Staff recommends approval. Can we get staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, this amendment will accomplish the following. It will amend the definition of convenience store in both Title 19.18.20 and Title 6.50.20 to allow a convenience store located within a mixed-use development to contain less than 1,200 square feet of gross floor area. It would not allow a convenience store to operate as a full liquor store offering off-sale package liquor sales. Staff recommends approval.
Thank you. Commissioner DeSalvio.
Item 81, I'd like to make a motion for approval on TXT 71668.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm jumping ahead. This is a public hearing. I did see you out there a minute ago, and I was going to tell you to walk up here. This is a public hearing. If you'd like to be heard, please come to the microphone, state your name and address for the record.
Good evening, Chairman and fellow commissioners. My name is Latondia Lawson. I'm here on behalf of myself and my partner, Eric Lemons. We're part of the Downtown Culture. We have a convenience store on 3rd and Bonneville. So we're hoping that you can support us on staff recommendation for approval. We're hoping to, infuse the economy and expand our business.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If there's anybody else that wants to be heard, please come forward. Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing. And before you make that motion, I'm going to ask one question. So convenience stores are not allowed smaller than 1,200 square feet in particular areas in a mixed-use development at this time? Is this what the text amendment's cleaning up?
Mr. Chairman, I believe the minimum square footage at this point is 5,000 square feet. And licensing, correct me if I'm wrong, to have opportunities for neighborhood kind of services and mixed-use developments. You potentially have smaller tenant spaces, and this would allow for, in urban areas, to have more options. And
that's great. I'm in full support. Commissioner DeSalvio.
With that said, I would like to see for a motion for approval on item 81 on TXT 71668.
Sorry, was that a motion? Okay. Motion's on the floor. Please cast your vote. And that motion carries.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Mr. Lowenstein.
yes, Mr. Chairman, this item will be forwarded to the City Council in ordinance form.
Thank you. No, I'm turning off my mic. When you're turning your mic off, we got to stop doing this. 82, DIR 71649, applicant owner, City of Las Vegas, for possible action on a request to approve the 2018 Plan Commission meeting schedule. Staff recommends approval. I don't know if there's really a staff report on this, but it's just,
Through the chair, I'm prepared to make a motion.
okay.
Item number 82, DIR 71649, motion for approval.
Motion's on the floor, please cast your vote. Planning commissioners, if y'all could all make sure that y'all cast your votes. And that motion carries. Director Lowenstein, do you need, oh, that doesn't go to city council or planning commission, so.
Mr. Chairman, the PC action is fine.
Okay, thank you for that. Moving on to item 83, citizens participation. Citizens participation, public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within jurisdiction of the Planning Commission. No subject may be acted upon by the Planning Commission unless that subject's on the agenda and scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, come to the podium, give your name for the record. The amount of discussion in any single subject as well as the amount of any time any single speaker is allowed may be limited. Seeing none, I'm going to go ahead and adjourn this Planning Commission hearing.